Section 0 of the Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome by Frontinus, translated by Charles Bennett. The Life and Works of Sextus Julius Frontinus. Of the details of the life of Frontinus we are but scantily informed. His personality, as will be shown, stands out in his works in no ambiguous fashion, but the events of his career, so far as we can glean them, are few, disjointed, and indefinite. Even the year of his birth is not known, but since Tacitus speaks of him as Praetor Urbanus in the year 70 A.D., we may infer that he was born not far from the year 35. Of his family and of his birthplace we know as little. His family name, Julius, and the fact that he held the office of water commissioner, which, as he tells us, was from olden times administered by the most eminent men of the state, would point to patrician descent. His writings on surveying, so far as we have knowledge of them, betray the teachings of the Alexandrian school of mathematics, especially of Hero of Alexandria, and it is not unlikely that he was educated in that city. He was 3 times elected consul, first in 73 or 74, again in 98, and a third time in 100. After his first incumbency of this office, he was dispatched to Britain as provincial governor. In this post, as Tacitus tells us, Frontinus fully sustained the traditions established by an able predecessor, Cerealis, and proved himself equal to the difficult emergencies with which he was called upon to cope. He subdued the Siluris, a powerful and warlike tribe of Wales, and with the instinct for public improvements which dominated his whole career, at once began in the conquered district the construction of a highway, named from him the Via Julia, the course of which can still be made out, and some of whose ancient pavement, it is thought, may still be seen. From this provincial post he returned to Rome in 78, after which the next 20 years of his life are a blank. But to this period, from his 43rd to his 62nd year, we attribute a large part of his writings. His treatise on the art of war may have been written immediately after his return from Britain in 78. His Stratagemata is assigned by Gunderman to the years 84 to 96. Within this period, also his services as augur doubtless began, an office in which the younger Pliny succeeded him at his death in 103 or 104. In 97, he was appointed to the post of water commissioner, the office whose management gives him probably his best title to eminence, and during the tenure of this he wrote the De Aquis. The office of water commissioner he held presumably until his death. The De Aquis is primarily a valuable repository of information concerning the aqueducts of Rome. But it is much more than that. It gives us a picture of the faithful public servant, charged with immense responsibility, called suddenly to an office that had long been a sinecure and wretchedly mismanaged, confronted with abuses and corruption of long standing, and yet administering his charge with an eye only to the public service and an economical use of the public funds. It is this aspect of the De Aquis which lends it, despite its generally technical nature and its absolute lack of stylistic charm, a certain literary character. It depicts a man, it depicts motives and ideals, the springs of conduct. The administration of which Frontinus was a part was essentially one of municipal reform. Nerva and Trajan alike aimed to correct the abuses and favoritism of the preceding regime. They not only chose able and devoted assistants in their new policy, they themselves set good examples for imitation. In Frontinus they found a loyal and zealous champion of the reforms. Realizing the importance of his office, he proceeded to the study of its details with the spirit of the true investigator, displaying at all times a scrupulous honesty and fidelity. Were one asked to point out, in all Roman history, another such example of civic virtue and conscientious performance of simple duty, it would be difficult to know where to find it. Men of genius, courage, patriotism are not lacking, but examples are few of men who labored with such whole-souled devotion in the performance of homely duty, the reward for which could certainly not be large, and might possibly not exceed the approval of one's own conscience. In Martial, we have a picture of Frontinus spending his leisure days in a delightful environment. Pliny writes of appealing to him as one well qualified to help to settle a legal dispute. In the preface to an essay on farming, which Frontinus wrote, it is stated that he was interrupted in his writing by being obliged to serve as a soldier, and it is thought that this may have been on the occasion of Trajan's expedition against the Dacians in 99. This, however, is pure conjecture. Near Oppenheim in Germany has been found an inscription dedicated by Julia Frontina, presumably the daughter of Frontinus. Its date is supposed to be about 84. Another inscription near the ancient Vetera Castra is dedicated to Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, in recognition of the recovery from illness of Sextus Julius Frontinus, and there is also a lead pipe said to have been found near the modern Via Tiburtina inscribed Sextiuli Frontini. Pliny has preserved for us a saying of Frontinus, "Remembrance will endure if the life shall have merited it," and the truth of the words is most aptly exemplified in the ease of their author. Rich and valuable as is his treatise, the De Aquis, in facts relating to the administration of ancient aqueducts, it is the personality of the writer that one loves to contemplate, his sturdy honesty, his conscientious devotion to the duties of his office, his patient attention to details, his loyal attachment to the sovereign whom he delighted to serve, his willing labors in behalf of the people whose convenience, comfort, and safety he aimed to promote. We sympathize with him in his proud boast that by his reforms he has not only made the city cleaner, but the air purer, and has removed the causes of pestilence that had formerly given the city such a bad repute. And we can easily pardon the Roman Philistinism with which, after enumerating the lengths and courses of the several aqueducts, he inquires, in a burst of enthusiasm, who will venture to compare with these mighty works the pyramids or the useless though famous works of the Greeks? A thorough Roman of the old school, he has surely by his life, as revealed in the De Aquis, abundantly merited the remembrance which posterity has accorded and will long continue to accord him. The works of Frontinus are all of a technical nature, written, as he tells us, partly for his own instruction and partly for the advantage of others. The first of these was probably a treatise on the art of surveying, of which fragments are extant. It consisted originally of 2 books, and the excerpts, collected by Lachmann, treat the following subjects: De agrorum qualitate, de controversiis, de limitibus, de controversiis agrorum. The work is known to us principally through the Codex Arcadianus at Wolfenbüttel, dating probably from the 6th or not later than the 7th century, which appears to have been a book used by the Roman state employees, and contains treatises on Roman law and land surveying, including some pages of Frontinus. Various citations and other authors from this work of Frontinus point to the latter as a pioneer in this practical work of the Roman surveyor, and to his writings as the standard authority for many years. The composition by Frontinus of a military work of a theoretical nature is attested first by his own words in the preface to his Strategemata, and also by statements of Ilian, a late contemporary, and of Agesius, who wrote on the art of war some 3 centuries later. This treatise is wholly lost, except insofar as Vegesius may have incorporated it in his own work. The Strategemata, presumably following the lost work on the art of war, which it was designed to supplement, narrates varied instances of successful stratagems, which illustrate the rules of military science, and which may serve to foster in other generals the power of conceiving and executing like deeds. As it has come down to us, this work consists of 4 books, 3 of them written by Frontinus, the 4th by an author of unknown identity. These 4 books were still further increased by additional examples interpolated here and there throughout the work. Such is Gunderman's conclusion resulting from his own investigations, added to those of Wachsmuth and Wölfflin. From internal evidence, Gunderman places the composition of the first 3 books between 84 and 96, basing this inference upon references to Domitian, who is repeatedly called Germanicus, a title not given to him until after his expedition against the Germans in 83, and who is nowhere called Divus as is Vespasian in the Stratagemata and Nerva in the De Aquis, so that the composition of the work evidently fell within the lifetime of Domitian. The dating of the 4th book is a matter of conjecture. Wachsmuth assigned it to the 4th or 5th century, believing it the work of a Ludimagister, who compiled it when seeking examples suitable for declamationes or controversiae. Wölfflin saw no reason to dissent from this conclusion. Gunderman, while admitting that there is no argument to prove that it was not written then, except that, if this view is correct, the pseudo-Frontinus must have imitated the purer speech of Frontinus Summo Studio, thinks that its composition belongs rather to the beginning of the 2nd century, and that its author was a student of rhetoric who lived not long after Frontinus, a dull man who did not weigh the value of his sources in his compilation. Gunderman cites 4.3.14 to support his theory, but Wachsmuth would transpose this example to the 2nd book as being applicable to Frontinus himself. Schanz enters into the controversy and says that the language of the 4th book conclusively refutes Wachsmuth's view. He submits instead the theory that the author of this book was a contemporary of Frontinus, the officer to whom the Lingones submitted in 70 AD, who drew his examples from Frontinus and other sources, and that a 3rd person joined the 2 works, wrote a preface for the 4th book, and added to the preface of the 1st book. This hypothesis, he thinks, removes the troublesome problem of duplicates, which could easily creep in with a 3rd reader somewhat superficially handling the new material. The points of dissimilarity between the first 3 books and the 4th are treated in detail by Wachsmuth and even more exhaustively by Wölfflin. The 2 works differ first of all in the plan followed by their respective authors. Frontinus, in his preface, outlines the arrangement which he proposes to follow in presenting examples. In the 1st book, he will give illustrations of stratagems employed before the battle begins. In the 2nd, those that refer to the battle itself, and that tend to effect the complete subjugation of the enemy. The 3rd will contain stratagems connected with sieges and the raising of sieges. To this arrangement, the titles of the chapters in the first 3 books conform, whereas the headings of the chapters in the 4th book give no suggestion of historical stratagems, but belong rather, as Wachsmuth says, to a militarisches Moralbüchlein. Servechius, for this reason, conjectured that this 4th book might be Frontinus's theoretical work, but its preface controverts this idea. In his further proof of the spurious character of the 4th book, Wachsmuth points out that, of the duplicate illustrations found throughout the entire work, all but 1 occur in Book 4. He notes also that the examples in this book are drawn much more largely from Valerius Maximus than are those of the earlier books, and that several of its titles correspond to titles employed by Valerius Maximus, and he further proceeds to cite 32 passages which he claims are taken almost verbatim from that author. He contrasts the use of such words as traditur, fertur, dicitur, which he claims are found in no genuine example in the first 3 books, with the constat of the true Frontinus, who would regard illustrations of unsafe tradition as of little benefit to the generals whom he wished to instruct. Wachsmuth finds traces of the pseudo-Frontinus in the 4th paragraph of the preface to Book 1, which are designed to pave the way for the 4th book, where the strategica outnumber the Stratagemata, and where the writer has a distinct preference for dicta. On these and other grounds, Wachsmuth brands as spurious a number of examples in their entirety and parts of various others. In his decisions against the following 20, Wölfflin and Gunderman concur: 137, 174, 177, 11115, 2311, 2414, 2419, 285, 289, 2116, 342, 344, 375, 312.3, 313.3-5, 315.2, 4310, 4711. Wolfling agrees with Wasmuth in his general conclusions and continues this line of investigation. He begins by comparing the preface to the De Aquis with what he considers the genuine preface to the Estratagemata, and notes similarities of style and structure. He then goes on to compare the first 3 books of the Stratagemata with the 4th in points of Latinity, arrangement, or subject matter. He contrasts the 2 authors' methods of employing proper names, notes the frequent recurrence in Frontinus of certain phrases not found in the pseudo-Frontinus, observes that Frontinus customarily places the author of his stratagems at the beginning of the story, and follows certain subordinate principles of subdivision within the general divisions of his work, neither of which usages characterizes the pseudo-Frontinus, and adds examples of other variations in Latinity and subject matter. Of Wasmuth's 32 examples, Wolfling recognizes 20 as surely indirectly taken from Valerius Maximus, and he adds to the list 1, 11, 11-13, not mentioned by Wasmuth. He considers the relation of the real and the pseudo-Frontinus to other authors from whom they drew their material, and finds a difference in their attitude toward Sallust, Caesar, and Vegetius. And in general, he discerns in the true Frontinus a truthfulness toward the facts given in his sources, whereas the pseudo-Frontinus, while exhibiting at times a slavish dependence on form, has no conscience about changing the facts. He believes that it was not by accident but by design that the 4th book was united to the other 3, that the author of this book wished to be considered Frontinus, and took certain definite measures to achieve that end, attempting to imitate the style of Frontinus in the use of certain phrases, keeping all his stories within the period which would be known to Frontinus, and, in the preface to Book 4, virtually claiming the authorship of the first 3 books. Wolfling rejects also, as belonging to the pseudo-Frontinus, the 3rd paragraph of the preface to Book 1, as well as the 4th, rejected by Wasmuth and Gundermann, since he finds in it a rhetorical exaggeration not characteristic of the true Frontinus, and a lack of consistency between the apology for incompleteness here expressed and Frontinus' avowed intention of citing only as occasion shall demand. But his strongest reason for suspecting the genuineness of these 2 paragraphs lies in the fact that their insertion here interferes with an arrangement exhibited elsewhere by Frontinus of annexing the summary of succeeding chapters directly to some such statement as quibus de incips generibus suas species attribui. Gundermann reviews the arguments of Wasmuth and Wolfling, accepts many of their conclusions, and adds to the evidence. He disagrees with Wolfling as to the ungenuineness of the 3rd paragraph of the preface, and defends the authenticity of several examples. Of the duplicates, the critics agree that 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, and 11, and 4, 7, 6 are interpolations from Book 1, and that 2, 4, 15, and 16 are interpolations from Book 4. Wolfling and Gundermann regard 1, 1, 11 as transposed from Chapter 5. Wasmuth thinks it originated in Chapter 1. Besides these duplicates, there are several cases in which the same story has apparently been drawn from different sources and is therefore told differently in 2 places, for example 149 and 149a, 1510 and 399, 1524 and 212.4, 2811 and 4129, 316.1 and 4736, 396 and 311.3, 425 and 427. In addition to the stories suspected as a whole, various other portions of the text are regarded as interpolated, that is, parts of 126, 111.13, 237, 2531, 2534, 292, 4514, which are condemned on grounds of Latinity or other lack of agreement with the genuine or even the pseudo-Frontinus. In all sections of the book are found errors in names and in facts, and many changes in order have been suggested. Vasmuth would put 2, 9, 3, and 5 in 3, 8, and 4, 3, 14 after 2, 9, 7. Gunderman thinks 2, 8, 5 should follow 2, 8, 3, and 2, 8, 9 follow 2, 8, 10. For the transposition of a whole leaf of the manuscript, see page 31. The errors in general, Gunderman thinks, should be attributed in small part to copyists, in larger part to the carelessness or the error of the author, but in largest part to the sources from which the material is drawn, many of which no longer exist. In his preface to the De Aquis, Frontinus himself tells us how it came to be written. Having been invested with the duties of water commissioner, he deemed it of the greatest importance to familiarize himself with the business he had undertaken, considering nothing so disgraceful as for a decent man to conduct an office delegated to him according to the instructions of assistants. He therefore gathered together scattered facts bearing on his subject, primarily to serve for his own guidance and instruction, though not unmindful of the fact that his efforts might be found useful by his successor. Animated by this spirit and purpose, he wrote his little manual, faithfully carrying out the program which he had laid down for himself at the outset of the work. He tells us the names of the aqueducts existing in his day, when and by whom each was constructed, at what points each had its source, how far they were carried underground and how far on arches, the height and size of each, the number of taps and the distributions made from them, the amount of water supplied to public reservoirs, public amusements, state purposes, and private persons, and finally, what laws regulated the construction and maintenance of aqueducts, and what penalties enforced these laws, whether established by resolutions of the Senate or by edicts of the emperors. In what he records is based not on hearsay, but on personal examination of all details, supplemented by the study of plans and charts which he had made. The work is a simple and truthful narration of facts, containing a mass of technical detail essential to a complete understanding of the system described. As an honest and thoroughgoing exposition of that system, the De Aquis will always remain the starting point for any investigation pertaining to the water supply of ancient Rome. End of section 0.
Section 1 of the Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome by Frontinus, translated by Charles Bennett. The Stratagems of Sextus Julius Frontinus, Book 1, Part 1. Since I alone of those interested in military science have undertaken to reduce its rules to system, and since I seem to have fulfilled that purpose, so far as pains on my part could accomplish it, I still feel under obligation, in order to complete the task I have begun, to summarize in convenient sketches the adroit operations of generals, which the Greeks embrace under the one name stratagemata. For in this way, commanders will be furnished with specimens of wisdom and foresight, which will serve to foster their own power of conceiving and executing like deeds. There will result the added advantage that a general will not fear the issue of his own stratagems, if he compares it with experiments already successfully made. I neither ignore nor deny the fact that historians have included in the compass of their works this feature also, nor that authors have already recorded in some fashion all famous examples. But I ought, I think, out of consideration for busy men, to have regard to brevity, for it is a tedious business to hunt out separate examples scattered over the vast body of history, and those who have made selections of notable deeds have overwhelmed the reader by the very mass of material. My effort will be devoted to the task of setting forth, as if in response to questions, and as occasion shall demand, the illustration applicable to the case in point. For having examined the categories, I have in advance mapped out my campaign, so to speak, for the presentation of illustrative examples. Moreover, in order that these may be sifted and properly classified according to the variety of subject matter, I have divided them into 3 books. In the first, are illustrations of stratagems for use before the battle begins. In the second, those that relate to the battle itself and tend to effect the complete subjugation of the enemy. The third contains stratagems connected with sieges and the raising of sieges. Under these successive classes I have grouped the illustrations appropriate to each. It is not without justice that I shall claim indulgence for this work, and I beg that no one will charge me with negligence if he finds that I have passed over some illustration. For who could prove equal to the task of examining all the records which have come down to us in both languages? And so I have purposely allowed myself to skip many things. That I have not done this without reason, those will realize who read the books of others treating of the same subjects, but it will be easy for the reader to supply those examples under each category. For since this work, like my preceding ones, has been undertaken for the benefit of others, rather than for the sake of my own renown, I shall feel that I am being aided, rather than criticized, by those who will make additions to it. If there prove to be any persons who take an interest in these books, let them remember to discriminate between strategy and stratagems, which are by nature extremely similar. For everything achieved by a commander, be it characterized by foresight, advantage, enterprise, or resolution, will belong under the head of strategy, while those things which fall under some special type of these will be stratagems. The essential characteristic of the latter, resting as it does on skill and cleverness, is effective quite as much when the enemy is to be evaded as when he is to be crushed. Since in this field certain striking results have been produced by speeches, I have set down examples of these also, as well as of deeds. Types of stratagems for the guidance of a commander in matters to be attended to before battle. 1. On concealing one's plans. 2. On finding out the enemy's plans. 3. On determining the character of the war. 4. On leading an army through places infested by the enemy. 5. On escaping from difficult situations. 6. On laying and meeting ambushes while on the march. 7. How to conceal the absence of the things we lack, or to supply substitutes for them. 8. On distracting the attention of the enemy. 9. On quelling a mutiny of soldiers. 10. How to check an unseasonable demand for battle. 11. How to arouse an army's enthusiasm for battle. 12. On dispelling the fears inspired in soldiers by adverse omens. 1. On concealing one's plans. Marcus Porcius Cato believed that, when opportunity offered, the Spanish cities which he had subdued would revolt, relying upon the protection of their walls. He therefore wrote to each of the cities, ordering them to destroy their fortifications, and threatening war unless they obeyed forthwith. He ordered these letters to be delivered to all cities on the same day. Each city supposed that it alone had received the commands. Had they known that the same orders had been sent to all, they could have joined forces and refused obedience. Himilco, the Carthaginian general, desiring to land in Sicily by surprise, made no public announcement as to the destination of his voyage, but gave all the captains sealed letters, in which were instructions what port to make, with further directions that no one should read these, unless separated from the flagship by a violent storm. When Gaius Laelinus went as envoy to Syphax, he took with him as spies certain tribunes and centurions whom he represented to be slaves and attendants. One of these, Lucius Statorius, who had been rather frequently in the same camp, and whom certain of the enemy seemed to recognize, Laelius caned as a slave, in order to conceal the man's rank. Tarquin the Proud, having decided that the leading citizens of Gabii should be put to death, and not wishing to confide this purpose to anyone, gave no response to the messenger sent to him by his son, but merely cut off the tallest poppy heads with his cane as he happened to walk about in the garden. The messenger, returning without an answer, reported to the young Tarquin what he had seen his father doing. The son thereupon understood that the same thing was to be done to the prominent citizens of Gabii. Gaius Caesar, distrusting the loyalty of the Egyptians, and wishing to give the appearance of indifference, indulged in riotous banqueting, while devoting himself to an inspection of the city and its defences, pretending to be captivated by the charm of the place, and to be succumbing to the custom and life of the Egyptians. Having made ready his reserves while he thus dissembled, he seized Egypt. When Ventidius was waging war against the Parthian king Porcarus, knowing that a certain Pharnaeus, from the province of Saristica, one of those pretending to be allies, was revealing to the Parthians all the preparations of his own army, he turned the treachery of the barbarian to his own advantage, for he pretended to be afraid that those things would happen which he was particularly desirous should happen, and pretended to desire those things to happen which he really dreaded, and so, fearful that the Parthians would cross the Euphrates before he could be reinforced by the legions which were stationed beyond the Taurus mountains in Cappadocia, he earnestly endeavoured to make this traitor, according to his usual perfidy, advise the Parthians to lead their army across through Zeguma, where the route is shortest, and where the Euphrates flows in a deep channel. For he declared that, if the Parthians came by that road, he could avail himself of the protection of the hills for eluding their archers, but that he feared disaster if they should advance by the lower road through the open plains. Influenced by this information, the barbarians led their army by a circuitous route over the lower road, and spent above 40 days in preparing materials and in constructing a bridge across a river at a point where the banks were quite widely separated, and where the building of the bridge, therefore, involved more work. Ventidius utilized this interval for reuniting his forces, and having assembled these 3 days before the Parthians arrived, he opened battle, conquered Paeorus, and killed him. Mithridates, when he was blockaded by Pompey and planned to retreat the next day, wishing to conceal his purpose, made foraging expeditions over a wide territory, and even to the valleys adjacent to the enemy. For the purpose of further averting suspicion, he also arranged conferences for a subsequent date with several of his foes, and ordered numerous fires to be lighted throughout the camp. Then, in the second watch, he led out his forces directly past the camp of the enemy. When the Emperor Caesar Domitianus Augustus Germanius wished to crush the Germans, who were in arms, realizing that they would make greater preparations for war if they foresaw the arrival of so eminent a commander as himself, he concealed the reason for his departure from Rome under the pretext of taking a census of the Gallic provinces. Under cover of this, he plunged into sudden warfare, crushed the ferocity of these savage tribes, and thus acted for the good of the provinces. When it was essential that Hasdrubal and his troops should be destroyed before they joined Hannibal, the brother of Hasdrubal, Claudius Nero, lacking confidence in the troops under his own command, was therefore eager to unite his forces with those of his colleague, Livius Salinator, to whom the direction of the campaign had been committed. Desiring, however, that his departure should be unobserved by Hannibal, whose camp was opposite his, he chose 10,000 of his bravest soldiers, and gave orders to the lieutenants whom he left that the usual number of patrols and sentries should be posted, the same number of fires lighted, and the usual appearance of the camps be maintained, in order that Hannibal might not become suspicious and venture to attack the few troops left behind. Then, when he joined his colleague in Umbria after secret marches, he forbade the enlargement of the camp, lest he give some sign of his arrival to the Carthaginian commander, who would be likely to refuse battle if he knew the forces of the consuls had been united. Accordingly, attacking the enemy unawares with his reinforced troops, he won the day, and returned to Hannibal in advance of any news of his exploit. Thus, by the same plan, he stole a march on one of the 2 shrewdest Carthaginian generals, and crushed the other. Themistocles, urging upon his fellow citizens the speedy construction of the walls which, at the command of the Lacedaemonians, they had demolished, informed the envoy sent from Sparta to remonstrate about this matter, that he himself would come to put an end to this suspicion. Accordingly, he came to Sparta. There, by feigning illness, he secured a considerable delay. But after he realized that his subterfuge was suspected, he declared that the rumor which had come to the Spartans was false, and asked them to send some of their leading men, whose word they would take about the building operations of the Athenians. Then he wrote secretly to the Athenians, telling them to detain those who had come to them until, upon the restoration of the walls, he could admit to the Spartans that Athens was fortified, and could inform them that their leaders could not return until he himself had been sent back. These terms the Spartans readily fulfilled, that they might not atone for the death of one by that of many. Lucius Furius, having led his army into an unfavorable position, determined to conceal his anxiety lest the others take alarm. By gradually changing his course, as though planning to attack the enemy after a wider circuit, he finally reversed his line of march and led his army safely back without its knowing what was going on. When Metellus Pius was in Spain and was asked what he was going to do the next day, he replied, "If my tunic could tell, I would burn it." When Marius Licinius Crassus was asked at what time he was going to break camp, he replied, "Are you afraid you'll not hear the trumpet?" End of section 1. Recording by Todd.
Section 2 of the Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Hand. The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome by Frontinus. Translated by Charles Bennett. The Stratagems, Book 1, Part 2. 2. On finding out the enemy's plans. Scipio Africanus, seizing the opportunity of sending an embassy to Syphax, commanded specially chosen tribunes and centurions to go with Laelius, disguised as slaves and entrusted with the task of spying out the strength of the king. These men, in order to examine more freely the situation of the camp, purposely let loose a horse and chased it around the greatest part of the fortifications, pretending it was running away. After they had reported the results of their observations, the destruction of the camp by fire brought the war to a close. During the war with Etruria, when shrewd methods of reconnoitering were still unknown to Roman leaders, Quintus Fabius Maximus commanded his brother Fabius Sexto, who spoke the Etruscan language fluently, to put on Etruscan dress and to penetrate into the Ciminian forest, where our soldiers had never before ventured. He showed such discretion and energy in executing these commands that after traversing the forest and observing that the Umbrians of the Camarium were not hostile to the Romans, he brought them into an alliance. When the Carthaginians saw that the power of Alexander was so great that it menaced even Africa, they ordered one of their citizens, a resolute man named Hamiliar Rhodinus, to go to the king, pretending to be an exile, and to make every effort to gain his friendship. When Rhodinus had succeeded in this, he disclosed to his fellow citizens the king's plans. The same Carthaginians sent men to tarry a long time at Rome in the role of ambassadors, and thus secure information of our plans. When Marcus Cato was in Spain, being unable otherwise to arrive at a knowledge of the enemy's plans, he ordered 300 soldiers to make a simultaneous attack on an enemy post, to seize one of their men, and to bring him unharmed to camp. This prisoner, under torture, revealed all the secrets of his side. During the war with the Cimbrians and the Teutons, the consul Gaius Marius, wishing to test the loyalty of the Gauls and the Ligurians, sent them a letter, commanding them in the first part of the letter not to open the inner part, which was specially sealed, before a certain date. Afterwards, before the appointed time had arrived, he demanded the same letter back, and finding all seals broken, he knew that acts of hostility were afoot. There is also another method of securing intelligence, by which the generals themselves, without calling in any outside help, by their own unaided efforts take precautions, as, for instance, in the Etruscan war, the consul Aemilius Paulus was on the point of sending his army down into the plain near the town of Etalonia, when he saw afar off a flock of birds rise in somewhat startled flight from a forest, and realized that some treachery was lurking there, both because the birds had risen in alarm and at the same time in great numbers. He therefore sent some scouts ahead and discovered that 10,000 Boii were lying in wait at that point to meet the Roman army. These he overwhelmed by sending his legions against them at a different point from that at which they were expected. In like manner, Tisaminus, son of Orestes, hearing that a ridge, a natural stronghold, was held by the enemy, sent men ahead to ascertain the facts, and upon their reporting that his impression was without foundation, he began his march. But when he saw a large number of birds all at once fly from the suspected ridge and not settle down at all, he came to the conclusion that the enemy's troops were hiding there. And so, leading his army by a detour, he escaped those lying in wait for him. Hasdrubal, brother of Hannibal, knew that the armies of Livius and Nero had united, although by avoiding two separate camps they strove to conceal this fact. because he observed horses rather lean from travel and men somewhat sunburned, as naturally results from marching. 3. On determining the character of the war. Whenever Alexander of Macedon had a strong army, he chose the sort of warfare in which he could fight in open battle. Gaius Caesar, in the Civil War, having an army of veterans and knowing that the enemy had only raw recruits, always strove to fight in open battle. Fabius Maximus, when engaged in war with Hannibal, who was inflated by his success in battle, decided to avoid any dangerous hazards and to devote himself solely to the protection of Italy. By this policy he earned the name of Cunctator, the delayer, and the reputation of a consummate general. Avoiding all risks of battle and abandoning even the defense of their territory, retired within the walls of their city, and succeeded in causing Philip to withdraw, since he could not endure the delay of a siege. Hasdrubal, the son of Gisco, in the Second Punic War, distributed his vanquished army among the cities of Spain when Publius Scipio pressed hard upon him. As a result, Scipio, in order not to scatter his forces by laying siege to several towns, withdrew his army into winter quarters. Themistocles, when Xerxes was approaching, thinking the strength of the Athenians unequal to a land battle, to the defense of their territory, or to the support of a siege, advised them to remove their wives and children to Troezen and other towns, to abandon the city, and to transfer the scene of the war to the water. Pericles did the same thing in the same state in the war with the Spartans. While Hannibal was lingering in Italy, Scipio sent an army into Africa, and so forced the Carthaginians to recall Hannibal. In this way he transferred the war from his own country to that of the enemy. When the Spartans had fortified Decelea, a stronghold of the Athenians, and were making frequent raids from there, the Athenians sent a fleet to harass the Peloponnesus, and thus secured the recall of the army of the Spartans stationed at Decelea. When the Germans, in accordance with their usual custom, kept emerging from woodland pastures and unsuspected hiding places to attack our men, and then finding a safe refuge in the depths of the forest, the Emperor Caesar Domitianus Augustus, by advancing the frontier of the empire along a stretch of 120 miles, not only changed the nature of the war, but brought his enemies beneath his sway by uncovering their hiding places. 4. On leading an army through places infested by the enemy. When the consul Aemilius Paulus was leading his army along a narrow road near the coast in Luania, and the fleet of the Tarentines, lying in wait for him, had attacked his troops by means of scorpions, he placed prisoners as a screen to his line of march. Not wishing to harm these, the enemy ceased their attacks. Agesilaus, the Spartan, when returning from Phrygia laden with booty, was hard-pressed by the enemy, who took advantage of their position to harass his line of march. He therefore placed a file of captives on each flank of his army. Since these were spared by the enemy, the Spartans found time to pass. The same Agesilaus, when the Thebans held a pass through which he had to march, turned his course as if he were hastening to Thebes. Then, when the Thebans withdrew in alarm to protect their walls, Agesilaus resumed his march and arrived at his goal without opposition. When Nicostratus, king of the Aetolians, was at war with Epirotes, and could enter their territory only by narrow defiles, he appeared at one point as if intending to break through at that place. Then, when the whole body of Epirotes rushed thither to prevent this, he left a few of his men to produce the impression that his army was still there, while he himself, with the rest of his troops, entered at another place where he was not expected. Autophrodates, the Persian, upon leading his army into Pisidia, and finding certain passes occupied by the Pisidians, pretended to be thwarted in his plan for crossing, and began to retreat. When the Pisidians were convinced of this, under cover of night he sent a very strong force ahead to seize the same place, and on the following day sent his whole army across. When Philip of Macedon was aiming at the conquest of Greece, he heard that the pass of Thermopylae was occupied by Greek troops. Accordingly, when envoys of the Aetolians came to sue for peace, he detained them, while he himself hastened by forced marches to the pass, and since the guards had relaxed their vigilance while awaiting the return of the envoys, By his unexpected coming, he succeeded in marching through the pass. When the Athenian general Iphiraetes was engaged in a campaign against the Spartan Anaxibius on the Hellespont near Abydos, he had to lead his army on one occasion through places occupied by enemy patrols, hemmed in on the one side by precipitous mountains and on the other washed by the sea. For some time he delayed, and then on an unusually cold day, when no one suspected such a move, he selected his most rugged men, rubbed them down with oil, and warmed them up with wine, and then ordered them to skirt the very edge of the sea, swimming across the places that were too precipitous to pass. Thus, by an unexpected attack from the rear, he overwhelmed the guards of the defile. When Gnaeus Pompey, on one occasion, was prevented from crossing a river because the enemy's troops were stationed on the opposite bank, he adopted the device of repeatedly leading his troops out of camp and back again. Then, when the enemy were at last tricked into relaxing their watch on the roads in front of the Roman advance, he made a sudden dash and effected a crossing. When Porus, a king of the Indians, was keeping Alexander of Macedon from leading his troops across the river Hydaspes, the latter commanded his men to make a practice of running toward the water. When by that sort of maneuver he had led Porus to guard the opposite bank, he suddenly led his army across at a higher point of the stream. The same Alexander, prevented by the enemy from crossing the river Indus, began to send horsemen into the water at different points and to threaten to effect a crossing. Then, when he had the barbarians keyed up with expectation, he seized an island a little farther off, at first with a small force, then with a larger one, and from there sent troops to the further bank. When the entire force of the enemy rushed away to overwhelm this band, he himself crossed safely by fords left unguarded and reunited all his troops. Xenophon once ordered his men to attempt a crossing in two places, in the face of Armenians who had possession of the opposite bank. Being repulsed at the lower point, he passed to the upper, and when driven back from there also by the enemy's attack, he returned to the lower crossing, but only after ordering a part of his soldiers to remain behind and to cross by the upper passage, so soon as the Armenians should return to protect the lower. The Armenians, supposing that all were proceeding to the lower point, overlooked those remaining above, who, crossing the upper ford without molestation, defended their comrades as they also passed over. When Appius Claudius, consul in the First Punic War, was unable to transport his soldiers from the neighborhood of Rhegium to Messina, because the Carthaginians were guarding the straits, he caused the rumor to be spread that he could not continue a war which had been undertaken without the endorsement of the people, and turning about, he pretended to set sail for Italy. Then, when the Carthaginians dispersed, believing he had gone, Appius turned back and landed in Sicily. When certain Spartan generals had planned to sail to Syracuse, but were afraid of the Carthaginian fleet anchored along the shore, they commanded that 10 Carthaginian ships which they had captured should go ahead as though victors, with their own vessels either lashed to their side or towed behind. Having deceived the Carthaginians by these appearances, the Spartans succeeded in passing by. When Philip was unable to sail through the straits called Stena, because the Athenian fleet kept guard at a strategic point, he wrote to Antipater that Thrace was in revolt, and that the garrisons which he had left there had been cut off, directing Antipater to leave all other matters and follow him. This letter Philip arranged to have fall into the hands of the enemy. The Athenians, imagining they had secured secret intelligence of the Macedonians, withdrew their fleet, while Philip now passed through the straits with no one to hinder him. The Chersonese happened at one time to be controlled by the Athenians, and Philip was prevented from capturing it, owing to the fact that the strait was commanded by vessels not only of the Byzantines, but also of the Rhodians and Chians. But Philip won the confidence of these peoples by returning their captured ships as pledges of the peace to be arranged between himself and the Byzantines, who were the cause of the war. While the negotiations dragged on for some time, and Philip purposely kept changing the details of the terms, in the interval he got ready a fleet, and eluding the enemy while they were off their guard, he suddenly sailed into the straits. When Chabrias the Athenian was unable to secure access to the harbor of the Samians on account of the enemy blockade, he sent a few of his own ships with orders to cross the mouth of the harbor, thinking that the enemy on guard would give chase. When the enemy were drawn away by this ruse, and no one now hindered, he secured possession of the harbor with the remainder of his fleet. End of section 2.
Section 3 of the Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emerson Wells at FormulaFreak.com. The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome by Frontinus. Translated by Charles Bennett. The Stratagems, Book 1, Part 3. 5. On escaping from difficult situations. When Quintus Sertorius, in the Spanish campaign, desired to cross a river while the enemy were harassing him from the rear, he had his men construct a crescent-shaped rampart on the bank, pile it high with timber, and set fire to it. When the enemy were thus cut off, he crossed the stream without hindrance. In like manner Pelopidas the Theban, in the Thessalian war, sought to cross a certain stream. Choosing a site above the bank larger than was necessary for his camp, he constructed a rampart of chevaux de frise and other materials and set fire to it. Then, while the enemy were kept off by the fire, he crossed the stream. When Quintus Lutatius Catulus had been repulsed by the Cimbrians, and his only hope of safety lay in passing a stream the banks of which were held by the enemy, he displayed his troops on the nearest mountain, as though intending to camp there. Then he commanded his men not to loose their packs or put down their loads, and not to quit the ranks or standards. In order the more effectively to strengthen the impression made upon the enemy, he ordered a few tents to be erected in open view, and fires to be built, while some built a rampart, and others went forth in plain sight to collect wood. The Cimbrians, deeming these performances genuine, themselves also chose a place for a camp, scattering through the nearest fields to gather the supplies necessary for their stay. In this way they afforded Catulus opportunity not merely to cross the stream, but also to attack their camp. When Croesus could not ford the Halys, and had neither boats nor the means of building a bridge, he began upstream and constructed a ditch behind his camp, thus bringing the channel of the river in the rear of his army. When Gnaeus Pompey at Brundisium had planned to leave Italy and to transfer the war to another field, since Caesar was heavy on his heels, just as he was on the point of embarking, he placed obstacles in some roads. Others he blocked by constructing walls across them. Others he intersected with trenches, setting sharp stakes in the latter and laying hurdles covered with earth across the openings. Some of the roads leading to the harbor he guarded by throwing beams across and piling them one upon another in a huge heap. After consummating these arrangements, wishing to produce the appearance of intending to retain possession of the city, he left a few archers as a guard on the walls. The remainder of his troops he led out in good order to the ships. Then, when he was under way, the archers also withdrew by familiar roads, and overtook him in small boats. When the consul Gaius Duilius was caught by a chain stretched across the entrance to the harbor of Syracuse, which he had rashly entered, he assembled all his soldiers into the sterns of the boats, and when the boats were thus tilted up, he propelled them forward with the full force of his oarsmen. Thus, lifted up over the chain, the prows moved forward. When this part of the boats had been carried over, the soldiers returning to the prows depressed these, and the weight thus transferred to them permitted the boats to pass over the chain. When Lysander the Spartan was blockaded in the harbor of the Athenians with his entire fleet, since the ships of the enemy were sunk at the point where the sea flows in through a very narrow entrance, he commanded his men to disembark secretly. Then, placing his ships on wheels, he transported them to the neighboring harbor of Munichia. When Hirtuleius, lieutenant of Quintus Sertorius, was leading a few cohorts up a long narrow road in Spain between two precipitous mountains, and had learned that a large detachment of the enemy was approaching, he had a ditch dug across between the mountains, fenced it with a wooden rampart, set fire to this, and made his escape while the enemy were thus cut off from attacking him. When Gaius Caesar led out his forces against Afranius in the civil war, and had no means of retreating without danger, he had the first and second lines of battle remain in arms just as they were drawn up, while the third secretly applied itself to work in the rear and dug a ditch 15 feet deep, within the line of which the soldiers under the arms withdrew at sunset. Pericles the Athenian, being driven by the Peloponnesians into a place surrounded on all sides by precipitous cliffs, and provided with only 2 outlets, dug a ditch of great breadth on one side, as if to shut out the enemy. On the other side he began to build a road, as if intending to make a sally by this. The besiegers, not supposing that Pericles' army would make its escape by the ditch which he had constructed, massed to oppose him on the side where the road was. But Pericles, spanning the ditch by bridges which he had made ready, extricated his men without interference. Lysimachus, one of the heirs of Alexander's power, having determined on one occasion to pitch his camp on a high hill, was conducted by the inadvertence of his men to a lower one. Fearing that the enemy would attack from above, he dug a triple line of trenches, and encircled those with a rampart. Then, running a single trench around all the tents, he thus fortified the entire camp. Having thus shut off the advance of the enemy, he filled the ditches with earth and leaves, and made his way across them to higher ground. Gaius Fonteius Crassus, when in Spain, having set out with 3,000 men on a foraging expedition, was caught in an awkward position by Hasdrubal. At nightfall, when such a movement was least expected, communicating his plan only to the centurions of the first rank, he burst through the enemy's patrols. Lucius Furius, having led his army into an unfavorable position, determined to conceal his anxiety lest the others take alarm, by gradually changing his course, as though planning to attack the enemy after a wider circuit. He finally reversed back his line of march, and led his army safely back, without their knowing what was going on. When the consul, Cornelius Cossus, had been caught in a disadvantageous position by the enemy in the Samnite War, Publius Decius, tribune of the soldiers, urged him to send a small force to occupy a hill nearby, and volunteered as a leader of those who should be sent. The enemy thus diverted a different quarter, allowed the consul to escape, but surrounded Decius and besieged him. But Decius, extricating himself from the predicament by making a sortie at night, escaped with his men unharmed, and rejoined the consul. Under the consul, Attilius Calatinus, the same thing was done by a man whose name is variously reported. Some say he was Liberius, and some Quintus Sedicius, but most give it as Calpurnius Flamma. This man, seeing that the army had entered a valley, the sides and all commanding parts of which the enemy had occupied, asked and received from the consul 300 soldiers. After exhorting these to save the army by their valor, he hastened to the center of the valley. To crush him and his followers, the enemy descended from all quarters, but being held in check in a long and fierce battle, they thus afforded the consul an opportunity to extricate his army. When the army of the consul Quintus Minucius had marched down into a defile of Liguria, and the memory of the disaster of the Caudine Forks occurred to the minds of all, Minucius ordered the Numidian auxiliaries, who seemed of small amount because of their own wild appearance and the ungainliness of their steeds, to ride up to the mouth of the defile which the enemy held. The enemy were at first on the alert against attack, and threw out patrols. But when the Numidians, in order to inspire still more contempt for themselves, purposely affected to fall from their horses, and to engage in ridiculous antics, the barbarians, breaking the ranks at the novel sight, gave themselves up completely to the enjoyment of the show. When the Numidians noticed this, they gradually drew near, and putting spurs to their horses, dashed through the lightly held line of the enemy. Then they set fire to the fields near by, so that it became necessary for the Ligurians to withdraw to defend their own territory, thereby releasing the Romans shut up at the pass. In the Social War, Lucius Sulla, surprised in a defile near Isernia by the army of the enemy under the command of Duilius, asked for a conference, but was unsuccessful in negotiating terms of peace. Noting, however, that the enemy were careless and off their guard as a result of the truce, he marched forth at night, leaving only a trumpeter, with instructions to create the impression of the army's presence by sounding the watches, and to rejoin him when the fourth watch began. In this way he conducted his troops unharmed to a place of safety, with all their baggage and engines of war. The same Sulla, when fighting in Cappadocia against Archelaus, general of Mithridates, embarrassed by the difficulties of the terrain and the large numbers of the enemy, proposed peace. Then, taking advantage of the opportunity afforded by the truce, which served to divert the watchfulness of his adversary, he slipped out of his hands. Hasdrubal, brother of Hannibal, when unable to make his way out of a defile the entrance of which was held by the enemy, entered into negotiations with Claudius Nero, and promised to withdraw from Spain if allowed to depart. Then, by quibbling over the terms, he dragged out negotiations for several days, during all of which time he was busy sending out his troops in detachments by way of paths so narrow that they were overlooked by the Romans. Finally, he himself easily made his escape with the remainder of who were light armed. When Marcus Crassus had constructed a ditch around the forces of Spartacus, the latter at night filled it with the bodies of prisoners and cattle that he had slain, and thus marched across it. The same Spartacus, when besieged on the slopes of Vesuvius, at the point where the mountain was steepest, and on the account unguarded, plaited ropes of osiers from the woods. Letting himself down by these, he not only made his escape, but by appearing in another quarter, struck such terror into Clodius that several cohorts gave way before a force of only 74 gladiators. The same Spartacus, when enveloped by the troops of the proconsul Publius Varinius, placed stakes at short intervals before the gate of the camp. Then, setting up corpses dressed in clothes and furnished with weapons, he tied these to the stakes to give the appearance of sentries when viewed from a distance. He also lighted fires throughout the whole camp, deceiving the enemy by this empty show. Spartacus by night silently led out his troops. When Brasidas, a general of the Spartans, was surprised near Amphipolis by a host of Athenians who outnumbered him, he allowed himself to be enveloped in order to diminish the density of the enemy's ranks by lengthening the line of besiegers. Then he broke through at the point where the line was most lightly held. Amphicrates, when campaigning in Thrace, having on one occasion pitched his camp on low ground, discovered through scouts that the neighboring hill was held by the enemy, and that from it came down a single road which might be utilized to overwhelm him and his men. Accordingly, he left a few men in camp at night, and commanded them to light a number of fires. Then, leading forth his troops, and ranging them along the sides of the road just mentioned, he suffered the barbarians to pass by. When in this way the disadvantage of the terrain, which he himself suffered, had been turned against them, with part of his army he overwhelmed their rear, while with another part he captured the camp. Darius, in order to deceive the Scythians, left dogs and asses in the camp at his departure. When the enemy heard these barking and braying, they imagined that Darius was still there. To produce a like misconception in the minds of our men, the Ligurians, in various places, tied bullocks to trees with halters. The animals, being thus separated, bellowed incessantly, and produced the impression that the Ligurians were still there. Hanno, when enveloped by the enemy, selected the point in the line best suited for a sortie, and piling up light stuff, set fire to it. Then, when the enemy withdrew to guard the other exits, he marched his men straight through the fire, directing them to protect their faces with their hands, and their legs with their clothing. Hannibal, on one occasion, embarrassed by difficulties of terrain, by lack of supplies, and by the circumstance that Fabius Maximus was heavy on his heels. Accordingly, he tied bundles of lighted faggots to the horns of oxen, and turned the animals loose at night. When the flames spread, fanned by the motion, the panic-stricken oxen ran wildly hither and thither over the mountains, to which they had been driven, illuminating the whole scene. The Romans, who had gathered to witness the sight, at first thought a prodigy had occurred. Then, when scouts reported the facts, Fabius, fearing an ambush, kept his men in camp. Meanwhile, the barbarians marched away, as no one had prevented them. 6. On laying and meeting ambushes while on the march. When Fulvius Nobilior was leading his army from Samnium against the Lucanians, and had learned from deserters that the enemy intended to attack his rearguard, he ordered his bravest legion to go in advance, and the baggage train to follow in the rear. The enemy, regarding the circumstance as a favorable opportunity, began to plunder the baggage. Fulvius then marshaled 5 cohorts of the legion I have mentioned above on the right side of the road, and 5 on the left. Then, when the enemy were intent on plundering Fulvius, deploying his troops on both flanks, enveloped the foe and cut them to pieces. The same nobilior, on one occasion, was hard pressed from the rear by the enemy, as he was on the march. Across his route ran a stream, not so large as to prevent passage, but large enough to cause delay by the swiftness of the current. On the nearer side of this nobilior, placed 1 legion in hiding in order that the enemy, despising his small numbers, might follow more boldly. When this expectation was realized, the legion which had been posted for the purpose attacked the enemy from ambush and destroyed them. When Iphicrates was leading his army in Thrace in a long file on account of the nature of the terrain, and the report was brought to him that the enemy planned to attack his rearguard, he ordered some cohorts to withdraw to both flanks and halt, while the rest were to quicken their pace and flee. But from the complete lines as it passed by, he kept back all the choicest soldiers. Thus, when the enemy were busy with promiscuous pillaging, and in fact were already exhausted while his own men were refreshed and drawn up in order, he attacked and routed the foe and stripped them of their booty. When our army was about to pass through the Latana forest, the Boii cut into the trees at the base, leaving them only a slender support by which to stand until they should be pushed over. Then the Boii hid at the further edge of the woods, and by toppling over the nearest trees caused the fall of those more distant as soon as our men entered the forest. In that way they spread general disaster among the Romans, and destroyed a large force. End of section 3. Recording by Emerson Wells at formulafreak.com.
Section 4 of The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome by Frontinus. Translated by Charles Bennett. The Stratagems, Book 1, Part 4. 7. How to conceal the absence of the things we lack, or to supply substitutes for them. Lucius Caecilius Metellus, lacking ships with which to transport his elephants, fastened together large earthen jars, covered them with planking, and then, loading the elephants on these, ferried them across the Sicilian straits. When Hannibal on one occasion could not force his elephants to ford an especially deep stream, having neither boats nor material of which to construct them, he ordered one of his men to wound the most savage elephant under the ear, and then straightway to swim across the stream and take to his heels. The infuriated elephant, eager to pursue the author of his suffering, swam the stream, and thus set an example for the rest to make the same venture. When the Carthaginian admirals were about to equip their fleet, but lacked broom, they cut off the hair of their women and employed it for making cordage. The Massilians and Rhodians did the same. Marcus Antonius, when a refugee from Mutina, gave his soldiers bark to use as shields. Spartacus and his troops had shields made of osiers and covered with hides. This place, I think, is not inappropriate for recounting that famous deed of Alexander of Macedon, marching along the desert roads of Africa, and suffering in common with his men from most distressing thirst. When some water was brought him in a helmet by a soldier, he poured it out upon the ground in the sight of all, in this way serving his soldiers better by his example of restraint than if he had been able to share the water with the rest. 8. On distracting the attention of the enemy. When Coriolanus was seeking to avenge by war the shame of his own condemnation, he prevented the ravaging of the lands of the patricians, while burning and harrying those of the plebeians, in order to arouse discord, whereby to destroy the harmony of the Romans. When Hannibal had proved no match for Fabius, either in character or in generalship,
In order to smirch him with dishonor, he spared his lands when he ravaged all others. To meet this assault, Fabius transferred the title to his property to the state, thus, by his loftiness of character, preventing his honor from falling under the suspicion of his fellow citizens. In the 5th consulship of Fabius Maximus, the Gauls, Umbrians, Etruscans, and Samnites had formed an alliance against the Roman people. Against these tribes, Fabius first constructed a fortified camp beyond the Apennines in the region of Sentinum. Then he wrote to Fulvius and Postumius, who were guarding the city, directing them to move on Clusium with their forces. When these commanders complied, the Etruscans and Umbrians withdrew to defend their own possessions, while Fabius and his colleague Decius attacked and defeated the remaining forces of Samnites and Gauls. When the Sabines levied a large army, left their own territory, and invaded ours, Manius Curius, by secret routes, set against them a force which ravaged their lands and villages, and set fire to them in diverse places. In order to avert this destruction of their country, the Sabines thereupon withdrew. But Curius succeeded in devastating their country while it was unguarded, in repelling their army without an engagement, and then in slaughtering it piecemeal. Titus Didius at one time lacked confidence because of the small number of his troops, but continued the war in hope of the arrival of certain legions which he was awaiting. On hearing that the enemy planned to attack these legions, he called an assembly of the soldiers and ordered them to get ready for battle, and purposely to exercise a careless supervision over their prisoners. As a result, a few of the latter escaped and reported to their people that battle was imminent. The enemy, to avoid dividing their strength when expecting battle, abandoned their plan of attacking those for whom they were lying in wait, so that the legions arrived without hindrance and in perfect safety at the camp of Didius. In the Punic War, certain cities had resolved to revolt from the Romans to the Carthaginians, but wishing before they revolted to recover the hostages they had given, they pretended that an uprising had broken out among their neighbors, which Roman commissioners ought to come and suppress. When the Romans sent these envoys, the cities detained them as counterpledges and refused to restore them until they themselves recovered their own hostages. After the defeat of the Carthaginians, King Antiochus sheltered Hannibal and utilized his counsel against the Romans. When Roman envoys were sent to Antiochus, they held frequent conferences with Hannibal, and thus caused him to become an object of suspicion to the king, to whom he was otherwise most agreeable and useful, in consequence of his cleverness and experience in war. When Quintus Metellus was waging war against Jugurtha, he bribed the envoys sent him to betray the king into his hands. When the other envoys came, he did the same, and with a third embassy he adopted the same policy. But his efforts to take Jugurtha prisoner met with small success, for Metellus wished the king to be delivered into his hands alive. And yet he accomplished a great deal, for when his letters addressed to the friends of the king were intercepted, the king punished all these men, and being thus deprived of advisers, was unable to secure any friends for the future. Gaius Caesar, on one occasion, caught a soldier who had gone to procure water, and learned from him that Afranius and Petreius planned to break camp that night. In order to hamper the plans of the enemy, and yet not cause alarm to his own troops, Caesar early in the evening gave orders to sound the signal for breaking camp, and commanded mules to be driven past the camp of the enemy with noise and shouting. Thinking that Caesar was breaking camp, his adversaries stayed where they were, precisely as Caesar desired. When on one occasion reinforcements and provisions were on the way to Hannibal, Scipio, wishing to intercept these, sent ahead Minucius Thermus, and arranged to come himself to lend his support. When the Africans were planning to cross over to Sicily in vast numbers in order to attack Dionysius, tyrant of Syracuse, the latter constructed strongholds in many places, and commanded their defenders to surrender them at the coming of the enemy, and then, when they retired, to return secretly to Syracuse. The Africans were forced to occupy the captured strongholds with garrisons, whereupon Dionysius, having reduced the army of his opponents to the scanty number which he desired, and being now approximately on an equality, attacked and defeated them, since he had concentrated his own forces and had separated those of his adversaries. When Agesilaus the Spartan was waging war against Tissaphernes, he pretended to make for Caria, as though likely to fight more advantageously in mountainous districts against an enemy strong in cavalry. When he had advertised this purpose, and had thus drawn Tissaphernes off to Caria, he himself invaded Lydia, where the capital of the enemy's kingdom was situated, and having crushed those in command at that place, he obtained possession of the king's treasure. 9. On quelling a mutiny of soldiers. When the consul, Aulus Manlius, had learned that the soldiers had formed a plot in their winter quarters in Campania to murder their hosts and seize their property, he disseminated the report that they would winter next season in the same place. Having thus postponed the plans of the conspirators, he rescued Campania from peril, and, so soon as occasion offered, inflicted punishment on the guilty. When on one occasion legions of Roman soldiers had broken out in a dangerous mutiny, Lucius Sulla shrewdly restored sanity to the frenzied troops, for he ordered a sudden announcement to be made that the enemy were at hand, bidding a shout to be raised by those summoning the men to arms, and the trumpets to be sounded. Thus the mutiny was broken up by the union of all forces against the foe. When the Senate of Milan had been massacred by Pompey's troops, Pompey, fearing that he might cause a mutiny if he should call out the guilty alone, ordered certain ones who were innocent to come interspersed among the others. In this way the guilty came with less fear, because they had not been singled out, and so did not seem to be sent for in consequence of any wrongdoing, while those whose conscience was clear kept watch on the guilty, lest by the escape of these the innocent should be disgraced. When certain legions of Gaius Caesar mutinied, and in such a way as to seem to threaten even the life of their commander, he concealed his fear, and advancing straight to the soldiers with grim visage, readily granted discharge to those asking it. But these men were no sooner discharged than penitents forced them to apologize to their commander and to pledge themselves to greater loyalty in future enterprises. 10. How to check an unseasonable demand for battle. After Quintus Sertorius had learned by experience that he was by no means a match for the whole Roman army, in order to prove this to the barbarians also, who were rashly demanding battle, he brought into their presence 2 horses, one very strong, the other very feeble. Then he brought up 2 youths of corresponding physique, one robust, the other slight. The stronger youth was commanded to pull out the entire tail of the feeble horse, while the slight youth was commanded to pull out the hairs of the strong horse one by one. Then, when the slight youth had succeeded in his task, while the strong one was still vainly struggling with the tail of the weak horse, Sertorius observed, "By this illustration I have exhibited to you, my men, the nature of the Roman cohorts. They are invincible to him who attacks them in a body, yet he who assails them by groups will tear and rend them." When the same Sertorius saw his men rashly demanding the signal for battle, and thought them in danger of disobeying orders unless they should engage the enemy, he permitted a squadron of cavalry to advance to harass the foe. When these troops became involved in difficulties, he sent others to their relief, and thus rescued all, showing more safely and without injury what would have been the outcome of the battle they had demanded. After that he found his men most amenable. When Agesilaus the Spartan was fighting against the Thebans, and had encamped on the bank of a stream, being aware that the forces of the enemy far outnumbered his own, and wishing therefore to keep his men from the desire of fighting, he announced that he had been bidden by a response of the gods to fight on high ground. Accordingly, posting a small guard on the bank, he withdrew to the hills. The Thebans, interpreting this as a mark of fear, crossed the stream, easily dislodged the defending troops, and following the rest too eagerly, were defeated by a smaller force, owing to the difficulties of the terrain. Scorillo, a chieftain of the Dacians, though he knew that the Romans were torn with the dissension of the civil wars, yet did not think he ought to venture on any enterprise against them, inasmuch as a foreign war might be the means of uniting the citizens in harmony. Accordingly, he pitted 2 dogs in combat before the populace, and when they became engaged in a desperate encounter, exhibited a wolf to them. The dogs straightway abandoned their fury against each other and attacked the wolf. By this illustration, Scorillo kept the barbarians from a movement which could only have benefited the Romans. End of section 4. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 5 of The Stratagems and Aqueducts of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Hand. The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome by Frontinus. Translated by Charles Bennett. The Stratagems, Book 1, Part 5. 11. How to arouse an army's enthusiasm for battle. When the consuls Marcus Fabius and Gnaeus Manlius were warring against the Etruscans, and the soldiers mutinied against fighting, the consuls on their side feigned a policy of delay until the soldiers, wrought upon by the taunts of the enemy, demanded battle and swore to return from it victorious. Fulvius Nobilior, deeming it necessary to fight with a small force against a large army of the Samnites, who were flushed with success, pretended that one legion of the enemy had been bribed by him to turn traitor, and to strengthen belief in this story, he commanded the tribunes, the first ranks, and the centurions to contribute all the ready money they had, or any gold and silver, in order that the price might be paid the traitors at once. He promised that, when victory was achieved, he would give generous presents besides to those who contributed for this purpose. This assurance brought such ardor and confidence to the Romans that they straightway opened battle and won a glorious victory. Gaius Caesar, when about to fight the Germans and their king Ariovistus, at a time when his own men had been thrown into panic, called his soldiers together and declared to the assembly that on that day he proposed to employ the services of the 10th Legion alone. In this way he caused the soldiers of this legion to be stirred by his tribute to their unique heroism, while the rest were overwhelmed with mortification to think that reputation for courage should rest with the others. Quintus Fabius Maximus, since he knew full well that the Romans possessed a spirit of independence which was roused by insult, and since he expected nothing just or reasonable from the Carthaginians, sent envoys to Carthage to inquire about terms of peace. When the envoys brought back proposals full of injustice and arrogance, the army of the Romans was stirred to combat. When Agesilaus, general of the Spartans, had his camp near the allied city of Orchomenos, and learned that very many of his soldiers were depositing their valuables within the fortifications, he commanded the townspeople to receive nothing belonging to his troops, in order that his soldiers might fight with more spirit when they realized that they must fight for all their possessions. Epaminondas, general of the Thebans, on one occasion, when about to engage in battle with the Spartans, acted as follows. In order that his soldiers might not only exercise their strength but also be stirred by their feelings, he announced in an assembly of his men that the Spartans had resolved, in case of victory, to massacre all males, to lead the wives and children of those executed into bondage, and to raze Thebes to the ground. By this announcement, the Thebans were so aroused that they overwhelmed the Spartans at the first onset. When Leotychides, the Spartan admiral, was on the point of fighting a naval battle on the very day when the allies had been victorious, although he was ignorant of the fact, he nevertheless announced that he had received news of the victory of their side in order that in this way he might find his men more resolute for the encounter. When two youths mounted on horseback appeared in the battle which Aulus Postumus fought with the Latins, Postumus roused the drooping spirits of his men by declaring that the strangers were Castor and Pollux. In this way he inspired them to fresh combat. Archidamus, the Spartan, when waging war against the Arcadians, set up weapons in camp and ordered horses to be led around them secretly at night. In the morning, pointing to their tracks, and claiming that Castor and Pollux had ridden through the camp, he convinced his men that the same gods would also lend them aid in the battle itself. On one occasion, when Pericles, general of the Athenians, was about to engage in battle, noticing a grove from which both armies were visible, very dense and dark but unoccupied, and consecrated to Father Pluto, he took a man of enormous stature, made imposing by high buskins, purple robes, and flowing hair, and placed him in the grove, mounted high on a chariot drawn by gleaming white horses. This man was instructed to drive forth, when the signal for battle should be given, to call Pericles by name, and to encourage him by declaring that the gods were lending their aid to the Athenians. As a result, the enemy turned and fled almost before a dart was hurled. Lucius Sulla, in order to make his soldiers readier for combat, pretended that the future was foretold him by the gods. His last act before engaging in battle was to pray, in the sight of his army, to a small image which he had taken from Delphi, entreating it to speed the promised victory. Gaius Marius had a certain wise woman from Syria, from whom he pretended to learn in advance the outcome of battles. Quintus Sertorius, employing barbarian troops who were not amenable to reason, used to take with him through Lusitania a beautiful white deer, and claimed that from it he knew in advance what ought to be done and what avoided. In this way he aimed to induce the barbarians to obey all his commands as though divinely inspired. This sort of stratagem is to be used not merely in cases when we deem those to whom we apply it simple-minded, but much more when the ruse invented is such as might be thought to have been suggested by the gods. Alexander of Macedon, on one occasion, when about to make sacrifice, used a preparation to inscribe certain letters on the hand which the priest was about to place beneath the vitals. These letters indicated that victory was vouchsafed to Alexander. When the steaming liver had received the impress of these characters and had been displayed by the king to the soldiers, the circumstances raised their spirits, since they thought that the god gave them assurance of victory. The soothsayer Sudenes did the same thing when Eumenes was about to engage in battle with the Gauls. Epaminondas, the Theban, in his contest against the Spartans, thinking that the confidence of his troops needed strengthening by an appeal to religious sentiment, removed by night the weapons which were attached to the decorations of the temples, and convinced the soldiers that the gods were attending his march in order to lend their aid in the battle itself. Agesilaus the Spartan on one occasion captured certain Persians. The appearance of these people, when dressed in uniform, inspired great terror. But Agesilaus stripped his prisoners and exhibited them to his soldiers, in order that their delicate white bodies might excite contempt. Galo, tyrant of Syracuse, having undertaken war against the Carthaginians, after taking many prisoners, stripped all the feeblest, especially from among the auxiliaries, who were very swarthy, and exhibited them nude before the eyes of his troops, in order to convince his men that their foes were contemptible. Cyrus, king of the Persians, wishing to rouse the ambition of his men, employed them an entire day in the fatiguing labor of cutting down a certain forest. Then on the following day he gave them a most generous feast, and asked them which they liked better. When they had expressed their preference for the feast, he said, "And yet it is only through the former that we can arrive at the latter, for unless you conquer the Medes, you cannot be free and happy." In this way he roused them to the desire for combat. Lucius Sulla, in the campaign against Archelaus, general of Mithridates, found his troops somewhat disinclined for battle at the Piraeus. But by imposing tiresome tasks upon his men, he brought them to the point where they demanded the signal for battle of their own accord. Fabius Maximus, fearing that his troops would fight less resolutely in consequence of their reliance on their ships to which it was possible to retreat, ordered the ships to be set on fire before the battle began. 12. On dispelling the fears inspired in soldiers by adverse omens. Scipio, having transported his army from Italy to Africa, stumbled as he was disembarking. When he saw the soldiers struck aghast at this, by his steadiness and loftiness of spirit, he converted their cause of concern into one of encouragement by saying, "Congratulate me, my men, I have hit Africa hard." Gaius Caesar, having slipped as he was about to embark on ship, exclaimed, "I hold thee fast, Mother Earth." By this interpretation of the incident, he made it seem that he was destined to come back to the lands from which he was setting out. When the consul Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus was engaged in battle with the Pisantines, a sudden earthquake threw both sides into panic. Thereupon, Gracchus put new strength and courage into his men by urging them to attack the enemy while the latter were overwhelmed with superstitious awe. Thus he fell upon them and defeated them. Sertorius, when by a sudden prodigy the outsides of the shields of his cavalrymen and the breasts of their horses showed marks of blood, interpreted this as a mark of victory, since those were the parts which were wont to be spattered with the blood of the enemy. Epaminondas, the Theban, when his soldiers were depressed because the decoration hanging from his spear like a fillet had been torn away by the wind and carried to the tomb of a certain Spartan, said, "Do not be concerned, comrades. Destruction is foretold for the Spartans. Tombs are not decorated except for funerals." The same Epaminondas, when a meteor fell from the sky by night and struck terror to the hearts of those who noticed it, exclaimed, "It is a light sent us from the powers above." When the same Epaminondas was about to open battle against the Spartans, the chair on which he had sat down gave way beneath him, whereat all the soldiers, greatly troubled, interpreted this as an unlucky omen. But Epaminondas exclaimed, "Not at all, we are simply forbidden to sit." Gaius Sulpicius Gallus not only announced an approaching eclipse of the moon in order to prevent the soldiers from taking it as a prodigy, but also gave the reasons and causes of the eclipse. When Agathocles, the Syracusan, was fighting against the Carthaginians, and his soldiers on the eve of battle were thrown into panic by a similar eclipse of the moon, which they interpreted as a prodigy, he explained the reason why this happened and showed them that whatever it was, it had to do with nature and not with their own purposes. Pericles, when a thunderbolt struck his camp and terrified his soldiers, calling an assembly, struck fire by knocking 2 stones together in the sight of all his men. He thus allayed their panic by explaining that the thunderbolt was similarly produced by the contact of the clouds. When Timotheus, the Athenian, was about to contend against the Corcyraeans in a naval battle, his pilot, hearing one of the rowers sneeze, started to give the signal for retreat just as the fleet was setting out. Whereupon Timotheus exclaimed, "Do you think it strange if one out of so many thousands has a chill?" As Chabrias the Athenian was about to fight a naval battle, a thunderbolt fell directly across the path of his ship. When the soldiers were filled with dismay at such a portent, he said, "Now is the very time to begin battle, when Jupiter, mightiest of the gods, reveals that his power is present with our fleet." End of section 5.
Section 6 of the Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark DeSanzo. The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome by Frontinus. Translated by Charles Bennett. The Stratagems, Book 2, Part 1. Having in Book 1 given classes of examples which, as I believe, will suffice to instruct a general in those matters which are to be attended to before beginning battle, I will next in order present examples which will bear on those things that are usually done in the battle itself, and then those that come subsequent to the engagement. Of those which concern the battle itself, there are the following classes: 1. On choosing the time for battle. 2. On choosing the place for battle. 3. On the disposition of troops for battle. 4. On creating panic in the enemy's ranks. 5. On ambushes. 6. On letting the enemy escape, lest brought to bay he renew the battle in desperation. 7. On concealing reverses. 8. On restoring morale by firmness. Of the matters which deserve attention after battle, I consider that there are the following classes: 9. On bringing the war to a close after a successful engagement. 10. On repairing one's losses after a reverse. 11. On ensuring the loyalty of those whom one mistrusts. 12. What to do for the defense of a camp in case a commander lacks confidence in his present forces. 13. On retreating. 1. On choosing the time for battle. When Publius Scipio was in Spain and had learned that Hasdrubal, leader of the Carthaginians, had marched out and drawn up his troops in battle array early in the morning before they had had breakfast, he kept back his own men till 1 o'clock, having ordered them to rest and eat. When the enemy, exhausted with hunger, thirst, and waiting under arms, had begun to return to camp, Scipio suddenly led forth his troops, opened battle, and won the day. When Metellus Pius was waging war against Hertulius in Spain, and the latter had drawn up his troops immediately after daybreak and marched them against Metellus's entrenchments, Metellus held his own forces in camp till noon, as the weather at that time of year was extremely hot. Then, when the enemy were overcome by the heat, he easily defeated them, since his own men were fresh and their strength unimpaired. When the same Metellus had joined forces with Pompey against Sertorius in Spain, and had repeatedly offered battle, The enemy declined combat, deeming himself unequal to two. Later on, however, Metellus, noticing that the soldiers of the enemy, fired with great enthusiasm, were calling for battle, bearing their arms and brandishing their spears, thought it best to retreat betimes before their ardor. Accordingly he withdrew and caused Pompey to do the same. When Postumius was in Sicily in his consulate, his camp was 3 miles distant from the Carthaginians. Every day the Punic chieftains drew up their lines of battle directly in front of the fortifications of the Romans, while Postumius offered resistance by way of constant skirmishes, conducted by a small band before his entrenchments. As soon as the Carthaginian commander came to regard this as a matter of course, Postumius quietly made ready all the rest of his troops within the ramparts, meeting the assault of the foe with a few, according to his former practice, but keeping them engaged longer than usual. When afternoon was past, they were retreating, weary and suffering from hunger. Postumius, with fresh troops, put them to rout, exhausted as they were by the aforementioned embarrassments. Epicrates the Athenian, having discovered that the enemy regularly ate at the same hour, commanded his own troops to eat at an earlier hour, and then led them out to battle. When the enemy came forth, he so detained them as to afford them no opportunity either of fighting or of withdrawing. Then, as the day drew to a close, he led his troops back, but nevertheless held them under arms. The enemy, exhausted both by standing in the line and by hunger, straightway hurried off to rest and eat, whereupon Epicrates again led forth his troops, and finding the enemy disorganized, attacked their camp. When the same Epicrates had his camp for several days near the Lacedaemonians, and each side was in the habit of going forth at a regular hour for forage and wood, he one day sent out slaves and camp followers in the dress of soldiers for this service, holding back his fighting men. And as soon as the enemy had dispersed on similar errands, he captured their camp. Then, as they came running back from all quarters to the melee, unarmed and carrying their bundles, he easily slew or captured them. When the consul Virginius, in the war with the Volscians, saw the enemy run forward at full stretch from a distance, he commanded his own men to keep steady and hold their javelins at rest. Then, when the enemy were out of breath, while his own army was still strong and fresh, he attacked and routed them. Since Fabius Maximus was well aware that the Gauls and Samnites were strong in the initial attack, while the tireless spirits of his own men actually waxed hotter as the struggle continued, he commanded his soldiers to rest, content with holding the foe at the first encounter, and to wear them out by delay. When this succeeded, bringing up reinforcements to his men in the van and attacking with his full strength, he crushed and routed the enemy. At Chaeronea, Philip purposely prolonged the engagement, mindful that his own soldiers were seasoned by long experience, while the Athenians were ardent but untrained and impetuous only in the charge. Then, as the Athenians began to grow weary, Philip attacked more furiously and cut them down. When the Spartans learned from scouts that the Messenians had broken out into such fury that they had come down to battle attended by their wives and children, they postponed the engagement. In the civil war, when Gaius Caesar held the army of Afranius and Petreius besieged and suffering from thirst, and when their troops, infuriated because of this, had slain all their beasts of burden and come out for battle, Caesar held back his own soldiers, deeming the occasion ill-suited for an engagement, since his opponents were so inflamed with wrath and desperation. Gnaeus Pompey, desiring to check the flight of Mithridates and force him to battle, chose night as the time for the encounter, arranging to block his march as he withdrew. Having made his preparations accordingly, he suddenly forced his enemy to fight. In addition to this, he so drew up his force that the moonlight falling in the faces of the Pontic soldiers blinded their eyes, while it gave his own troops a distinct and clear view of the enemy. It is well known that Jugurtha, aware of the courage of the Romans, was always wont to engage in battle as the day was drawing to a close, so that, in case his men were routed, they might have the advantage of night for getting away. At Tigranocerta in Greater Armenia, Lucullus, in the campaign against Mithridates and Tigranes, did not have above 15,000 armed men, while the enemy had an innumerable host, which for this very reason was unwieldy. Taking advantage, accordingly, of this handicap of the foe, Lucullus attacked their line before it was in order, and straightway routed it so completely that even the kings themselves discarded their trappings and fled. In the campaign against the Pannonians, when the barbarians in warlike mood had formed for battle at the very break of day, Tiberius Nero held back his own troops and allowed the enemy to be hampered by the fog and be drenched with the showers, which happened to be frequent that day. Then, when he noticed they were weary with standing and faint not only from exposure but also from exhaustion, he gave the signal, attacked, and defeated them. Gaius Caesar, when in Gaul, learned that it was a principle and almost a law with Ariovistus, king of the Germans, not to fight when the moon was waning. Caesar therefore chose that time above all others for engaging in battle, when the enemy were embarrassed by this superstition, and so conquered them. The deified Vespasian Augustus attacked the Jews on their Sabbath, a day on which it is sinful for them to do any business, and so defeated them. When Lysander the Spartan was fighting against the Athenians at Agopistami, he began by attacking the vessels of the Athenians at a regular hour and then calling off his fleet. After this had become an established procedure, as the Athenians on one occasion after his withdrawal were dispersing to collect their troops, he deployed his fleet as usual and withdrew it. Then, when most of the enemy had scattered according to their wont, he attacked and slew the rest, and captured all their vessels. 2. On choosing the place for battle. Manius Curius, observing that the phalanx of King Pyrrhus could not be resisted when in extended order, took pains to fight in confined quarters, where the phalanx, being massed together, would embarrass itself. In Cappadocia, Gnaeus Pompey chose a lofty site for his camp. As a result, the elevation so assisted the onset of his troops that he easily overcame Mithridates by the sheer weight of his assault. When Gaius Caesar was about to contend with Pharnaces, son of Mithridates, he drew up his line of battle on a hill. This move made victory easy for him, since the darts, hurled from higher ground against the barbarians charging from below, straightway put them to flight. When Lucullus was planning to fight Mithridates and Tigranes at Tigranocerta in Greater Armenia, he himself swiftly gained the level top of the nearest hill with a part of his troops, and then rushed down upon the enemy posted below, at the same time attacking their cavalry on the flank. When the cavalry broke and straightway threw the infantry into confusion, Lucullus followed after them and gained a most notable victory. Ventidius, when fighting against the Parthians, would not lead out his soldiers until the Parthians were within 500 paces. Thus, by a rapid advance, he came so near them that, meeting them at close quarters, he escaped their arrows, which they shoot from a distance. By this scheme, since he exhibited a certain show of confidence, he quickly subdued the barbarians. At Numistro, when Hannibal was expecting a battle with Marcellus, he secured a position where his flank was protected by hollows and precipitous roads. By thus making the ground serve as a defense, he won a victory over a most renowned commander. Again, at Cani, when Hannibal learned that the Volturnus River, at variance with the nature of other streams, sent out high winds in the morning, which carried swirling sand and dust, he so marshaled his line of battle that the entire fury of the elements fell on the rear of his own troops, but struck the Romans in the face and eyes. Since this difficulty was a serious obstacle to the enemy, he won that memorable victory. After Marius had settled on a day for fighting the Cimbrians and Teutons, he fortified his soldiers with food and stationed them in front of his camp, in order that the army of the enemy might be exhausted by marching over the interval between the opposing armies. Then, when the enemy were thus used up, he confronted them with another embarrassment by so arranging his own line of battle that the barbarians were caught with the sun and wind and dust in their faces. When Cleomenes the Spartan, in his battle against Hippias the Athenian, found that the latter's main strength lay in his cavalry, he thereupon felled trees and cluttered the battlefield with them, thus making it impassable for cavalry. The Iberians in Africa, upon encountering a great multitude of foes, and fearing that they would be surrounded, drew near a river which at that point flowed along between deep banks. Thus, defended by the river in the rear, and enabled by their superior prowess to make frequent onsets upon those nearest them, they routed the entire host of their adversaries. Xanthippus the Spartan, by merely changing the locality of operations, completely altered the fortunes of the Punic War, For when, summoned as a mercenary by the despairing Carthaginians, he had noticed that the Africans, who were superior in cavalry and elephants, kept to the hills, while the Romans, whose strength was in their infantry, held to the plains, he brought the Carthaginians down to level ground, where he broke the ranks of the Romans with the elephants. Then, pursuing their scattered troops with Numidians, he routed their army, which till that day had been victorious on land and sea. Epaminondas, leader of the Thebans, when about to marshal his troops in battle array against the Spartans, ordered his cavalry to engage in maneuvers along the front. Then, when he had filled the eyes of the enemy with clouds of dust, and had caused them to expect an encounter with cavalry, he led his infantry around to one side, where it was possible to attack the enemy's rear from higher ground, and thus, by a surprise attack, cut them to pieces. Against a countless horde of Persians, 300 Spartans seized and held the pass of Thermopylae, which was capable of admitting only a like number of hand-to-hand opponents. In consequence, the Spartans became numerically equal to the barbarians so far as opportunity for fighting was concerned, and being superior to them in valor, slew large numbers of them. Nor would they have been overcome had not the enemy been led around to the rear by the traitor Ephialtes the Trachinian, and thus been enabled to overwhelm them. Themistocles, leader of the Athenians, saw that it was most advantageous for Greece to fight in the straits of Salamis against the vast number of Xerxes' vessels, but he was unable to persuade his fellow Athenians of this. He therefore employed a stratagem to make the barbarians force the Greeks to do what was advantageous for the latter. For under pretense of turning traitor, he sent a messenger to Xerxes to inform him that the Greeks were planning flight, and that the situation would be more difficult for the king if he should besiege each city separately. By this policy, in the first place, he caused the host of the barbarians to be kept on the alert doing guard duty all night. In the second place, he made it possible for his own followers, the next morning with strength unimpaired, to encounter the barbarians all exhausted with watching, and, precisely as he had wished, in a confined place, where Xerxes could not utilize his superiority in numbers. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark DeSanzo. The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome by Frontinus. Translated by Charles Bennett. The Stratagems, Book 2, Part 2. 3. On the Disposition of Troops for Battle. Gnaeus Scipio, when campaigning in Spain against Hanno near the town of Indibile, noted that the Carthaginian line of battle was drawn up with the Spaniards posted on the right wing, sturdy soldiers to be sure, but fighting for others, while on the left were the less powerful but more resolute Africans. He accordingly drew back his own left wing, and keeping his battle line at an angle with the enemy, engaged the enemy with his right wing, which he had formed of his sturdiest soldiers. Then, routing the Africans and putting them to flight, he easily forced the surrender of the Spaniards, who had stood apart after the manner of spectators. When Philip, king of the Macedonians, was waging war against the Hellenes, he noticed that the front of the enemy consisted entirely of men picked from the whole army, while their flanks were weaker. Accordingly, he placed the stoutest of his own men on the right wing, attacked the enemy's left, and by throwing their whole line into confusion, won a complete victory. Pamenes the Theban, having observed the battle line of the Persians, where the most powerful troops were posted on the right wing, drew up his own men also on the same plan, putting all his cavalry and the bravest of his infantry on the right wing, but stationing opposite the bravest of the enemy his own weakest troops, whom he directed to flee at the first onset of the foe, and to retreat to rough wooded places. When in this way he had made the enemy's strength of no effect, he himself, with the best part of his own forces, enveloped the whole array of the enemy with his right wing, and put them to rout. Publius Cornelius Scipio, who subsequently received the name Africanus, on one occasion, when waging war in Spain against Hasdrubal, leader of the Carthaginians, led out his troops day after day in such formation that the center of his battle line was composed of his best fighting men. But when the enemy also regularly came out marshaled on the same plan, Scipio, on the day when he had determined to fight, altered the scheme of his arrangement and stationed his strongest troops on the wings, having his light-armed troops in the center, but slightly behind the line. Thus, by attacking the enemy's weakest point in crescent formation from the flank, where he himself was strongest, he easily routed them. Metellus, in the battle in which he vanquished Hertilius in Spain, had discovered that the battalions of Hertilius, which were deemed strongest, were posted in the center. Accordingly, he drew back the center of his own troops to avoid encountering the enemy at that part of the line, until by an enveloping movement of his wings he could surround their center from all sides. Artaxerxes, having superior numbers in his campaign against the Greeks, who had invaded Persia, drew up his line of battle with a wider front than the enemy, placing infantry, cavalry, and light-armed troops on the wings. Then, by purposely causing the center to advance more slowly, he enveloped the enemy troops and cut them to pieces. On the other hand, at Cannae, Hannibal, having drawn back his flanks and advanced his center, drove back our troops at the first assault. Then, when the fighting began, and the flanks gradually worked towards each other, moving forward according to instructions, Hannibal enveloped within his own lines the impetuously attacking enemy, forced them towards the center from both sides, and cut them to pieces, using veteran troops of long training. For hardly anything but a trained army, responsive to every direction, can carry out this sort of tactics. In the Second Punic War, when Hasdrubal was seeking to avoid the necessity of an engagement, and had drawn up his line on a rough hillside behind protective works, Livius Salinator and Claudius Nero diverted their own forces to the flanks, leaving their center vacant. Having in this way enveloped Hasdrubal, they attacked and defeated him. After Hannibal had been defeated in frequent battles by Claudius Marcellus, he finally laid out his camp on this plan. Protected by mountains, marshes, or similar advantages of terrain, he so posted his troops as to be able to withdraw his army, practically without loss, within his fortifications in case the Romans won, but so as to have free option of pursuit in case they gave way. Xanthippus, the Spartan, in the campaign conducted in Africa against Marcus Attilius Regulus, placed his light-armed troops in the front line, holding the flower of his army in reserve. Then he directed the auxiliary troops, after hurling their javelins, to give way before the enemy, withdraw within the ranks of their fellow soldiers, hurry to the flanks, and from there again rush forward to attack. Thus, when the enemy had been met by the stronger troops, they were enveloped also by these light-armed forces. Sertorius employed the same tactics in Spain in the campaign against Pompey. Cleandridas the Spartan, when fighting against the Lucanians, drew up his troops in close array so as to present the appearance of a much smaller army. Then, when the enemy had thus been put off their guard, at the moment the engagement began, he opened up his ranks, enveloped the enemy on the flank, and put them to rout. Gastron, the Spartan, having come to assist the Egyptians against the Persians, and realizing that the Greek soldiers were more powerful and more dreaded by the Persians, interchanged the arms of the two contingents, placing the Greeks in the front line. When these merely held their own in the encounter, he sent in the Egyptians as reinforcements. Although the Persians had proved equal to the Greeks, deeming them Egyptians, they gave way, so soon as they were set upon by a multitude, of whom, as supposedly consisting of Greeks, they had stood in terror. When Gnaeus Pompey was fighting in Albania, and the enemy were superior in numbers and in cavalry, he directed his infantry to cover their helmets in order to avoid being visible in consequence of the reflection, and to take their place in a defile by a hill. Then he commanded his cavalry to advance on the plain and to act as a screen to the infantry, but to withdraw at the first onset of the enemy, and as soon as they had reached the infantry, to disperse to the flanks. When this maneuver had been executed, suddenly the force of infantry rose up, revealing its position, and pouring with unexpected attack upon the enemy who were heedlessly bent on pursuit, thus cut them to pieces. When Mark Antony was engaged in battle with the Parthians, and these were showering his army with innumerable arrows, he ordered his men to stop and form a testudo. The arrows passed over this without harm to the soldiers, and the enemy's supply was soon exhausted. When Hannibal was contending against Scipio in Africa, having an army of Carthaginians and auxiliaries, part of whom were not only different nationalities but actually consisted of Italians, he placed 80 elephants in the forefront to throw the enemy into confusion. Behind these he stationed auxiliary Gauls, Ligurians, Belerians, and Moors, that these might be unable to run away, since the Carthaginians were standing behind them, and in order that, being placed in front, they might at least harass the enemy, if not do him damage. In the second line he placed his own countrymen and the Macedonians, to be fresh to meet the exhausted Romans, and in the rear the Italians, whose loyalty he distrusted and whose indifference he feared, inasmuch as he had dragged most of them from Italy against their will. Against this formation Scipio drew up the flower of his legions in 3 successive front lines, arranged according to Hastati, Principes, and Triari, not making the cohorts touch, but leaving a space between the detached companies through which the elephants driven by the enemy might easily be allowed to pass without throwing the ranks into confusion. These intervals he filled with light-armed skirmishers, that the line might show no gaps, giving them instructions to withdraw to the rear or the flanks at the first onset of the elephants. The cavalry he distributed on the flanks, placing Lilius in charge of the Roman horsemen on the right, and Massinissa in charge of the Numidians on the left. This shrewd scheme of arrangement was undoubtedly the cause of his victory. In the battle against Lucius Sulla, Archelaus placed his scythe-bearing chariots in front for the purpose of throwing the enemy into confusion. In the second line he posted the Macedonian phalanx, and in the third line auxiliaries armed after the Roman way, with a sprinkling of Italian runaway slaves, in whose doggedness he had the greatest confidence. In the last line he stationed the light-armed troops, while on the 2 flanks, for the purpose of enveloping the enemy, he placed the cavalry, of whom he had a great number. To meet these dispositions, Sulla constructed trenches of great breadth on each flank, and at their ends built strong redoubts. By this device he avoided the danger of being enveloped by the enemy, who outnumbered him in infantry and especially in cavalry. Next he arranged a triple line of infantry, leaving intervals through which to send, according to need, the light-armed troops and the cavalry, which he placed in the rear. He then commanded the post-Signani, who were in the second line, to drive firmly into the ground large numbers of stakes set close together, and as the chariots drew near, he withdrew the line of anti-Signani within these stakes. Then at length he ordered the skirmishers and light-armed troops to raise a general battle cry and discharge their spears. By these tactics either the chariots of the enemy were caught among the stakes, or their drivers became panic-stricken at the din and were driven by the javelins back upon their own men, throwing the formation of the Macedonians into confusion. As these gave way, Sulla pressed forward, and Archelaus met him with cavalry, whereupon the Roman horsemen suddenly darted forth, drove back the enemy, and achieved victory. In the same way Gaius Caesar met the scythe-bearing chariots of the Gauls with stakes driven in the ground, and kept them in check. At Arbela, Alexander, fearing the numbers of the enemy, yet confident in the valor of his own troops, drew up a line of battle facing in all directions, in order that his men, if surrounded, might be able to fight from all sides. When Perseus, king of the Macedonians, had drawn up a double phalanx of his own troops and had placed them in the center of his forces, with light-armed troops on each side and cavalry on both flanks, Paulus in the battle against him drew up a triple array in wedge formation, sending out skirmishers every now and then between the wedges. Seeing nothing accomplished by these tactics, he determined to retreat, in order by this feint to lure the enemy after him onto rough ground, which he had selected with this in view. When even then the enemy, suspecting his ruse and retiring, followed in good order, he commanded the cavalry on the left wing to ride at full speed past the front of the phalanx, covering themselves with their shields, in order that the points of the enemy's spears might be broken by the shock of their encounter with the shields. When the Macedonians were deprived of their spears, they broke and fled. Pyrrhus, when fighting in defense of the Tarentines near Asculum, following the Homeric verse, according to which the poorest troops are placed in the center, stationed Samnites and Epirotes on the right flank, Bruttians, Lucanians, and Salentines on the left, with the Tarentines in the center, ordering the cavalry and elephants to be held as reserves. The consuls, on the other hand, very judiciously distributed their cavalry on the wings, posting legionary soldiers in the first line and in reserve, with auxiliary troops scattered among them. We are informed that there were 40,000 men on each side. Half of Pyrrhus's army was lost. On the Roman side, only 5,000. In the battle against Caesar at Old Pharsalus, Gnaeus Pompey drew up 3 lines of battle, each one 10 men deep, stationing on the wings and in the center the legions upon whose prowess he could most safely rely, and filling the spaces between these with raw recruits. On the right flank he placed 600 horsemen along the Enopeus River, which with its channel and deposits had made the locality impassable. The rest of the cavalry he stationed on the left, together with the auxiliary troops, that from this quarter he might envelop the troops of Caesar. Against these dispositions, Gaius Caesar also drew up a triple line, placing his legions in front and resting his left flank on marshes in order to avoid envelopment. On the right he placed his cavalry, among whom he distributed the fleetest of his foot soldiers, men trained in cavalry fighting. Then he held in reserve 6 cohorts for emergencies, placing them obliquely on the right, from which quarter he was expecting an attack of the enemy's cavalry. No circumstance contributed more than this to Caesar's victory on that day, for as soon as Pompey's cavalry poured forth, these cohorts routed it by an unexpected onset and delivered it up to the rest of the troops for slaughter. The emperor Caesar Augustus Germanicus, when the Chatti, by fleeing into the forests, again and again interfered with the course of a cavalry engagement, commanded his men, as soon as they should reach the enemy's baggage train, to dismount and fight on foot. By this means he made sure that his success should not be blocked by any difficulties of terrain. When Gaius Duilius saw that his own heavy ships were eluded by the mobile fleet of the Carthaginians, and that the valor of his soldiers was thus brought to naught, he devised a kind of grappling hook. When this caught hold of an enemy ship, the Romans, laying gangways over the bulwarks, went on board and slew the enemy in hand-to-hand combat on their own vessels. 4. On creating panic in the enemy's ranks. When Papirius Cursor, the son, in his consulship failed to win any advantage in his battle against the stubbornly resisting Samnites, he gave no intimation of his purpose to his men, but commanded Spurius Nautius to arrange to have a few auxiliary horsemen and grooms, mounted on mules and trailing branches over the ground, race down in great commotion from a hill running at an angle with the field. As soon as these came in sight, he proclaimed that his colleague was at hand, crowned with victory, and urged his men to secure for themselves the glory of the present battle before he should arrive. At this the Romans rushed forward, kindling with confidence, while the enemy, disheartened at the sight of the dust, turned and fled. Fabius Rullus Maximus, when in Samnium in his 4th consulship, having vainly essayed in every way to break through the line of the enemy, finally withdrew the Hastati from the ranks and sent them round with his lieutenant Scipio, under instructions to seize a hill from which they could rush down upon the rear of the enemy. When this had been done, the courage of the Romans rose, and the Samnites, fleeing in terror, were cut to pieces. The general Minucius Rufus, hard pressed by the Scordiscans and the Dacians, for whom he was no match in numbers, sent his brother and a small squadron of cavalry on ahead, along with a detachment of trumpeters, directing him, as soon as he should see the battle begin, to show himself suddenly from the opposite quarter, and to order the trumpeters to blow their horns. Then, when the hilltops re-echoed with sound, the impression of a huge multitude was borne in upon the enemy, who fled in terror. The consul Achillius Glabrio, when confronted by the army of King Antiochus, which the latter had drawn up in front of the pass of Thermopylae in Greece, was not only hampered by the difficulties of terrain, but would have been repulsed with loss besides, had not Porcius Cato prevented this. Cato, although an ex-consul, was in the army as a tribune of the soldiers, elected to this office by the people. Having been sent by Glabrio to make a detour, he dislodged the Aetolians, who were guarding the crest of Mount Calidrimus, and then suddenly appeared from the rear on the summit of a hill commanding the camp of the king. The forces of Antiochus were thus thrown into panic, whereupon the Romans attacked them from front and rear, repulsed and scattered the enemy, and captured their camp. The consul Gaius Sulpicius Pedicus, when about to fight against the Gauls, ordered certain muleteers secretly to withdraw with their mules to the hills nearby, and then, after the engagement began, to exhibit themselves repeatedly to the combatants, as though mounted on horses. The Gauls, therefore, imagining that reinforcements were coming, fell back before the Romans, though already almost victorious. At Aquae Sextiae, Marius, purposing to fight a decisive battle with the Teutons on the morrow, sent Marcellus by night with a small detachment of horse and foot to the rear of the enemy, and, to complete the illusion of a large force, ordered armed grooms and camp followers to go along with them, and also a large part of the pack animals wearing saddle-cloths, in order by this means to present the appearance of cavalry. He commanded these men to fall upon the enemy from the rear, as soon as they should notice that the engagement had begun. This scheme struck such terror in the enemy that despite their great ferocity they turned and fled. Licinius Crassus in the slave war, when about to lead forth his troops at Camelatrum against Castus and Canicus, the leaders of the Gauls, sent 12 cohorts around behind the mountain with Gaius Pomptinius and Quintus Marcius Rufus, his lieutenants. When the engagement began, these troops, raising a shout, poured down from the mountain in the rear, and so routed the enemy that they fled in all directions with no attempt at battle. Marcus Marcellus, on one occasion, fearing that a feeble battle cry would reveal the small number of his forces, commanded that sutlers, servants, and camp followers of every sort should join in the cry. He thus threw the enemy into panic by giving the appearance of having a large army. Valerius Livinus, in the battle against Pyrrhus, killed a common soldier and, holding up his dripping sword, made both armies believe that Pyrrhus had been slain. The enemy, therefore, panic-stricken at the falsehood, and thinking that they had been rendered helpless by the death of their commander, betook themselves in terror back to camp. In his struggle against Gaius Marius in Numidia, Jugurtha, having acquired facility in the use of the Latin language as a result of his early association with Roman camps, ran forward to the front of the line and shouted that he had slain Gaius Marius, thus causing many of our men to flee. Myronides, the Athenian, in an indecisive battle which he was waging against the Thebans, suddenly darted forward to the right flank of his own troops and shouted that he had already won victory on the left. Thus, by inspiring courage in his own men and fear in the enemy, he gained the day. Against overwhelming forces of the enemy's cavalry, Croesus once opposed a troop of camels. At the strange appearance and smell of these beasts, the horses were thrown into panic, and not merely threw their riders, but also trampled the ranks of their own infantry underfoot, thus delivering them into the hands of the enemy to defeat. Pyrrhus, king of the Epirotes, fighting on behalf of the Tarentines against the Romans, employed elephants in the same way, in order to throw the Roman army into confusion. The Carthaginians also often did the same thing in their battles against the Romans. The Volscians, having on one occasion pitched their camp near some brush and woods, Camillus set fire to everything which would carry the conflagration up to their entrenchments, and thus deprived his adversaries of their camp. In the same way, Publius Crassus in the Social War narrowly escaped being cut off with all his forces. The Spaniards, when fighting against Hamilcar, hitched steers to carts and placed them in the front line. These carts they filled with pitch, tallow, and sulfur, and when the signal for battle was given, set them afire. Then, driving the steers against the enemy, they threw the line into panic and broke through. The Faliscans and Tarquinians disguised a number of men as priests, and had them hold torches and snakes in front of them, like furies. Thus they threw the army of the Romans into panic. On one occasion the men of Veii and Fidenae snatched up torches and did the same thing. When Atheus, king of the Scythians, was contending against the more numerous tribe of the Triballi, he commanded that herds of asses and cattle should be brought up in the rear of the enemy's forces by women, children, and all the non-combatant population, and that spears, held aloft, should be carried in front of these. Then he spread abroad the rumor that reinforcements were coming to him from the more distant Scythian tribes. By this declaration he forced the enemy to withdraw. End of Section 7.
Section 8 of The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome by Frontinus. Translated by Charles Bennett. The Stratagems. Book 2, Part 3. On Ambushes. Romulus, when he had drawn near to Fidenae, distributed a portion of his troops in ambush, and pretended to flee. When the enemy recklessly followed, he led them on to the point where he was holding his men in hiding, whereupon the latter, attacking from all sides, and taking the enemy off their guard, cut them to pieces in their onward rush. The consul Quintus Fabius Maximus, having been sent to aid the Sutrians against the Etruscans, caused the full brunt of the enemy's attack to fall upon himself. Then, feigning fear, he retired to higher ground, as though in retreat, and when the enemy rushed upon him pell-mell he attacked, and not merely defeated them in battle, but captured their camp. Sempronius Gracchus, when waging war against the Celtiberians, feigned fear and kept his army in camp. Then, by sending out light-armed troops to harass the enemy and retreat forthwith, he caused the enemy to come out, whereupon he attacked them before they could form, and crushed them so completely that he also captured their camp. When the consul Lucius Metellus was waging war in Sicily against Hasdrubal, and with all the more alertness because of Hasdrubal's immense army and his 130 elephants, he withdrew his troops under pretence of fear inside Panormus, and constructed in front a trench of huge proportions. Then, observing Hasdrubal's army with the elephants in the front rank, he ordered the Hastati to hurl their javelins at the beasts, and straightway to retire within their defences. The drivers of the elephants, enraged at such derisive treatment, drove the elephants straight towards the trench. As soon as the beasts were brought up to this, part were dispatched by a shower of darts, part were driven back to their own side, and threw the entire host into confusion. Then Metellus, who was biding his time, burst forth with his whole force, attacked the Carthaginians on the flank, and cut them to pieces. Besides this, he captured the elephants themselves. When Tamaris, queen of the Scythians, and Cyrus, king of the Persians, became engaged in an indecisive combat, the queen, feigning fear, lured Cyrus into a defile well known to her own troops, and there, suddenly facing about, and aided by the nature of the locality, won a complete victory. The Egyptians, when about to engage in battle on a plain near a marsh, covered the marsh with seaweed, and then, when the battle began, feigning flight, drew the enemy into a trap, for the latter, while advancing too swiftly over the unfamiliar ground, were caught in the mire and surrounded. Viriathus, who from being a bandit became leader of the Celtiberians, on one occasion, while pretending to give way before the Roman cavalry, led them on to a place full of deep holes. There, while he himself made his way out by familiar paths that afforded good footing, the Romans, ignorant of the locality, sank in the mire and were slain. Fulvius, commander in the Cimbrian war, having pitched his camp near the enemy, ordered his cavalry to approach the fortifications of the barbarians, and to withdraw in pretended flight, after making an attack. When he had done this for several days, with the Cimbrians in hot pursuit, he noticed that their camp was regularly left exposed. Accordingly, Maintaining his usual practice with part of his force, he himself, with light armed troops, secretly took a position behind the camp of the enemy, and as they poured forth according to their custom, he suddenly attacked and demolished the unguarded rampart and captured their camp. Gnaeus Fulvius, when a force of Faliscans far superior to ours had encamped on our territory, had his soldiers set fire to certain buildings at a distance from the camp, in order that the Faliscans, thinking their own men had done this, might scatter in hope of plunder. Alexander the Epirote, when waging war against the Illyrians, first placed a force in ambush and then dressed up some of his own men in Illyrian garb, ordering them to lay waste his own, that is to say, Epirote territory. When the Illyrians saw that this was being done, they themselves began to pillage right and left, the more confidently since they thought that those who led the way were scouts. But when they had been designedly brought by the latter into a disadvantageous position, they were routed and killed. Leptines, the Syracusan, also, when waging war against the Carthaginians, ordered his own lands to be laid waste, and certain farmhouses and forts to be set on fire. The Carthaginians, thinking this was done by their own men, went out themselves also to help, whereupon they were set upon by men lying in wait and were put to rout. Maharbal, sent by the Carthaginians against the rebellious Africans, knowing that the tribe was passionately fond of wine, mixed a large quantity of wine with mandragora, which in potency is something between a poison and soporific. Then after an insignificant skirmish he deliberately withdrew. At dead of night, leaving in the camp some of his baggage and all the drugged wine, he feigned flight. When the barbarians captured the camp and in a frenzy of delight greedily drank the drugged wine, Maharbal returned and either took them prisoners or slaughtered them while they lay stretched out as if dead. Hannibal on one occasion, aware that both his own camp and that of the Romans were in places deficient in wood, deliberately abandoned the district, leaving many herds of cattle within his camp. The Romans, securing possession of these as booty, gorged themselves with flesh, which, owing to the scarcity of firewood, was raw and indigestible. Hannibal, returning by night with his army, finding them off their guard, and gorged with raw meat, inflicted great loss upon them. Tiberius Gracchus, when in Spain, upon learning that the enemy were suffering from lack of provisions, provided his camp with an elaborate supply of eatables of all kinds, and then abandoned it. When the enemy had got possession of the camp, and had gorged themselves to repletion with the food they found, Gracchus brought back his army and suddenly crushed them. The Chians, when waging war against the Erythraeans, caught an Erythraean spy on a lofty eminence and put him to death. They then gave his clothes to one of their own soldiers, who, by giving a signal from the same eminence, lured the Erythraeans into an ambush. The Arabians, since their custom of giving notice of the arrival of an enemy by means of smoke by day and by fire at night was well known, issued orders on one occasion that these practices should continue without interruption until the enemy actually approached, when they should be discontinued. The enemy, imagining from the absence of the fires that their approach was unknown, advanced too eagerly and were overwhelmed. Alexander of Macedon, when the enemy had fortified their camp on a lofty wooden eminence, withdrew a portion of his forces and commanded those whom he left to kindle fires as usual, and thus to give the impression of the complete army. He himself, leading his forces around through untravelled regions, attacked the enemy and dislodged them from their commanding position. Memnon, the Rhodian, being superior in cavalry and wishing to draw down to the plains an enemy who clung to the hills, sent certain of his soldiers under the guise of deserters to the camp of the enemy to say that the army of Memnon was inspired with such a serious spirit of mutiny that some portion of it was constantly deserting. To lend credit to this assertion, Memnon ordered small redoubts to be fortified here and there in view of the enemy, as though the disaffected were about to retire to these. Inveiled by these representations, those who had been keeping themselves on the hills came down to level ground, and as they attacked the redoubts, were surrounded by the cavalry. When Heribas, king of the Molossians, was attacked in war by Barbilis, the Illyrian, who commanded a considerably larger army, he dispatched the non-combatant portion of his subjects to the neighboring district of Aetolia, and spread the report that he was yielding up his towns and possessions to the Aetolians. He himself, with those who could bear arms, placed ambuscades here and there on the mountains and in other inaccessible places. The Illyrians, fearful lest the possessions of the Molossians should be seized by Aetolians, began to race along in disorder in their eagerness for plunder. As soon as they became scattered, Haribas, emerging from his concealment and taking them unawares, routed them and put them to flight. Titus Labienus, lieutenant of Gaius Caesar, eager to engage in battle with the Gauls before the arrival of the Germans, who he knew were coming to their aid, pretended discouragement, and pitching his camp across the stream, announced his departure for the following day. The Gauls, imagining that he was in flight, began to cross the intervening river. Labienus, facing about with his troops, cut the Gauls to pieces in the very midst of their difficulties of crossing. Hannibal on one occasion learned that the camp of Fulvius, the Roman commander, was carelessly fortified, and that Fulvius himself was taking many rash chances besides. Accordingly, at daybreak, when dense mists afforded cover, he permitted a few of his horsemen to show themselves to the sentries of our fortifications. Whereupon Fulvius suddenly advanced. Meanwhile Hannibal, at a different point, entered Fulvius' camp, and overwhelming the Roman rear, slew 8,000 of the bravest soldiers, along with their commander himself. Once, when the Roman army had been divided between the dictator Fabius and Minocens, master of the horse, and Fabius was watching for a favorable opportunity, while Minocius was burning with eagerness for battle, the same Hannibal pitched his camp on the plain between the hostile armies, and having concealed a portion of his troops among rough rocks, sent others to seize a neighboring hillock as a challenge to the foe. When Minucius had led out his forces to crush these, the men placed here and there in ambush by Hannibal suddenly sprang up and would have annihilated Minucius' army had not Fabius come to help them in their distress. When the same Hannibal was encamped in the depths of winter at the Trebia, with the camp of the consul Sempronius Longus in plain view, and only the river flowing between, he placed Mago and picked men in ambush. Then he commanded Numidian cavalry to advance up to Sempronius' fortifications in order to lure forth the simple-minded Roman. At the same time he ordered these troops to retire by familiar fords at our first onset. By heedlessly attacking and pursuing the Numidians, the consul gave his troops a chill as a result of fording the stream in the bitter cold and without breakfast. Then, when our men were suffering from numbness and hunger, Hannibal led against them his own troops, whom he had got in condition for that purpose by warm fires, food, and rubbing down with oil. Mago also did his part, and cut to pieces the rear of his enemy at the point where he had been posted for the purpose. At Trasimenus, where a narrow way, running between the lake and the base of the hills, led out to the open plain, the same Hannibal, feigning flight, made his way through the narrow road to the open districts and pitched his camp there. Then, posting soldiers by night at various points over the rising ground of the hill and at the ends of the defile, at daybreak, under cover of a fog, he marshalled his line of battle. Flaminius, pursuing the enemy, who seemed to be retreating, entered the defile and did not see the ambush until he was surrounded in front, flank, and rear, and was annihilated with his army. The same Hannibal, when contending against the dictator Junius, ordered 600 cavalrymen to break up into a number of squadrons, and at dead of night to appear in successive detachments without intermission around the camp of the enemy. Thus all night long the Romans were harassed and worn out by sentry duty on the rampart and by the rain, which happened to fall continuously, so that in the morning, when Junius gave the signal for recall, Hannibal led out his own troops who had been well rested, and took Junius' camp by assault. In the same way, when the Spartans had drawn entrenchments across the isthmus and were defending the Peloponnesus, Epaminondas, the Theban, with the help of a few light-armed troops, harassed the enemy all night long. Then at daybreak, after he had recalled his own men, and the Spartans had also retired, he suddenly moved forward the entire force which he had kept at rest, and burst directly through the ramparts, which had been left without defenders. At the Battle of Cannae, Hannibal, having drawn up his line of battle, ordered 600 Numidian cavalry to go over to the enemy. To prove their sincerity, these surrendered their swords and shields to our men, and were dispatched to the rear. Then, as soon as the engagement began, drawing out small swords which they had secreted, and picking up the shields of the fallen, they slaughtered the troops of the Romans. Under pretence of surrender, the Lapides handed over some of their tribesmen to Publius Licinius, the Roman proconsul. These were received and placed in the last line, whereupon they cut to pieces the Romans who were bringing up the rear. Scipio Africanus, when facing the two hostile camps of Syphax and the Carthaginians, decided to make a night attack on that of Syphax, where there was a large supply of inflammable material, and to set fire to it, in order thus to cut down the Numidians as they scurried in terror from their camp, and also by laying ambuscades to catch the Carthaginians, who he knew would rush forward to assist their allies. Both plans succeeded, for when the enemy rushed forward unarmed, thinking the conflagration accidental, Scipio fell upon them and cut them to pieces. Mithridates, after repeated defeats in battle at the hands of Lucullus, made an attempt against his life by treachery. Hiring a certain Adathas, a man of extraordinary strength, to desert and to perpetrate the deed so soon as he should gain the confidence of the enemy. This plan the deserter did his best to execute, but his efforts failed, for though admitted by Lucullus to the cavalry troop, he was quietly kept under surveillance, since it was neither well to put trust at once in a deserter, nor to prevent other deserters from coming. After this fellow had exhibited a ready and earnest devotion on repeated raids, and had won confidence, he chose a time when the dismissal of the staff officers brought with it repose throughout the camp, and caused the general's headquarters to be less frequented. Chance favored Lucullus, for whereas the deserter expected to find Lucullus awake, in which case he would have been at once admitted to his presence, he actually found him at that time fast asleep, exhausted with revolving plans in his mind the night before. Then, when Adathas pleaded to be admitted, on the ground that he had an unexpected and imperative message to deliver, he was kept out by the determined efforts of the slaves, who were concerned for their master's health. Fearing consequently that he was an object of suspicion, he mounted the horse which he held in readiness outside the gate, and fled to Mithridates without accomplishing his purpose. When Sertorius was encamped next to Pompey, near the town of Loron in Spain, there was only 2 tracts from which forage could be gathered, one nearby, the other farther off. Sertorius gave orders that the one nearby should be continually raided by light-armed troops, but that the remoter one should not be visited by any troops. Thus he finally convinced his adversaries that the more distant tract was safer. When on one occasion Pompey's troops had gone to this region, Sertorius ordered Octavianus Graecinus, with 10 cohorts armed after the Roman fashion, and 10 cohorts of light-armed Spaniards, along with Tarquitus Priscus and 2,000 cavalry, set forth to lay an ambush against the foragers. These men executed their instructions with energy, for after examining the ground, they hid the above-mentioned forces by night in a neighboring wood, posting the light-armed Spaniards in front, as best suited to stealthy warfare, the shield-bearing soldiers a little further back, and the cavalry in the rear, in order that the plan might not be betrayed by the neighing of the horses. Then they ordered all to repose in silence till the 3rd hour of the following day. When Pompey's men, entertaining no suspicion, and loaded down with forage, thought of returning, and those who had been on guard, lured on by the situation, were slipping away to forage, suddenly the Spaniards, darting out with the swiftness characteristic of their race, poured forth upon the stragglers, inflicted many wounds upon them, and put them to rout, to their great amazement. Then, before resistance to this first assault could be organized, the shield-bearing troops bursting forth from the forest, overthrew and routed the Romans, who were returning to the ranks, while the cavalry, dispatched after those in flight, followed them all the way back to camp, cutting them to pieces. Provision was also made that no one should escape, for 250 reserve horsemen. Sent ahead for the purpose found it a simple matter to race forward by short-cuts, and then to turn back and meet those who had first fled before they reached Pompeius' camp. On learning of this, Pompey sent out a legion under Decimus Laelius to reinforce his men, whereupon the cavalry of the enemy, withdrawing to the right flank, pretended to give way, and then, passing round the legion, assaulted it from the rear, while those who had followed up the foragers attacked it from the front also. Thus the legion with its commander was crushed between the two lines of the enemy. When Pompey led out his entire army to help the legion, Sertorius exhibited his forces drawn up on the hillside, and thus balked Pompey's purpose. Thus, in addition to inflicting a twofold disaster as a result of the same strategy, Sertorius forced Pompey to be the helpless witness of the destruction of his own troops. This was the first battle between Sertorius and Pompey. According to Livy, 10,000 men were lost in Pompey's army, along with the entire transport. Pompey, when warring in Spain, having first posted troops here and there to attack from ambush, by feigning fear, drew the enemy on in pursuit till they reached the place of the ambuscade. Then, when the opportune moment arrived, wheeling about, he slaughtered the foe in front and on both flanks, and likewise captured their general, Perperna. The same Pompey, in Armenia, when Mithridates was superior to him in the number and quality of his cavalry, stationed 3,000 light-armed men and 500 cavalry by night in a valley under cover of bushes lying between the two camps. Then at daybreak he sent forth his cavalry against the position of the enemy, planning that, as soon as the full force of the enemy, cavalry and infantry, became engaged in battle, the Romans should gradually fall back, still keeping ranks, until they should afford room to those who had been stationed for the purpose of attacking from the rear to arise and do so. When this design turned out successful, those who had seemed to flee turned about, enabling Pompey to cut to pieces the enemy thus caught in panic between his two lines. Our infantry also, engaging in hand-to-hand encounter, stabbed the horses of the enemy. That battle destroyed the faith which the king had reposed in his cavalry. In the slave war, Crassus fortified two camps close beside the camp of the enemy near Mount Cantena. Then one night he moved his forces, leading them all out and posting them at the base of the mountain above mentioned, leaving his headquarters tent in the larger camp in order to deceive the enemy. Dividing the cavalry into two detachments, he directed Lucius Quintius to oppose Spartacus with one division and fool him with a mock encounter, with the other to lure to combat the Germans and Gauls of the faction of Castus and Canicus, and by feigning flight to draw them on to the spot where Crassus himself had drawn up his troops in battle array. When the barbarians followed, the cavalry fell back to the flanks, and suddenly the Roman force disclosed itself and rushed forward with a shout. In that battle, Livy tells us that 35,000 armed men with their commanders were slain, 5 Roman eagles and 26 standards were recaptured, along with much other booty, including 5 sets of rods and axes. Gaius Cassius, when fighting in Syria against the Parthians and their leader Osaces, exhibited only cavalry in front, but had posted infantry in hiding on rough ground in the rear. Then, when his cavalry fell back and retreated over familiar roads, he drew the army of the Parthians into the ambush prepared for them and cut them to pieces. Ventidius, keeping his own men in camp on pretense of fear, caused the Parthians and Labienus, who were elated with victorious successes, to come out for battle. Having lured them into an unfavorable situation, he attacked them by surprise, and so overwhelmed them that the Parthians refused to follow Labienus and evacuated the province. The same Ventidius, having himself only a small force available for use against the Parthians under Pharnasthenes, but observing that the confidence of the enemy was growing in consequence of their numbers, posted 18 cohorts at the side of the camp in a hidden valley, with cavalry stationed behind the infantry. Then he sent a very small detachment against the enemy. When these, by feigning flight, had drawn the enemy in hot pursuit beyond the place of ambush, the force at the side rose up, whereupon Ventidius drove the Parthians in precipitate flight and slaughtered them, Pharnasthenes among them. On one occasion, when the camps of Gaius Caesar and Afranius were pitched in opposite plains, it was the special ambition of each side to secure possession of the neighboring hills, a task of extreme difficulty on account of the jagged rocks. In these circumstances, Caesar marshaled his army as though to march back again to Herda and move supported by his deficiency of supplies. Then, within a short time, making a small detour, he suddenly started to seize the hills. The followers of Afranius, alarmed at sight of this, just as though their camp had been captured, started out themselves at top speed to gain the same hills. Caesar, having forecast this turn of affairs, fell upon Afranius' men before they could form, partly with infantry which he had sent ahead, partly with cavalry sent up in the rear. Antonius, near Forum Gallorum, having heard that the consul Pansa was approaching, met his army by means of ambuscades, set here and there in the woodland stretches along the Aemilian Way, thus routing his troops and inflicting on Pansa himself a wound from which he died in a few days. Juba, king of Africa, at the time of the civil war, by feigning a retirement, once roused unwarranted elation in the heart of Curio. Under the influence of this mistaken hope, Curio, pursuing Saboras, the king's general, who he thought was in flight, came to open plains, where, surrounded by the cavalry of the Numidians, he lost his army and perished himself. Melanthus, the Athenian general, on one occasion came out for combat in response to the challenge of the king of the enemy, Xanthus the Boeotian. As soon as they stood face to face, Melanthus exclaimed, "Your conduct is unfair, Xanthus, and contrary to agreement. I am alone, but you have come out with a companion against me." When Xanthus wondered who was following him and looked behind, Melanthus dispatched him with a single stroke, as his head was turned away. Iphicrates, the Athenian, on one occasion in the Chersonesus, aware that Anaxibius, commander of the Spartans, was proceeding with his troops by land, disembarked a large force of men from his vessels and placed them in ambush, but directed his ships to sail in full view of the enemy, as though loaded with all his forces. When the Spartans were thus thrown off their guard and apprehended no danger, Iphicrates, attacking them by land from the rear as they marched along, crushed and routed them. The Liburnians, on one occasion, when they had taken a position among some shallows, by allowing only their heads to appear above the surface of the water, caused the enemy to believe that the water was deep. In this way a galley which followed them became stranded on the shoal and was captured. Alcibiades, commander of the Athenians at the Hellespont against Mindarus, leader of the Spartans, having a large army and numerous vessels, landed some of his soldiers by night and hid part of his ships behind certain headlands. He himself, advancing with a few troops, so as to lure the enemy on in scorn of his small force, fled when pursued until he finally drew the foe into the trap which had been laid. Then, attacking the enemy in the rear as he disembarked, he cut him to pieces with the aid of the troops which he had landed for this very purpose. The same Alcibiades, on one occasion, when about to engage in a naval combat, erected a number of masts on a headland, and commanded the men whom he left there to spread sails on these as soon as they noticed that the engagement had begun. By this means he caused the enemy to retreat, since they imagined another fleet was coming to his assistance. Memnon the Rhodian, in a naval encounter, possessing a fleet of 200 ships, and wishing to lure the vessels of the enemy out to battle, made arrangements for raising the masts of only a few of his ships, ordering these to proceed first. When the enemy from a distance saw the number of the masts, and from that inferred the number of vessels, they offered battle, but were fallen upon by a larger number of ships and defeated. Timotheus, leader of the Athenians, when about to engage in a naval encounter with the Spartans, as soon as the Spartan fleet came out arrayed in line of battle, sent ahead 20 of his swiftest vessels to balk the enemy in every way by various tactics. Then, as soon as he observed that the enemy were growing less active in their maneuvers, he moved forward and easily defeated them, since they were already worn out. End of section 8.
Section 9 of the Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark DeSanzo. The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome by Frontinus. Translated by Charles Bennett. The Stratagems, Book 2, Part 4. 6. On letting the enemy escape, lest brought to bay, he renew the battle in desperation. When the Gauls, after the battle fought under Camillus's generalship, desired boats to cross the Tiber, the Senate voted to set them across and to supply them with provisions as well. On a subsequent occasion, also a free passage was afforded to the people of the same race when retreating through the Pomptine district. This road goes by the name of the Gallic Way. Titus Marcius, a Roman knight, on whom the army conferred the supreme command after the 2 Scipios were slain, succeeded in enveloping the Carthaginians. When the latter, in order not to die unavenged, fought with increasing fury, Marcius opened up the maniples, afforded room for escape, and as the enemy became separated, slaughtered them without danger to his own men. When certain Germans, whom Gaius Caesar had penned in, fought the more fiercely from desperation, he ordered them to be allowed to escape, and then attacked them as they fled. At Trasimenus, when the Romans had been enveloped and were fighting with the greatest fury, Hannibal opened up his ranks and gave them an opportunity of escape, whereupon, as they fled, he overwhelmed them without loss of his own troops. When the Aetolians, blockaded by Antigonus, king of the Macedonians, were suffering from famine and had resolved to make a sally in face of certain death, Antigonus afforded them an avenue of flight. Thus, having cooled their ardor, he attacked them from the rear and cut them to pieces. Agesilaus, the Spartan, when engaged in battle with the Thebans, noticed that the enemy, hemmed in by the character of the terrain, were fighting with greater fury on account of their desperation. Accordingly, he opened up his ranks and afforded the Thebans a way of escape. But when they tried to retreat, he again enveloped them and cut them down from behind without loss of his own troops. Gnaeus Manlius, the consul, on returning from battle found the camp of the Romans in possession of the Etruscans. He therefore posted guards at all the gates and roused the enemy, thus shut up within, to such a pitch of fury that he himself was slain in the fighting. When his lieutenants realized the situation, they withdrew the guards from one gate and afforded the Etruscans an opportunity of escape. But when the latter poured forth, the Romans pursued them and cut them to pieces, with the help of the other consul, Fabius, who happened to come up. When Xerxes had been defeated and the Athenians wished to destroy his bridge, Themistocles prevented this, showing that it was better for them that Xerxes should be expelled from Europe than be forced to fight in desperation. He also sent to the king a messenger to tell him in what danger he would be in case he failed to make a hasty retreat. When Pyrrhus, king of the Epirotes, had captured a certain city and had noticed that the inhabitants, shut up inside, had closed the gates and were fighting valiantly from dire necessity, he gave them an opportunity to escape. The same Pyrrhus, among many other precepts on the art of war, recommended never to press relentlessly on the heels of an enemy in flight, not merely in order to prevent the enemy from resisting too furiously in consequence of necessity, but also to make him more inclined to withdraw another time, knowing that the victor would not strive to destroy him when in flight. 7. On concealing reverses. Tullus Hostilius, king of the Romans, on one occasion had engaged in battle with the Veientines, when the Albans, deserting the army of the Romans, made for the neighboring hills. Since this action disconcerted our troops, Tullus shouted in a loud voice that the Albans had done that by his instructions, with the object of enveloping the foe. This declaration struck terror into the hearts of the Veientines and lent confidence to the Romans. By this device he turned the tide of battle. When a lieutenant of Lucius Salla had gone over to the enemy at the beginning on an engagement, accompanied by a considerable force of cavalry, Sulla announced that this had been done by his own instructions. He thereby not merely saved his men from panic, but encouraged them by a certain expectation of advantage to result from this plan. The same Sulla, when certain auxiliary troops dispatched by him had been surrounded and cut to pieces by the enemy, fearing that his entire army would be in a panic on account of this disaster, announced that he had purposely placed the auxiliaries in a place of danger, since they had plotted to desert. In this way he veiled a very palpable reverse under the guise of discipline, and encouraged his soldiers by convincing them that he had done this. When the envoys of King Syphax told Scipio in the name of their king not to cross over to Africa from Sicily in expectation of an alliance, Scipio, fearing that the spirits of his men would receive a shock if the hope of a foreign alliance were cut off, summarily dismissed the envoys, and spread abroad the report that he was expressly sent for by Syphax. Once when Quintus Sertorius was engaged in battle, he plunged a dagger into the barbarian who had reported to him that Hertulius had fallen, for fear the messenger might bring this news to the knowledge of others, and in this way the spirit of his own troops should be broken. When Alcibiades the Athenian was hard pressed in battle by the Abydines, and suddenly noticed a courier approaching at great speed with dejected countenance, he prevented the courier from telling openly what tidings he brought. Having privately learned that his fleet was beset by Pharnabazus, the commander of the king, he concealed the fact both from the enemy and from his own soldiers, and finished the battle. Then straightway, marching to rescue his fleet, he bore aid to his friends. When Hannibal entered Italy, 3,000 Carpentani deserted him. Fearing the rest of his troops might be affected by their example, he proclaimed that they had been discharged by him, and as further proof of that, he sent home a few others whose services were of very little importance. When Lucius Lucullus noticed that the Macedonian cavalry, whom he had as auxiliaries, were suddenly deserting to the enemy in a body, he ordered trumpets to sound and sent out squadrons to pursue the deserters. The enemy, thinking that an engagement was beginning, received the deserters with javelins, whereupon the Macedonians, seeing that they were not welcomed by the enemy and were attacked by those whom they were deserting, were forced to resort to a genuine battle and assaulted the enemy. Dadamus, commander of the Persians against Autophradides in Cappadocia, learning that part of his cavalry were deserting, ordered the rest of his troops to follow with him. Upon coming up with the deserters, he commended them for outstripping him in their eagerness, and also urged them to attack the enemy courageously. Seized with shame and penitence, the deserters changed their purpose, imagining that it had not been detected. The consul, Titus Quinctius Capitolinus, when the Romans yielded ground in battle, falsely claimed that the enemy had been routed on the other flank. By thus lending courage to his men, he won a victory. When Gnaeus Manlius was fighting against the Etruscans, his colleague Marcus Fabius, commander of the left flank, was wounded, and that section of the army therefore gave way, imagining that the consul had been slain. Thereupon Manlius confronted the broken line with squadrons of horse, shouting that his colleague was alive and that he himself had been victorious on the right flank. By this dauntless spirit he restored the courage of his men and won the victory. When Marius was fighting against the Cimbrians and Teutons, his engineers on one occasion had heedlessly chosen such a site for the camp that the barbarians controlled the water supply. In response to the soldiers' demand for water, Marius pointed with his finger toward the enemy and said, "There is where you must get it." Thus inspired, the Romans straightway drove the barbarians from the place. Titus Labienus, after the battle of Pharsalia, when his side had been defeated and he himself had fled to Dyrrachium, combined falsehood with truth, and while not concealing the outcome of the battle, pretended that the fortunes of the two sides had been equalized in consequence of a severe wound received by Caesar. By this pretense he created confidence in the other followers of Pompey's party. Marcus Cato, having inadvertently landed with a single galley at Ambracia at a time when the allied fleet was blockaded by the Aetolians, although he had no troops with him, began nevertheless to make signals by voice and gesture in order to give the impression that he was summoning the approaching ships of his own forces. By this earnestness he alarmed the enemy, just as though the troops, whom he pretended to be summoning from near at hand, were visibly approaching. The Aetolians, accordingly, fearing that they would be crushed by the arrival of the Roman fleet, abandoned the blockade. 8. On restoring morale by firmness. In the battle in which King Tarquinius encountered the Sabines, Servius Tullius, then a young man, noticing that the standard-bearers fought half-heartedly, seized a standard and hurled it into the ranks of the enemy. To recover it, the Romans fought so furiously that they not only regained the standard, but also won the day. The consul, Furius Agrippa, when on one occasion his flank gave way, snatched a military standard from a standard-bearer, and hurled it into the hostile ranks of the Hernici and Equi. By this act the day was saved, for the Romans with the greatest eagerness pressed forward to recapture the standard. The consul, Titus Quinctius Capitolinus, hurled a standard into the midst of the hostile ranks of the Falsicans, and commanded his troops to regain it. Marcus Furius Camillus, military tribune with consular power, on one occasion when his troops held back, seized a standard-bearer by the hand and dragged him into the hostile ranks of the Volscians and Latins, whereupon the rest were shamed into following. Salvius the Pallenian did the same in the Persian War. Marcus Furius, meeting his army in retreat, declared he would receive in camp no one who was not victorious. Thereupon he led them back to battle and won the day. Scipio at Numantia, seeing his forces in retreat, proclaimed that he would treat as an enemy whoever should return to camp. The dictator Servilius Priscus, having given the command to carry the standards of the legions against the hostile Falsicans, ordered the standard-bearer to be executed for hesitating to obey. The rest, cowed by this example, advanced against the foe. Cornelius Cossus, master of the horse, did the same in an engagement with the people of Fidenae. Tarquinius, when his cavalry showed hesitation in the battle against the Sabines, ordered them to fling away their bridles, put spurs to their horses, and break through the enemy's line. In the Samnite War, the consul Marcus Attilius, seeing his troops quitting the battle and taking refuge in camp, met them with his own command and declared that they would have to fight against him and all loyal citizens, unless they preferred to fight against the enemy. In this way he marched them back in a body to the battle. When Sulla's legions broke before the hosts of Mithridates, led by Archelaus, Sulla advanced with drawn sword into the first line and, addressing his troops, told them, in case anybody asked where they had left their general, to answer, "Fighting in Boeotia." Shamed by these words, they followed him to a man. The deified Julius, when his troops gave way at Munda, ordered his horse to be removed from sight and strode forward as a foot soldier to the front line. His men, ashamed to desert their commander, thereupon renewed the fight. Philip, on one occasion, fearing that his troops would not withstand the onset of the Scythians, stationed the trustiest of his cavalry in the rear, and commanded them to permit no one of their comrades to quit the battle, but to kill them if they persisted in retreating. This proclamation induced even the most timid to prefer to be killed by the enemy rather than by their own comrades, and enabled Philip to win the day. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark DeSanzo. The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome by Frontinus. Translated by Charles Bennett. The Stratagems, Book 2, Part 5. On measures taken after battle. 9. On bringing the war to a close after a successful engagement. After Gaius Marius had defeated the Teutons in battle, and night had put an end to the conflict, he encamped round about the remnants of his opponents. By causing a small group of his own men to raise loud cries from time to time, he kept the enemy in a state of alarm and prevented them from securing rest. He thus succeeded more easily in crushing them on the following day, since they had had no sleep. Claudius Nero, having met the Carthaginians on their way from Spain to Italy under the command of Hasdrubal, defeated them and threw Hasdrubal's head into Hannibal's camp. As a result, Hannibal was overwhelmed with grief, and the army gave up hope of receiving reinforcements. When Lucius Sulla was besieging Praeneste, he fastened on spears the heads of Praenestine generals who had been slain in battle, and exhibited them to the besieged inhabitants, thus breaking their stubborn resistance. Arminius, leader of the Germans, likewise fastened on spears the heads of those he had slain, and ordered them to be brought up to the fortifications of the enemy. When Domitius Corbulo was besieging Trigonocerta and the Armenians seemed likely to make an obstinate defense, Corbulo executed Vedandus, one of the nobles he had captured, shot his head out of a ballista, and sent it flying within the fortifications of the enemy. It happened to fall in the midst of a council which the barbarians were holding at that very moment, and the sight of it, as though it were some portent, so filled them with consternation that they made haste to surrender. When Hermocrates the Syracusan had defeated the Carthaginians in battle, and was afraid that the prisoners, of whom he had taken an enormous number, would be carelessly guarded, since the successful issue of the struggle might prompt the victors to revelry and neglect, he pretended that the cavalry of the enemy were planning an attack on the following night. By instilling this fear, he succeeded in having the guard over the prisoners maintained even more carefully than usual. When the same Hermocrates had achieved certain successes, and for that reason his men, through a spirit of overconfidence, had abandoned all restraint and were sunk in a drunken stupor, he sent a deserter into the camp of the enemy to prevent their flight by declaring to them that ambuscades of Syracusans had been posted everywhere. From fear of these, the enemy remained in camp. Having thus detained them, Hermocrates, on the following day, when his own men were more fit, gave the enemy over to their mercy and ended the war. When Miltiades had defeated a huge host of Persians at Marathon, and the Athenians were losing time in rejoicing over the victory, he forced them to hurry to bear aid to the city at which the Persian fleet was aiming. Having thus got ahead of the enemy, he filled the walls with warriors, so that the Persians, thinking that the number of Athenians was enormous, and that they themselves had met one army at Marathon while another was now confronting them on the walls, straightway turned their vessels about and laid their course for Asia. When the fleet of Megarians approached Eleusis at night with the object of kidnapping the Athenian matrons who had made sacrifice to Ceres, Pisistratus, the Athenian, engaged it in battle, and by ruthlessly slaughtering the enemy, avenged his own countrymen. Then he filled these same captured ships with Athenian soldiers, placing in full view certain matrons dressed as captives. The Megarians, deceived by these appearances, thinking their own people were sailing back, and that, too, crowned with victory, rushed out to meet them, in disorder and without weapons, whereupon they were a second time overwhelmed. Cimon, the Athenian general, having defeated the fleet of the Persians near the island of Cyprus, fitted out his men with the weapons of the prisoners, and in the barbarians' own ships set sail to meet the enemy at Pamphylia, near the Eurymedon River. The Persians, recognizing the vessels and the garb of those standing on deck, were quite off their guard. Thus on the same day they were suddenly crushed in 2 battles, one on sea and one on land. 10. On repairing one's losses after a reverse. When Titus Didius was warring in Spain, and had fought an extremely bitter engagement, to which darkness put an end, leaving a large number of slain on both sides, he provided for the burial by night of many bodies of his own men. On the following day, the Spaniards, coming out to perform a like duty, found more of their men slain than of the Romans, and arguing according to this calculation that they had been beaten, came to terms with the Roman commander. Titus Marcius, a Roman knight, who had charge of the remnants of the army of the Scipios in Spain, seeing near at hand 2 camps of the Carthaginians a few miles distant from each other, urged on his men and attacked the nearer camp at dead of night. Since the enemy, being flushed with victory, were without organization, Marcius by his attack did not leave so much as a single man to report the disaster. Granting his troops merely the briefest time for rest, and outstripping the news of his exploit, he attacked the second camp the same night. Thus, by a double success, he destroyed the Carthaginians in both places, and restored to the Roman people the lost provinces of Spain. 11. On ensuring the loyalty of those whom one mistrusts. When Publius Valerius had an insufficient garrison at Epidaurus, and therefore feared perfidy on the part of the townspeople, he prepared to celebrate athletic contests at some distance from the city. When nearly all the population had gone there to see the show, he closed the gates and refused to admit the Epidaurians until he had taken hostages from their chief men. Gnaeus Pompey, suspecting the Chaucentians and fearing that they would not admit a garrison, asked that they would meanwhile permit his invalid soldiers to recover among them. Then, sending his strongest men in the guise of invalids, he seized the city and held it. When Alexander had conquered and subdued Thrace and was setting out for Asia, fearing that after his departure the Thracians would take up arms, he took with him, as though by way of conferring honor, their kings and officials, all, in fact, who seemed to take to heart the loss of freedom. In charge of those left behind, he placed common and ordinary persons, thus preventing the officials from wishing to make any change, as being bound to him by favors, and the common people from even be able to do so, since they had been deprived of their leaders. When Antipater beheld the army of the Peloponnesians, who had assembled to assail his authority on hearing of the death of Alexander, he pretended not to understand with what purpose they had come, and thanked them for having gathered to aid Alexander against the Spartans, adding that he would write to the king about this. But inasmuch as he did not need their assistance at present, he urged them to go home, and by this statement dispelled the danger which threatened him from the new order of affairs. When Scipio Africanus was warring in Spain, there was brought before him among the captive women a noble maiden of surpassing beauty, who attracted the gaze of everyone. Scipio guarded her with the greatest pains and restored her to her betrothed, Alicius by name, presenting to him likewise as a marriage gift the gold which her parents had brought to Scipio as a ransom. Overcome by this manifold generosity, the whole tribe leagued itself with the government of Rome. The story goes that Alexander of Macedon likewise, having taken captive a maiden of exceeding beauty betrothed to the chief of a neighboring tribe, treated her with such extreme consideration that he refrained even from gazing at her. When the maiden was later returned to her lover, Alexander, as a result of this kindness, secured the attachment of the entire tribe. When the Emperor Caesar Augustus Germanicus, in the war in which he earned his title by conquering the Germans, was building forts in the territory of the Cubii, he ordered compensation to be made for the crops which he had included within his fortifications. Thus the renown of his justice won the allegiance of all. 12. What to do for the defense of the camp in case a commander lacks confidence in his present forces. The consul Titus Quinctius, as the Volscians were about to attack his camp, kept only one cohort on duty and dismissed the remainder of the army to take their rest, directing the trumpeters to mount their horses and make the round of the camp, sounding their trumpets. By exhibiting this semblance of strength, he kept the enemy off and held them throughout the night. Then at daybreak, attacking them by a sudden sortie when they were exhausted with watching, he easily defeated them. Quintus Sertorius, when in Spain, was completely outmatched by the cavalry of the enemy, who in their excessive confidence advanced up to his very fortifications. Accordingly, during the night he constructed trenches and drew up his line of battle in front of them. Then, when the cavalry approached, as was their wont, he drew back his line. The enemy, following close on his heels, fell into the trenches and thus were defeated. Carus, the Athenian commander, on one occasion was expecting reinforcements, but feared that meanwhile the enemy, despising his small force, would attack his camp. He therefore ordered that a number of the soldiers under his command should pass out at night by the rear of the camp, and should return by a route where they would be clearly observed by the enemy, thus creating the impression that fresh forces were arriving. In this way he defended himself by pretended reinforcements until he was equipped with those he was expecting. Epicrates the Athenian, being encamped on one occasion on level ground, happened to learn that the Thracians were intending to come down from the hills, over which there was but a single line of descent, with the purpose of plundering his camp by night. He therefore secretly led forth his troops and posted them on both sides of the road over which the Thracians were to pass. Then, when the enemy descended upon the camp, in which a large number of watchfires, built by the hands of a few men, produced the impression that a mighty host was still there, Epicrates was enabled to attack them on the flank and crush them. 13. On retreating. When the Gauls were about to fight with Attalus, they handed over all their gold and silver to trusty guards, with instructions to scatter it in case their forces should be routed in battle, in order that thereby the enemy might be occupied in picking up the spoils, and they themselves might more easily escape. Tryphon, king of Syria, when defeated, scattered money along the whole line of his retreat. While the cavalry of Antiochus delayed to pick this up, he effected his escape. Quintus Sertorius, when defeated in battle by Quintus Metellus Pius, being convinced that not even an organized retreat was safe, commanded his soldiers to disband and retire, informing them at what point he desired them to reassemble. Viriatus, the leader of the Lusitanians, extricated himself from an awkward position and from the menace of our troops by the same method as Sertorius, disbanding his forces and then reassembling. Horatius Cocles, when Porsenna's army was pressing hard upon him, commanded his supporters to return over the bridge to the city, and then to destroy the bridge, in order that the foe might not follow them. While this was being done, he himself, as defender of the bridgehead, held up the oncoming enemy. Then, when the crash told him that the bridge had been destroyed, he threw himself into the stream and swam across it in his armor, exhausted though he was by his wounds. Afranius, when fleeing from Caesar near Ilerda in Spain, pitched camp while Caesar was pressing close upon him. When Caesar did the same and sent his men off to gather forage, Afranius suddenly gave the signal to continue the retreat. When Antony was retreating, hard pressed by the Parthians, as often as he broke camp at daybreak, his retiring troops were assailed by volleys of arrows from the barbarians. Accordingly, one day he kept his men back till nearly noon, thus producing the impression that he had made a permanent camp. As soon as the Parthians had become persuaded of this and had withdrawn, he accomplished his regular march for the remainder of the day without interference. when Philip had suffered defeat in Epirus, in order that the Romans might not overwhelm him in flight, he secured the grant of a truce to bury the dead. In consequence of this, the guards relaxed their vigilance so that Philip slipped away. Publius Claudius, defeated by the Carthaginians in a naval engagement, and thinking it necessary to break through the forces of the enemy, ordered his 20 remaining vessels to be dressed out as though victorious. The Carthaginians, therefore, thought our men had proved themselves superior in the encounter, so that Claudius became an object of fear to the enemy, and thus made his escape. The Carthaginians, on one occasion, when defeated in a naval battle, desiring to shake off the Romans who were close upon them, pretended that their vessels had caught on shoals, and imitated the movements of stranded galleys. In this way they caused the victors, in fear of meeting a like disaster, to afford them an opportunity of escape. Camillus the Atrebatian, when defeated by the deified Julius, fled from Gaul to Britain, and happened to reach the Channel at a time when the wind was fair but the tide was out. Although the vessels were stranded on the flats, he nevertheless ordered the sails to be spread. Caesar, who was following from a distance, seeing the sails swelling with the full breeze, and imagining Camillus to be escaping from his hands and to be proceeding on a prosperous voyage, abandoned the pursuit. End of section 10.
Section 11 of The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome by Frontinus. Translated by Charles Bennett. The Stratagems, Book 3, Part 1. If the preceding books have corresponded to their titles, and I have held the attention of the reader up to this point, I will now treat of ruses that deal with the siege and defense of towns. Waiving any preface, I will first submit those which are useful in the siege of cities, then those which offer suggestions to the besieged. Laying aside also all considerations of works and engines of war, the invention of which has long since reached its limit, and for the improvement of which I see no further hope in the applied arts, I shall recognize the following types of stratagems connected with siege operations. 1. On surprise attacks. 2. On deceiving the besieged. 3. On inducing treachery. 4. By what means the enemy may be reduced to want. 5. How to persuade the enemy that the siege will be maintained. 6. On distracting the attention of a hostile garrison. 7. On diverting streams and contaminating waters. 8. On terrorizing the besieged. 9. On attacks from an unexpected quarter. 10. On setting traps to draw out the besieged. 11. On pretended retirements. On the other hand, stratagems connected with the protection of the besieged. 12. On stimulating the vigilance of one's own troops. 13. On sending and receiving messages. 14. On introducing reinforcements and supplying provisions. 15. How to produce the impression of abundance of what is lacking. 16. How to meet the menace of treason and desertion. 17. On sorties. 18. Concerning steadfastness on the part of the besieged. 1. On surprise attacks. The consul Titus Quinctius, having conquered the Aequians and Volscians in an engagement, decided to storm the walled town of Antium. Accordingly, he called an assembly of the soldiers and explained how necessary this project was and how easy, if only it were not postponed. Then, having roused enthusiasm by his address, he assaulted the town. Marcus Cato, when in Spain, saw that he could gain possession of a certain town if only he could assault the enemy by surprise. Accordingly, having in 2 days accomplished a 4 days' march through rough and barren districts, he crushed his foes, who were fearing no such event. Then, when his men asked the reason of so easy a success, he told them that they had won the victory as soon as they had accomplished the 4 days' march in 2. 2. on deceiving the besieged. When Domitius Calvinus was besieging Lueria, a town of the Ligurians, protected not only by its location and siege works, but also by the superiority of its defenders, he instituted the practice of marching frequently around the walls with all his forces, and then marching back to camp. When the townspeople had been induced by this routine to believe that the Roman commander did this for the purpose of drill, and consequently took no precautions against his efforts, he transformed this practice of parading into a sudden attack, and gaining possession of the walls, forced the inhabitants to surrender. The consul Gaius Duilius, by frequently exercising his soldiers and sailors, succeeded in preventing the Carthaginians from taking notice of a practice which was innocent enough, until suddenly he brought up his fleet and seized their fortifications. Hannibal captured many cities in Italy by sending ahead certain of his own men, dressed in the garb of Romans and speaking Latin, which they had acquired as a result of long experience in the war. The Arcadians, when besieging a stronghold of the Messenians, fabricated certain weapons to resemble those of the enemy. Then, at the time when they learned that another force was to relieve the first, they dressed themselves in the uniform of those who were expected, and being admitted as comrades in consequence of this confusion, they secured possession of the place, and wrought havoc among the foe. Cimon, the Athenian general, having designs on a certain city in Caria, under cover of night set fire to a temple of Diana, held in high reverence by the inhabitants, and also to a grove outside the walls. Then, when the townspeople poured out to fight the conflagration, Cimon captured the city, since it was left without defenders. Alcibiades, the Athenian commander, while besieging the strongly fortified city of Agrigentines, requested a conference of the citizens, and as though discussing matters of common concern, addressed them at length in the theatre, where, according to the custom of the Greeks, it was usual to afford a place for consultation. Then, while he held the crowd on the pretence of deliberation, the Athenians, whom he had previously prepared for this move, captured the city, thus left unguarded. When Epaminondas the Theban was campaigning in Arcadia, and on a certain holiday the women of the enemy strolled in large numbers outside the walls, he sent among them a number of his own troops, dressed in women's attire. In consequence of this disguise, the men were admitted towards nightfall to the town, whereupon they seized it and threw it open to their companions. Aristippus the Spartan, on a holiday of the Tegeans, when the whole population had gone out of the city to celebrate the rites of Minerva, sent to Tegea a number of mules laden with grain bags filled with chaff. The mules were driven by soldiers disguised as traders, who, escaping notice, threw open the gates of the town to their comrades. When Antiochus was besieging the fortified town of Suenda in Cappadocia, he intercepted some beasts of burden which had gone out to procure grain. Then, killing their attendants, he dressed his own soldiers in their clothes and sent them in as though bringing back the grain. The sentinels fell into the trap, and mistaking the soldiers for teamsters, let the troops of Antiochus enter the fortifications. When the Thebans were unable, by the utmost exertions, to gain possession of the harbor of the Sicyonians, they filled a large vessel with armed men, exhibiting a cargo in full view on deck, in order, under the guise of traders, to deceive their enemies. Then, at a point at the fortifications remote from the sea, they stationed a few men, with whom certain unarmed members of the crew, upon disembarking, were to engage in a fracas, on the pretence of a quarrel. When the Sicyonians were summoned to stop the alteration, the Theban crews seized both the unguarded harbor and the town. Timareus the Aetolian, having killed Charmides, general of King Ptolemy, arrayed himself in Macedonian fashion in the cloak and casque of the slain commander. Through this disguise he was admitted at Charmides into the harbor of the Sani and secured possession of it. 3. On inducing treachery. When the consul Papirius Cursor was before Tarentum, and Milo was holding the town with a force of Epirotes, Papirius promised safety to Milo and the townspeople if he should secure possession of the town through Milo's agency. Bribed by these inducements, Milo persuaded the Tarentines to send him as ambassador to the consul, from whom, in conformity with their understanding, he brought back liberal promises by means of which he caused the citizens to relapse into a feeling of security, and was thus enabled to hand the city over to Cursor, since it was left unguarded. Marcus Marcellus, having tempted a certain Sosistratus of Syracuse to turn traitor, learned from him that the guards would be less strict on a holiday, when a certain citizen named Epicaides was to make a generous distribution of wine and food. So, taking advantage of the gaiety and the consequent laxness of discipline, he scaled the walls, slew the sentinels, and threw open to the Roman army a city already made famous as the scene of noted victories. When Tarquinius Superbus was unable to induce Gabii to surrender, he scourged his son Sextus with rods and sent him among the enemy, where he arraigned the cruelty of his father and persuaded the Gabians to utilize his hatred against the king. Accordingly, he was chosen leader in the war and delivered Gabii over to his father. Cyrus, king of the Persians, having proved the loyalty of his attendant Zopyrus, deliberately mutilated his face and sent him among the enemy. In consequence of their belief in his wrongs, he was regarded as implacably hostile to Cyrus, and promoted this belief by running up and discharging his weapons against Cyrus whenever an engagement took place, till finally the city of the Babylonians was entrusted to him, and by him delivered into the hands of Cyrus. Philip, when prevented from gaining possession of the town of the Sanians, bribed one of their generals, Apollonides, to turn traitor, inducing him to plant a cart laden with dressed stone at the very entrance to the gate. Then, straightway giving the signal, he followed after the townspeople, who were huddled in panic around the blocked entrance of the gate, and succeeded in overwhelming them. When Hannibal was before Tarentum, and this town was held by a Roman garrison under the command of Livius, he induced a certain Conuneus of Tarentum to turn traitor, and concerted with him a stratagem, whereby he was to go out at night for the purpose of hunting, on the ground that the enemy rendered this impossible by day. When he went forth, Hannibal supplied him with boars to present to Livius as trophies of the chase. When this had repeatedly been done, and for that reason was less noticed, Hannibal one night dressed as number of Carthaginians in the garb of hunters, and introduced them among Conuneus' attendants. When these men, loaded with the game they were carrying, were admitted by the guards, they straightway attacked and slew the latter. Then, breaking down the gate, they admitted Hannibal with his troops, who slew all the Romans, save those who had fled for refuge to the citadel. When Lysimachus, king of the Macedonians, was besieging the Ephesians, these were assisted by the pirate chief Mandro, who was in the habit of bringing into Ephesus galleys laden with booty. Accordingly, Lysimachus bribed Mandro to turn traitor, and attached to him a number of dauntless Macedonians to be taken into the city as captives, with hands pinioned behind their backs. These men subsequently snatched weapons from the citadel and delivered the town into the hands of Lysimachus. 4. By what means the enemy may be reduced to want. Fabius Maximus, having laid waste the lands of the Campanians, in order that they might have nothing left to warrant the confidence that a siege could be sustained, withdrew at the time of the sowing, that the inhabitants might plant what seed they had remaining. Then, returning, he destroyed the new crop, and thus made himself master of the Campanians, whom he had reduced to famine. Antigonus employed the same device against the Athenians. Dionysius, having captured many cities, and wishing to attack the Rhegians, who were well provided with supplies, pretended to desire peace, and begged of them to furnish provisions for his army. When he had secured his request and had consumed the grain of the inhabitants, he attacked their town, now stripped of food, and conquered it. He is said to have employed the same device also against the people of Himera. When Alexander was about to besiege Leucadia, a town well supplied with provisions, he first captured the fortresses on the border and allowed all the people from these to flee for refuge to Leucadia, in order that the food supplies might be consumed with greater rapidity when shared by many. Phalaris of Agrigentum, when besieging certain places in Sicily, protected by fortifications, pretended to make a treaty and deposited with the Sicilians all the wheat which he said he had remaining, taking pains, however, that the chambers of the buildings in which the grain was stored should have leaky roofs. Then, when the Sicilians, relying on the wheat which Phalaris had deposited with them, had used up their own supplies, Phalaris attacked them at the beginning of summer, and as a result of their lack of provisions forced them to surrender. 5. How to persuade the enemy that the siege will be maintained. When Clearchus the Spartan had learned that the Thracians had conveyed to the mountains all things necessary for their subsistence, and were buoyed up by the sole hope that he would withdraw in consequence of lack of supplies, at the time when he surmised their envoys would come, he ordered one of the prisoners to be put to death in full view, and his body to be distributed in pieces amongst the tents, as though for the mess. The Thracians, believing that Clearchus would stick at nothing in order to hold out, since he brought himself to try such loathsome food, delivered themselves up. When the Lusitanians told Tiberius Gracchus that they had supplies for 10 years and for that reason stood in no fear of a siege, he answered, "Then I'll capture you in the 11th year." Terror-stricken by this language, the Lusitanians, though well supplied with provisions, at once surrendered. When Aulus Torquatus was besieging a Greek city and was told that the young men of the city were engaged in earnest practice with the javelin and bow, he replied, "Then the price at which I shall presently sell them shall be higher." End of section 11.
Section 12 of the Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark DeSanzo. The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome by Frontinus. Translated by Charles Bennett. The Stratagems, Book 3, Part 2. 6. On distracting the attention of a hostile garrison. When Hannibal had returned to Africa, many towns were still held by strong forces of the Carthaginians. Scipio's policy demanded that these towns should be reduced. Accordingly, he often sent troops to assault them. Finally, he would appear before the towns as though bent on sacking them, and would then retire, feigning fear. Hannibal, thinking his alarm real, withdrew the garrison from all points and began to follow, as though determined to fight a decisive battle. Scipio, having thus accomplished what he intended, with the assistance of Massinissa and the Numidians, captured the towns, which had thus been stripped of their defenders. Publius Cornelius Scipio, appreciating the difficulty of capturing Dalminus, because it was defended by the concerted efforts of the population of the district, began to assault other towns. Then, when the inhabitants of the various towns had been called back to defend their homes, Scipio took Dalminus, which had been left without support. Pyrrhus, king of Epirus, in his war against the Illyrians, aimed to reduce their capital, but despairing of this, began to attack the other towns, and succeeded in making the enemy disperse to protect their other cities, since they had confidence in the apparently adequate fortification of the capital. When he had accomplished this, he recalled his own forces and captured the town, now left without defenders. The consul Cornelius Rufinus for some time besieged the city of Crotona, without success, since it had been made impregnable by the arrival of a band of Lucanian reinforcements. He therefore pretended to desist from his undertaking, and by offers of great rewards induced a certain prisoner to go to Crotona. This emissary, by feigning to have escaped from custody, persuaded the inhabitants to believe his report that the Romans had withdrawn. The people of Crotona, thinking this to be true, dismissed their allies. Then, weakened by being stripped of their defenders, they were surprised and captured. Mago, general of the Carthaginians, having defeated Gnaeus Piso and having blockaded the tower wherein he had taken refuge, suspecting that reinforcements would come to his relief, sent a deserter to persuade the approaching troops that Piso was already captured. Having thus scared them off, Mago made his victory complete. Alcibiades, wishing to capture the city of Syracuse in Sicily, chose from among the people of Catana, where he was encamped, a certain man of tested shrewdness, and sent him to the Syracusans. This man, when brought before the public assembly of the Syracusans, persuaded them that the people of Catana were very hostile to the Athenians, and that, if assisted by the Syracusans, they would crush the Athenians and Alcibiades along with them. Induced by these representations, the Syracusans left their own city and set out in full force to join the people of Catana, whereupon Alcibiades attacked Syracuse from the rear, and finding it unprotected, as he had hoped, brought it under subjection. When the people of Treason were held in subjection by troops under the command of Craterus, the Athenian Cleonymus made an assault on the town, and hurled within its walls missiles inscribed with messages stating that Cleonymus had come to liberate their state. At the same time, certain prisoners whom he had won over to his side were sent back to disparage Craterus. By this plan he stirred up internal strife among the besieged, and, bringing up his troops, gained possession of the city. 7. On diverting streams and contaminating waters. Publius Servilius diverted the stream from which the inhabitants of Assura drew their water, and thus forced them to surrender in consequence of thirst. Gaius Caesar, in one of his Gallic campaigns, deprived the city of the Cadurci of water, although it was surrounded by a river and abounded in springs, for he diverted the springs by subterranean channels, while his archers shut off all access to the river. Lucius Metellus, when fighting in Hither Spain, diverted the course of a river and directed it from a higher level against the camp of the enemy, which was located on low ground. Then, when the enemy were in panic from the sudden flood, he had them slain by men whom he had stationed in ambush for this very purpose. At Babylon, which is divided into two parts by the river Euphrates, Alexander constructed both a ditch and an embankment, the enemy supposing that the earth was being taken out merely to form the embankment. Alexander, accordingly, suddenly diverting the stream, entered the town along the former riverbed, which had dried up and thus afforded an entrance to the town. Semiramis is said to have done the same thing in the war against the Babylonians by diverting the same Euphrates. Clisthenes of Sicyon cut the water pipes leading into the town of the Crescians. Then, when the townspeople were suffering from thirst, he turned on the water again, now poisoned with hellebore. When the inhabitants used this, they were so weakened by diarrhea that Clisthenes overcame them. 8. On terrorizing the besieged. When Philip was unable by the utmost exertions to capture the fortress of Parnassus, he made excavations of earth directly in front of the walls and pretended to be constructing a tunnel. The men within the fortress, imagining that they were being undermined, surrendered. Cleopatus the Theban, on one occasion, planned to make a simultaneous attack on two towns of the Magnates, not very far distant from each other. As he advanced against one of these towns, he gave orders that, in accordance with preconcerted arrangements, 4 horsemen should come from the other camp with garlands on their heads and with the marked eagerness of those who announce a victory. To complete the illusion, he arranged to have a forest between the two cities set on fire to give the appearance of a burning town. Besides this, he ordered certain prisoners to be led along, dressed in the costume of the townspeople. When the besieged had been terrified by these demonstrations, deeming themselves already defeated in one quarter, they ceased to offer resistance. Cyrus, king of the Persians, at one time forced Croesus to take refuge in Sardis. On one side, a steep hill prevented access to the town. Here, near the walls, Cyrus erected masts equal to the height of the ridge of the hill, and on them placed dummies of armed men dressed in Persian uniforms. At night he brought these to the hill. Then at dawn he attacked the walls from the other side. As soon as the sun rose and the dummies, flashing in the sunlight, revealed the garb of warriors, the townspeople, imagining that their city had been captured from the rear, scattered in flight and left the field to the enemy. 9. On attacks from an unexpected quarter. Scipio, when fighting before Carthage, approached the walls of the city just before the turn of the tide, guided, as he said, by some god. Then, when the tide went out in the shallow lagoon, he burst in at that point, the enemy not expecting him there. Fabius Maximus, son of Fabius Cunctator, finding Arpae occupied by Hannibal's forces, first inspected the site of the town, and then sent 600 soldiers on a dark night to mount the walls with scaling ladders at a part of the town which was fortified and therefore less guarded, and to tear down the gates. These men were aided in the execution of their orders by the noise of the falling rain, which deadened the sound of their operations. In another quarter Fabius himself made an attack at a given signal, and captured Arpae. In the Jugurthine War, Gaius Marius was at one time besieging a fortress situated near the Molucca River. It stood on a rocky eminence, accessible on one side by a single narrow path, while the other side, as though by special design, was precipitous. It happened that a certain Ligurian, a common soldier from among the auxiliaries, had gone out to procure water, and while gathering snails among the rocks of the mountain had reached the summit. This man reported to Marius that it was possible to clamber up to the stronghold. Marius accordingly sent a few centurions in company with his fleetest soldiers, including also the most skillful trumpeters. These men went bareheaded and barefooted, that they might see better and make their way more easily over the rocks. Their shields and swords were fastened to their backs. Guided by the Ligurian, and aided by straps and staffs, with which they support themselves, they made their way up to the rear of the fortress, which, owing to its position, was without defenders, and then began to sound their trumpets and make a great uproar, as they had previously been directed. At this signal, Marius, steadfastly urging on his men, began to advance with renewed fury against the defenders of the fortress. The latter were recalled from the defense by the populace, who had lost heart under the impression that the town had been captured from the rear, so that Marius was enabled to press on and capture the fort. The consul Lucius Cornelius Rufinus captured numerous towns in Sardinia by landing powerful detachments of troops at night, with instructions to remain in hiding and to wait till he himself drew near to land with his ships. Then, as the enemy came to meet him at his approach, he led them a long chase by pretending to flee, while his other troops attacked the cities thus abandoned by their inhabitants. Pericles, the Athenian general, was once besieging a city which was protected by very determined defenders. At night he ordered the trumpet to be sounded and a loud outcry to be raised at a quarter of the walls adjacent to the sea. The enemy, thinking that the town had been entered at that point, abandoned the gates, whereupon, as soon as these were left without defense, Pericles burst into the town. Alcibiades, the Athenian general, planning to assault Cyzicus, approached the town unexpectedly at night, and commanded his trumpeters to sound their instruments at a different part of the fortifications. The defenders of the walls were ample, but since they all flocked to the side where alone they imagined themselves to be attacked, Alcibiades succeeded in scaling the walls at the point where there was no resistance. Thrasybulus, general of the Milesians, in his effort to seize the harbor of the Sicyonians, made repeated attacks upon the inhabitants from the land side. Then, when the enemy directed their attention to the point where they were attacked, he suddenly seized the harbor with his fleet. Philip, while besieging a certain coast town, secretly lashed ships together in pairs, with a common deck over all, and erected towers on them. Then, launching an attack with other towers by land, he distracted the attention of the defenders of the city, till he brought up by sea the ships provided with towers, and advanced against the walls at the point where no resistance was offered. Pericles, when about to lay siege to a fortress of the Peloponnesians, to which there were only 2 avenues of approach, cut off one of these by a trench and began to fortify the other. The defenders of the fortress, thrown off their guard at one point, began to watch only the other where they saw the building going on. But Pericles, having prepared bridges, laid them across the trench and entered the fortress at the point where no guard was kept. Antiochus, when fighting against the Ephesians, directed the Rhodians, whom he had as allies, to make an attack on the harbor at night with a great uproar. When the entire population rushed headlong to this quarter, leaving the rest of the fortress without defenders, Antiochus attacked at a different quarter and captured the town. 10. On setting traps to draw out the besieged. When Cato was besieging the Lasitani, he sent away in full view of the enemy all his other troops, while ordering certain Suessitani, who were the least martial of his allies, to attack the walls of the town. When the Lasitani, making a sortie, easily repulsed these forces and pursued them eagerly as they fled, the soldiers whom Cato had placed in hiding rose up, and by their help he captured the town. When campaigning in Sardinia, Lucius Scipio, in order to draw out the defenders of a certain city, abandoned the siege which he had begun and pretended to flee with a detachment of his troops. Then, when the inhabitants followed him pell-mell, he attacked the town with the help of those whom he had placed in hiding near at hand. When Hannibal was besieging the city of Himera, he purposely allowed his camp to be captured, ordering the Carthaginians to retire on the ground that the enemy were superior. The inhabitants were so deceived by this turn of affairs that in their joy they came out of the city and advanced against the Carthaginian breastworks, whereupon Hannibal, finding the town vacant, captured it by means of the troops whom he had placed in ambush for this very contingency. In order to draw out the Saguntines, Hannibal on a certain occasion advanced against their walls with a thin line of troops. Then at the first sally of the inhabitants, feigning flight, he withdrew, and interposing troops between the pursuing foe and the city, he slaughtered the enemy, thus cut off from their fellows between the two forces. Himilco, the Carthaginian, when campaigning near Agrigentum, placed part of his forces in ambush near the town, and directed them to set fire to some damp wood as soon as the soldiers from the town should come forth. Then, advancing at daybreak with the rest of his army for the purpose of luring forth the enemy, he feigned flight and drew the inhabitants after him for a considerable distance by his retirement. The men in ambush near the walls applied the torch to the wood piles as directed. The Agrigentines, beholding the smoke ascend, thought their city on fire and ran back in alarm to protect it. Being encountered by those lying in wait for them near the walls, and beset in the rear by those whom they had just been pursuing, they were caught between two forces, and so cut to pieces. Viriatus, on one occasion, having placed men in ambush, sent a few others to drive off the flocks of the Segobrigenses. When the latter rushed out in great numbers to defend their flocks and followed up the marauders, who pretended to flee, they were drawn into an ambush and cut to pieces. When Lucullus was put in charge of a garrison of 2 cohorts at Heraclea, the cavalry of the Sordici, by pretending to drive off the flocks of the inhabitants, provoked a sortie. Then, when Lucullus followed, they drew him into an ambush, feigning flight, and killed him together with 800 of his followers. The Athenian general Chares, when about to attack a city on the coast, hid his fleet behind certain promontories, and then ordered his swiftest ship to sail past the forces of the enemy. At the sight of this ship, all the forces guarding the harbor darted out in pursuit, whereat Chares sailed in with the rest of his fleet, and took possession of the undefended harbor and likewise of the city itself. On one occasion when Roman troops were blockading Lilybaeum by land and sea, Barca, general of the Carthaginians in Sicily, ordered a part of his fleet to appear in the offing ready for action. When our men darted out at the sight of this, Barca seized the harbor of Lilybaeum with the ships which he had held in hiding. 11. On pretended retirements. When the Athenian general Phormio had ravaged the lands of the Chalcidians, and their envoys complained of this action, he answered them graciously, and at evening, when he was about to dismiss them, pretended that a letter had come from his fellow citizens requiring his return. Accordingly he retired a short distance and dismissed the envoys. When these reported that all was safe and that Phormio had withdrawn, The Chalcidians, in view of the promised consideration and of the withdrawal of the troops, relaxed the guard of their town. Then Phormio suddenly returned, and the Chalcidians were unable to withstand his unexpected attack. When the Spartan commander Agesilaus was blockading the Phocians, and had learned that those who were then lending them support were weary with the burdens of war, he retired a short distance as though for other objects, thus leaving the allies free opportunity to withdraw. Not long after, bringing back his troops, he defeated the Phocians, thus left without assistance. When fighting against the Byzantines, who kept within their walls, Alcibiades laid an ambush, and, feigning a retirement, took them off their guard and crushed them. Viriatus, after retreating for 3 days, suddenly turned around and traversed the same distance in 1 day. He thus crushed the Segobrigenses, taking them off their guard at a moment when they were earnestly engaged in sacrifice. In the operations around Mantinea, Epaminondas, having noticed that the Spartans had come to help his enemies, conceived the idea that Sparta might be captured if he should set out against it secretly. Accordingly, he ordered numerous watchfires to be built at night, that, by appearing to remain, he might conceal his departure. But betrayed by a deserter and pursued by the Lacedaemonian troops, he abandoned his march to Sparta and employed the same scheme against the Mantineans. For by building watchfires as before, he deceived the Spartans into thinking that he would remain. Meanwhile, returning to Mantinea by a march of 40 miles, he found it without defenses and captured it. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark DeSanzo. The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome by Frontinus. Translated by Charles Bennett. The Stratagems, Book 3, Part 3. On the other hand, stratagems connected with the protection of the besieged. 12. On stimulating the vigilance of one's own troops. Alcibiades, the Athenian commander, when his own city was blockaded by the Spartans, fearing negligence on the part of the guards, ordered the men on picket duty to watch for the light which he should exhibit from the citadel at night, and to raise their own lights at sight of it, threatening that whoever failed in this duty should suffer a penalty. While anxiously awaiting the signal of their general, all maintained constant watch, and so escaped the dangers of the perilous night. When Epicrates, the Athenian general, was holding Corinth with a garrison, and on one occasion personally made the rounds of the sentries as the enemy were approaching, he found one of the guards asleep at his post and stabbed him with his spear. When certain ones rebuked this procedure as cruel, he answered, "I left him as I found him." Epaminondas, the Theban, is said on one occasion to have done the same thing. 13. On sending and receiving messages. When the Romans were besieged in the capital, they sent Pontius Cominius to implore Camillus to come to their aid. Pontius, to elude the pickets of the Gauls, let himself down over the Tarpeian rock, swam the Tiber, and reached Veii. Having accomplished his errand, he returned by the same route to his friends. When the Romans were maintaining careful guard against the inhabitants of Capua, whom they were besieging, the latter sent a certain fellow in the guise of a deserter, and he, finding an opportunity to escape, conveyed to the Carthaginians a letter which he had secreted in his belt. Some have written messages on skins and then sewed these to the carcasses of game or sheep. Some have stuffed the message under the tail of a mule while passing the picket posts. Some have written on the linings of scabbards. When the Cyzicenes were besieged by Mithridates, Lucius Lucullus wished to inform them of his approach. There was a single narrow entrance to the city, connecting the island with the mainland by a small bridge. Since this was held by forces of the enemy, he sewed some letters up inside 2 inflated skins, and then ordered one of his soldiers, an adept in swimming and boating, to mount the skins, which he had fastened together at the bottom by 2 strips some distance apart, and to make the trip of 7 miles across. So skillfully did the soldier do this that, by spreading his legs, he steered his course as though by rudder, and deceived those watching him from a distance by appearing to be some marine creature. The consul Hirtius often sent letters inscribed on lead plates to Decimus Brutus, who was besieged by Antonius at Mutina. The letters were fastened to the arms of soldiers, who then swam across the Sultana River. Hirtius also shut up pigeons in the dark, starved them, fastened the letters to their necks by a hair, and then released them as near to the city walls as he could. The birds, eager for light and food, sought the highest buildings and were received by Brutus, who in that way was informed of everything, especially after he set food in certain spots and taught the pigeons to alight there. 14. On introducing reinforcements and supplying provisions. In the Civil War, when the Spanish city of Antegua, belonging to Pompey's party, was under blockade, one night a Moor, pretending to be a tribune's adjutant belonging to the Caesarian party, roused certain sentries and got from them the password. He then roused others, and by continuing his deception, succeeded in conducting reinforcements for Pompey through the midst of Caesar's troops. When Hannibal was besieging Casilinum, the Romans sent big jars of wheat down the current of the Volturnus to be picked up by the besieged. After Hannibal stopped these by throwing a chain across the river, the Romans scattered nuts on the water. These floated downstream to the city and thus sustained the necessities of the allies. When the inhabitants of Mutina were blockaded by Antonius and were greatly in need of salt, Hirtius packed some in jars and sent it in them by way of the Sultana River. Hirtius also sent down the river carcasses of sheep, which were received and thus furnished the necessities of life. 15. How to produce the impression of abundance of what is lacking. When the capital was besieged by the Gauls, the Romans, in the extremity of famine, threw bread among the enemy. They thus produced the impression that they were well supplied with food, and so withstood the siege till Camillus came. The Athenians are said to have employed the same ruse against the Spartans. The inhabitants of Casilinum, when blockaded by Hannibal, were thought to have reached the starvation point, since Hannibal had cut off from their food supply even their use of the growing herbs by plowing the ground between his camp and the city walls. The ground being thus made ready, the besieged flung seed into it, thus giving the impression that they had enough wherewith to sustain life even till harvest time. When the survivors of the Varian disaster were under siege and seemed to be running short of food, they spent an entire night in leading prisoners round their storehouses. Then, having cut off their hands, they turned them loose. These men persuaded the besieging force to cherish no hope of an early reduction of the Romans by starvation, since they had an abundance of food supplies. When the Thracians were besieged on a steep mountain inaccessible to the enemy, they got together by individual contributions a small amount of wheat. This they fed to a few sheep, which they then drove among the forces of the enemy. When the sheep had been caught and slaughtered, and traces of wheat had been found in their intestines, the enemy raised the siege, imagining that the Thracians had a surplus of wheat, inasmuch as they fed it even to their sheep. The Milesians were at one time suffering a long siege at the hands of Aliatus, who hoped they could be starved into surrender. But the Milesian commander, Thrasybulus, in anticipation of the arrival of envoys from Aliatus, ordered all the grain to be brought together into the marketplace, arranged for banquets to be held on that occasion, and provided sumptuous feasts throughout the city. Thus he convinced the enemy that the Milesians had abundance of provisions with which to sustain a long siege. 16. How to meet the menace of treason and desertion. A certain Lucius Batius of Nola on one occasion cherished the plan of rousing his fellow citizens to revolt as a favor to Hannibal, by whose kindness he had been tended when wounded among those engaged at Cannae, and by whom he had been sent back from captivity to his own people. Claudius Marcellus, learning of his purpose and not daring to put him to death, for fear that by his punishment he would stir up the rest of the people of Nola, summoned Bantius and talked with him, pronouncing him a very valiant soldier, a fact which Marcellus admitted he had not previously known, and urging him to remain with him. Besides these compliments, he presented him also with a horse. By such kindness he secured the loyalty not only of Bantius, but also of his townspeople, since their allegiance hinged on his. When the Gallic auxiliaries of Hamilcar, the Carthaginian general, were in the habit of crossing over to the Romans and were regularly received by them as allies, Hamilcar engaged his most loyal men to pretend desertion, while actually they slew the Romans who came out to welcome them. This device was not merely of present aid to Hamilcar, but caused real deserters to be regarded in future as objects of suspicion in the eyes of the Romans. Hanno, commander of the Carthaginians in Sicily, learned on one occasion that about 4,000 Gallic mercenaries had conspired to desert to the Romans because for several months they had received no pay. Not daring to punish them for fear of mutiny, he promised to make good the deferred payment by increasing their wages. When the Gauls rendered thanks for this, Hanno, promising that they should be permitted to go out foraging at a suitable time, sent to the consul Audicilius an extremely trustworthy steward, who pretended to have deserted on account of embezzlement, and who reported that on the coming night 4,000 Gauls, sent out on a foraging expedition, could be captured. Audicilius, not immediately crediting the deserter, nor yet thinking the matter ought to be treated with disdain, placed the pick of his men in ambush. These met the Gauls, who fulfilled Hanno's purpose in a twofold manner, since they not only slew a number of the Romans, but were themselves slaughtered to the last man. By a similar plan Hannibal took vengeance on certain deserters, for being aware that some of his soldiers had deserted on the previous night, and knowing that spies of the enemy were in his camp, he publicly proclaimed that the name of deserter ought not to be applied to his cleverest soldiers, who, at his order, had gone out to learn the designs of the enemy. The spies, as soon as they heard this pronouncement, reported it to their own side. Thereupon the deserters were arrested by the Romans and sent back with their hands cut off. When Diodotus was holding Amphipolis with a garrison, and entertained suspicions of 2,000 Thracians who seemed likely to pillage the city, he invented the story that a few hostile ships had put in at the shore nearby and could be plundered. When he had incited the Thracians at that prospect, he let them out. Then, closing the gates, he refused to admit them again. 17. On sorties. When Hasdrubal came to besiege Panormus, the Romans, who were in possession of the town, purposely placed a scanty number of defenders on the walls. In contempt of their small numbers, Hasdrubal incautiously approached the walls, whereupon they made a sortie and slew him. When the Ligurians, with their entire force, made a surprise attack on the camp of Aemilius Paulus, the latter feigned fear and for a long time kept his troops in camp. Then, when the enemy were exhausted, making a sortie by the four gates, he defeated the Ligurians and made them prisoners. Livius, commander of the Romans, when holding the citadel of the Tarentines, sent envoys to Hasdrubal, requesting the privilege of withdrawing undisturbed. When by this feint he had thrown the enemy off their guard, he made a sortie and cut them to pieces. Cnaeus Pompey, when besieged near Dyrrachium, not only released his own men from blockade, but also made a sally at an opportune time and place. For just as Caesar was making a fierce assault on a fortified position surrounded by a double line of works, Pompey, by his sortie, so enveloped him with a cordon of troops that Caesar incurred no slight peril and loss, caught as he was between those whom he was besieging and those who had surrounded him from the outside. Flavius Fimbria, when fighting in Asia near the river Rhindacus against the son of Mithridates, constructed 2 lines of works on his flanks and a ditch in front, and kept his soldiers quietly within their entrenchments until the cavalry of the enemy passed within the confined portions of his fortifications. Then, making a sortie, he slew 6,000 of them. When the forces of Titurius Sabinus and Cotta, Caesar's lieutenants in Gaul, had been wiped out by Ambiorix, Caesar was urged by Quintus Cicero, who was himself also under siege, to come with 2 legions to his relief. The enemy then turned upon Caesar, who feigned fear and kept his troops within his camp, which he had purposely constructed on a smaller scale than usual. The Gauls, already counting on a victory, and pressing forward as though to plunder the camp, began to fill up the ditches and to tear down the ramparts. Caesar, therefore, as the Gauls were not equipped for battle, suddenly sent forth his own troops from all quarters and cut the enemy to pieces. When Titurius Sabinus was fighting against a large force of Gauls, he kept his troops within their fortifications, and thus produced upon the Gauls the impression that he was afraid. To further this impression, he sent a deserter to state that the Roman army was in despair and was planning to flee. Spurred on by the hope of victory thus offered, the Gauls loaded themselves with wood and brush with which to fill the trenches, and at top speed started for our camp, which was pitched on the top of an elevation. From there Titurius launched all his forces against them, killing many of the Gauls and receiving large numbers in surrender. As Pompey was about to assault the town of Asculum, the inhabitants exhibited on the ramparts a few aged and feeble men. Having thus thrown the Romans off their guard, they made a sortie and put them to flight. When the Numantines were blockaded, they did not even draw up a line of battle in front of the entrenchments, but kept so closely within the town that Popilius Lenus was emboldened to attack it with scaling ladders. But, suspecting a ruse, since not even then was resistance offered, he recalled his men, whereupon the Numantines made a sortie and attacked the Romans in the rear as they were climbing down. 18. Concerning steadfastness on the part of the besieged. The Romans, when Hannibal was encamped near their walls, in order to exhibit their confidence, sent troops out by a different gate to reinforce the armies which they had in Spain. The land on which Hannibal had his camp having come into the market owing to the death of the owner, the Romans bid the price up to the figure at which the property had sold before the war. When the Romans were besieged by Hannibal and were themselves besieging Capua, they passed a decree not to recall their army from the latter place until it was captured. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark DeSanzo. The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome by Frontinus. Translated by Charles Bennett. The Stratagems. Book 4, Part 1. Book 4. Having, by extensive reading, collected examples of stratagems, and having arranged these at no small pains, in order to fulfill the promise of my 3 books, if only I have fulfilled it, in the present book I shall set forth those instances which seem to fall less naturally under the former classification, which was limited to special types, and which are illustrations rather of military science in general than of stratagems. Inasmuch as these incidents, though famous, belong to a different subject, I have given them separate treatment, for fear that if any persons should happen in reading to run across some of them, they might be led by the resemblance to imagine that these examples had been overlooked by me. As supplementary material, of course, these topics called for treatment. In presenting them, I shall endeavor to observe the following categories. 1. On discipline. 2. On the effect of discipline. 3. On restraint and disinterestedness. 4. On justice. 5. On determination, the will to victory. 6. On goodwill and moderation. 7. On sundry maxims and devices. 1. On discipline. When the Roman army before Numantia had become demoralized by the slackness of previous commanders, Publius Scipio reformed it by dismissing an enormous number of camp followers, and by bringing the soldiers to a sense of responsibility through regular daily routine. On the occasion of the frequent marches which he enjoined upon them, he commanded them to carry several days' rations, under such conditions that they became accustomed to enduring cold and rain and to the fording of streams. Often the general reproached them with timidity and indolence. Often he broke utensils which served only the purpose of self-indulgence and were quite unnecessary for campaigning. A notable instance of this severity occurred in the case of the tribune Gaius Memmius, to whom Scipio is said to have exclaimed, "To me you will be worthless merely for a certain period, to yourself and the state forever." Quintus Metellus in the Jugurthine War, when discipline had similarly lapsed, restored it by a like severity, while in addition he had forbidden the soldiers to use meat except when baked or boiled. Pyrrhus is said to have remarked to his recruiting officer, "You pick out the big men, I'll make them brave." In the consulship of Lucius Paulus and Gaius Varro, soldiers were for the first time compelled to take the ius iurandum. Up to that time, the sacramentum was the oath of allegiance administered to them by the tribunes. But they used to pledge each other not to quit the force by flight or in consequence of fear, and not to leave the ranks except to seek a weapon, strike a foe, or save a comrade. Scipio Africanus, noticing the shield of a certain soldier rather elaborately decorated, said he didn't wonder the man had adorned it with such care, seeing that he put more trust in it than in his sword. When Philip was organizing his first army, he forbade anyone to use a carriage. The cavalrymen he permitted to have but one attendant apiece. In the infantry he allowed for every 10 men only one servant, who was detailed to carry the mills and ropes. When the troops marched out to summer quarters, he commanded each man to carry on his shoulders flour for 30 days. For the purpose of limiting the number of pack animals, by which the march of the army was especially hampered, Gaius Marius had his soldiers fasten their utensils and food up in bundles and hang these on forked poles, to make the burden easy and to facilitate rest. Whence the expression, Marius's mules. When Theagenes the Athenian was leading his troops towards Megara and his men inquired as to their place in the ranks, he told them he would assign them their places when they arrived at their destination. Then he secretly sent the cavalry ahead and commanded them, in the guise of enemies, to turn back and attack their comrades. When this plan was carried out and the men whom he had with him made preparations for an encounter with the foe, he permitted the battle line to be drawn up in such a way that each man took his place where he wished, the most cowardly retiring to the rear, the bravest rushing to the front. He thereupon assigned to each man, for the campaign, the same position in which he had found him. Lysander, the Spartan, once flogged a soldier who had left the ranks while on the march. When the man said that he had not left the line for the purpose of pillage, Lysander retorted, "I won't have you look as if you were going to pillage." Antigonus, hearing that his son had taken lodgings at the house of a woman who had 3 handsome daughters, said, "I hear, son, that your lodgings are cramped, owing to the number of mistresses in charge of your house. Get roomier quarters." Having commanded his son to move, he issued an edict that no one under 50 years of age should take lodgings with the mother of a family. The consul Quintus Metellus, although not prevented by law from having his son with him as a regular tent-mate, yet preferred to have him serve in the ranks. The consul Publius Rutilius, though he might by law have kept his son in his own tent, made him a soldier in the legion. Marcus Saurus forbade his son to come into his presence, since he had retreated before the enemy in the Tridentine Pass. Overwhelmed by the shame of this disgrace, the young man committed suicide. In ancient times the Romans and other peoples used to make their camps like groups of Punic huts, distributing the troops here and there by cohorts, since the men of old were not acquainted with walls except in the case of cities. Pyrrhus, the king of the Epirotes, was the first to inaugurate the custom of concentrating an entire army within the precincts of the same entrenchments. Later the Romans, after defeating Pyrrhus on the Erusian plains near the city of Maleventum, captured his camp and, noting its plan, gradually came to the arrangement which is in vogue today. At one time, when Publius Nasica was in winter quarters, although he had no need of ships, yet he determined to construct them, in order that his troops might not become demoralized by idleness, or inflict harm on their allies in consequence of the license resulting from leisure. Marcus Cato has handed down the story that, when soldiers were caught in theft, their right hands used to be cut off in the presence of their comrades, or if the authorities wished to impose a lighter sentence, the offender was bled at headquarters. The Spartan general Clearchus used to tell his troops that their commander ought to be feared more than the enemy, meaning that the death they feared in battle was doubtful, but that execution for desertion was certain. On motion of Appius Claudius, the Senate degraded to the status of foot soldiers those knights who had been captured and afterwards sent back by Pyrrhus, king of the Epirotes, while the foot soldiers were degraded to the status of light-armed troops, all being commanded to tent outside the fortifications of the camp until each man should bring in the spoils of 2 foemen. The consul Audacilius Crassus ordered those who had been sent under the yoke by Hannibal and had then returned, to camp outside the entrenchments, in order that they might become used to dangers while without defenses, and so grow more daring against the enemy. In the consulship of Publius Cornelius Nasica and Decimus Unius, those who had deserted from the army were condemned to be scourged publicly with rods and then to be sold into slavery. Domitius Corbulo, when in Armenia, ordered 2 squadrons and 3 cohorts, which had given way before the enemy near the fortress of Initia, to camp outside the entrenchments until by steady work and successful raids they should atone for their disgrace. When the consul Aurelius Cotta, under pressing necessity, ordered the knights to participate in a certain work, and a part of them renounced his authority, he made complaint before the censors and had the mutineers degraded. Then from the senators he secured an enactment that arrears of their wages should not be paid. The tribunes of the plebs also carried through a bill with the people on the same matter, so that discipline was maintained by the joint action of all. When Quintus Metellus Macedonicus was campaigning in Spain, and 5 cohorts on one occasion had given way before the enemy, he commanded the soldiers to make their wills, and then sent them back to recover the lost ground, threatening that they should not be received in camp except after victory. The Senate ordered the consul Publius Valerius to lead the army, which had been defeated near the river Cirrus, to Seponum, to construct a camp there and to spend the winter under canvas. When his soldiers had been disgracefully routed, the Senate ordered that no reinforcements should be sent them unless the legions which had refused to serve in the Punic War were sent into a kind of banishment in Sicily, and by vote of the Senate were put on barley rations for 7 years. Because Gaius Titius, commander of a cohort, had given way before some runaway slaves, Lucius Piso ordered him to stand daily in the headquarters of the camp barefooted, with the belt of his toga cut and his tunic ungirt, and wait till the night watchman came. He also commanded that the culprit should forego banquets and baths. Sulla ordered a cohort and its centurions, through whose defenses the enemy had broken, to stand continuously at headquarters, wearing helmets and without uniforms. When Domitius Corbulo was campaigning in Armenia, a certain Aemilius Rufus, a prefect of cavalry, gave way before the enemy. On discovering that Rufus had kept his squadron inadequately equipped with weapons, Corbulo directed the lictors to strip the clothes from his back and ordered the culprit to stand at headquarters in this unseemly plight until he should be released. When Attilius Regulus was crossing from Samnium to Luceria, and his troops turned away from the enemy whom they had encountered, Regulus blocked their retreat with a cohort as they fled, and ordered them to be cut to pieces as deserters. The consul Cotta, when in Sicily, flogged a certain Valerius, a noble military tribune belonging to the Valerian gens. The same Cotta, when about to cross over to Messana to take the auspices afresh, placed in charge of the blockade of the Liparian islands a certain Publius Aurelius, who was connected with him by ties of blood. But when Aurelius's line of works was burned and his camp captured, Cotta had him scourged with rods and ordered him to be reduced to the ranks and to perform the tasks of a common soldier. The censor Fulvius Flaccus removed from the Senate his own brother Fulvius, because the latter, without the command of the consul, had disbanded the legion in which he was tribune of the soldiers. On one occasion when Marcus Cato, who had lingered for several days on a hostile shore, had at length set sail after 3 times giving the signal for departure, and a certain soldier, who had been left behind, with cries and gestures from the land, begged to be picked up, Cato turned his whole fleet back to the shore, arrested the man, and commanded him to be put to death, thus preferring to make an example of the fellow than to have him ignominiously put to death by the enemy. In the case of those who quitted their places in the line, Appius Claudius picked out every 10th man by lot and had him clubbed to death. In the case of 2 legions which had given way before the foe, the consul Fabius Rullus chose men by lot and beheaded them in sight of their comrades. Aquilius beheaded 3 men from each of the centuries whose position had been broken through by the enemy. Marcus Antonius, when fire had been set to his line of works by the enemy, decimated the soldiers of 2 cohorts of those who were on the works, and punished the centurions of each cohort. Besides this, he dismissed the commanding officer in disgrace, and ordered the rest of the legion to be put on barley rations. The legion which had plundered the city of Rhegium without the orders of its commander was punished as follows. 4,000 men were put under guard and executed. Moreover, the Senate by decree made it a crime to bury any one of these or indulge in mourning for them. The dictator Lucius Papirius Cursor demanded that Fabius Rullus, his master of the horse, be scourged, and was on the point of beheading him because he had engaged in battle against orders, successfully withal. Even in the face of the efforts and pleas of the soldiers, Papirius refused to renounce his purpose of punishment, actually following Rullus when he fled for refuge to Rome, and not even there abandoning his threats of execution until Fabius and his father fell at the knees of Papirius, and the Senate and people alike joined in their petition. Manlius, to whom the name the Masterful was afterwards given, had his own son scourged and beheaded in the sight of the army because, even though he came out victorious, he had engaged in battle with the enemy, contrary to the orders of his father. The younger Manlius, when the army was preparing to mutiny in his behalf against his father, said that no one was of such importance that discipline should be destroyed on his account, and so induced his comrades to suffer him to be punished. Quintus Fabius Maximus cut off the right hands of deserters. When the consul Gaius Curio was campaigning near Dyrrhachium in the war against the Dardani, and one of the 5 legions, having mutinied, had refused service and declared it would not follow his rash leadership on a difficult and dangerous enterprise, he led out 4 legions in arms and ordered them to take their stand in the ranks with weapons drawn, as if in battle. Then he commanded the mutinous legion to advance without arms, and forced its members to strip for work and cut straw under the eyes of armed guards. The following day, in like manner, he compelled them to strip and dig ditches, and by no entreaties of the legion could he be induced to renounce his purpose of withdrawing its standards, abolishing its name, and distributing its members to fill out other legions. In the consulship of Quintus Fulvius and Appius Claudius, the soldiers, who after the battle of Cani had been banished to Sicily by the Senate, petitioned the consul Marcellus to be led to battle. Marcellus consulted the Senate, who declared it was not their pleasure that the public welfare should be trusted to those who had proved disloyal. Yet they empowered Marcellus to do what seemed best to him, provided none of the soldiers should be relieved of duty, honored with a gift or reward, or conveyed back to Italy, so long as there were any Carthaginians in the country. Marcus Salinator, when ex-consul, was condemned by the people because he had not divided the booty equally among his soldiers. When the consul Quintus Petilius had been killed in battle by the Ligurians, the Senate decreed that that legion in whose ranks the consul had been slain should, as a whole, be reported deficient, that its year's pay should be withheld, and its wages reduced. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark DeSanzo. The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome by Frontinus. Translated by Charles Bennett. The Stratagems. Book 4, Part 2. 2. On the Effect of Discipline. When, during the Civil War, the armies of Brutus and Cassius were marching together through Macedonia, the story goes that the army of Brutus arrived first at a stream which had to be bridged, but that the troops of Cassius were the first in constructing the bridge and in effecting a passage. This rigorous discipline made Cassius's men superior to those of Brutus, not only in constructing military works, but also in the general conduct of war. When Gaius Marius had the option of choosing a force from 2 armies, one of which had served under Rutilius, the other under Metellus and later under himself, he preferred the troops of Rutilius, though fewer in number, because he deemed them of trustier discipline. By improving discipline, Domitius Carbulo withstood the Parthians with a force of only 2 legions and a very few auxiliaries. Alexander of Macedon conquered the world, in the face of innumerable forces of enemies, by means of 40,000 men long accustomed to discipline under his father Philip. Cyrus in his war against the Persians overcame incalculable difficulties with a force of only 14,000 armed men. With 4,000 men, of whom only 400 were cavalry, Epaminondas, the Theban leader, conquered a Spartan army of 24,000 infantry and 1,600 cavalry. 100,000 barbarians were defeated in battle by 14,000 Greeks, the number assisting Cyrus against Artaxerxes. The same 14,000 Greeks, having lost their generals in battle, returned unharmed through difficult and unknown places, having committed the management of their retreat to one of their number, Xenophon the Athenian. When Xerxes was defied by the 300 Spartans at Thermopylae, and had with difficulty destroyed them, he declared that he had been deceived because, while he had numbers enough, yet of real men who adhered to discipline he had none. 3. On restraint and disinterestedness. The story goes that Marcus Cato was content with the same wine as the men of his crews. When Cineas, ambassador of the Epirotes, offered Fabricius a large amount of gold, the latter rejected it, declaring that he preferred to rule those who had gold rather than to have it himself. Attilius Regulus, though he had been in charge of the greatest enterprises, was so poor that he supported himself, his wife, and children on a small farm which was tilled by a single steward. Hearing of the death of this steward, Regulus wrote to the Senate requesting them to appoint someone to succeed him in the command, since his property was left in jeopardy by the death of his slave, and his own presence at home was necessary. Gnaeus Scipio, after successful exploits in Spain, died in the extremest poverty, not even leaving money enough for a dowry for his daughters. The Senate, therefore, in consequence of their poverty, furnished them dowries at public expense. The Athenians did the same thing for the daughters of Aristides, who died in the greatest poverty after directing the most important enterprises. Epaminondas, the Theban general, was a man of such simple habits that among his belongings nothing was found beyond a mat and a single spit. Hannibal was accustomed to rise while it was still dark, but never took any rest before night. At dusk, and not before, he called his friends to dinner, and not more than 2 couches were ever filled with dinner guests at his headquarters. The same general, when serving under Hasdrubal as commander, usually slept on the bare ground, wrapped only in a common military cloak. The story goes that Scipio Aemilianus used to eat bread offered him as he walked along on the march in the company of his friends. The same story is related of Alexander of Macedon. We read that Massinissa, when in his 90th year, used to eat at noon, standing or walking about in front of his tent. When, in honor of his defeat of the Sabines, the Senate offered Manius Curius a larger amount of ground than the discharged troops were receiving, he was content with the allotment of ordinary soldiers, declaring that that man was a bad citizen who was not satisfied with what the rest received. The restraint of an entire army was also often noteworthy, as for example of the troops which served under Marcus Sorus, for Sorus has left it on record that a tree laden with fruit at the far end of the fortified enclosure of the camp was found the day after the withdrawal of the army, with the fruit undisturbed. In the war waged under the auspices of the Emperor Caesar Domitianus Augustus Germanicus, and begun by Julius Civilis in Gaul, the very wealthy city of the Lingones, which had revolted to Civilis, feared that it would be plundered by the approaching army of Caesar. But when, contrary to expectation, the inhabitants remained unharmed and lost none of their property, they returned to their loyalty and handed over to me 70,000 armed men. After the capture of Corinth, Lucius Mummius adorned not merely Italy but also the provinces with statues and paintings. Yet he refrained so scrupulously from appropriating anything from such vast spoils to his own use, that his daughter was in actual need, and the Senate furnished her dowry at the public expense. 4. On justice. When Camillus was besieging the Fauliscans, a schoolteacher took the sons of the Fauliscans outside the walls as though for a walk, and then delivered them up, saying that if they should be retained as hostages, the city would be forced to execute the orders of Camillus. But Camillus not only spurned the teacher's perfidy, but tying his hands behind his back, turned him over to the boys to be driven back to their parents with switches. He thus gained by kindness a victory which he had scorned to secure by fraud, for the Falaskins, in consequence of this act of justice, voluntarily surrendered to him. The physician of Pyrrhus, king of the Epirotes, came to Fabricius, general of the Romans, and promised to give Pyrrhus poison if an adequate reward should be guaranteed him for the service. Fabricius, not considering that victory called for any such crime, exposed the physician to the king, and by this honorable act succeeded in inducing Pyrrhus to seek the friendship of the Romans. 5. On determination, the will to victory. When the soldiers of Gnaeus Pompey threatened to plunder the money which was being carried for the triumph, Servilius and Glaucia urged him to distribute it among the troops, in order to avoid the outbreak of a mutiny. Thereupon Pompey declared he would forego a triumph, and would die, rather than yield to the insubordination of his soldiers. And, after upbraiding them in vehement language, he threw in their faces the fasces wreathed with laurel, that they might start their plundering by seizing these. Through the odium thus aroused, he reduced his men to obedience. When a sedition broke out in the tumult of the civil war, and feeling ran especially high, Gaius Caesar dismissed from service an entire legion, and beheaded the leaders of the mutiny. Later, when the very men he had dismissed entreated him to remove their disgrace, he restored them and had in them the very best soldiers. Postumius, when ex-consul, having appealed to the courage of his troops, and having been asked by them what commands he gave, told them to imitate him. Thereupon he seized a standard and led the attack on the enemy. His soldiers followed and won the victory. Claudius Marcellus, having unexpectedly come upon some Gallic troops, turned his horse about in a circle, looking around for a way of escape. Seeing danger on every hand, with a prayer to the gods he broke into the midst of the enemy. By his amazing audacity he threw them into consternation, slew their leader, and actually carried away the Spolia Opima in a situation where there had scarcely remained a hope of saving his life. Lucius Paulus, after the loss of his army at Cani, being offered a horse by Lentulus with which to effect his escape, refused to survive the disaster, although it had not been occasioned by him, and remained seated on the rock against which he had leaned when wounded, until he was overpowered and stabbed by the enemy. Paulus's colleague, Varro, showed even greater resolution in continuing alive after the same disaster, and the Senate and the people thanked him, because, they said, he did not despair of the Commonwealth. But throughout the rest of his life he gave proof that he had remained alive not from desire of life, but because of his love of country. He suffered his beard and hair to remain untrimmed, and never afterwards reclined when he took food at table. Even when honors were decreed him by the people he declined them, saying that Senate needed more fortunate magistrates than himself. After the complete rout of the Romans at Cani, when Sempronius Tuditanus and Gnaeus Octavius, tribunes of the soldiers, were besieged in the smaller camp, they urged their comrades to draw their swords and accompany them in a dash through the forces of the enemy, declaring that they themselves were resolved on this course, even if no one else possessed the courage to break through. Although among the wavering crowd only 12 knights and 50 foot soldiers were found who had the courage to accompany them, yet they reached Canusium unscathed. When Gaius Fontius Crassus was in Spain, he set out with 3,000 men on a foraging expedition, and was enveloped in an awkward position by Hasdrubal. In the early part of the night, at a time when such a thing was least expected, having communicated his purpose only to the centurions of the first rank, he broke through the pickets of the enemy. When the consul Cornelius had been caught in an awkward position by the enemy in the Samnite War, Publius Decius, tribune of the soldiers, urged him to send a small force to occupy a neighboring hill, and volunteered to act as leader of those who should be sent. The enemy, thus diverted to a different quarter, allowed the consul to escape, but surrounded Decius and besieged him. Decius, however, extricated himself from this predicament also by making a sortie at night, and escaped unharmed along with his men and rejoined the consul. Under the consul Attilius Calatinus, the same exploit was performed by a man whose name is variously reported. Some say he was called Liberius, some Quintus Cadicius. but most call him Calpurnus Flamma. This man, seeing that the army had entered a valley, the sides and all the commanding parts of which had been occupied by the enemy, asked and received from the consul 300 soldiers. After exhorting these to save the army by their courage, he hastened to the center of the valley. To crush him and his followers, the enemy descended from all directions, but being held in check in a long and fierce battle, they thus afforded the consul an opportunity of extricating his army. Gaius Caesar, when about to fight the Germans and their king Ariovistus, at a time when his own men had been thrown into panic, called his soldiers together and declared to the assembly that on that day he proposed to employ the services of the 10th Legion alone. In this way he caused the soldiers of this legion to be stirred by his tribute to their unique heroism, while the rest were overwhelmed with mortification to think that reputation for courage should be confined to others. A certain Spartan noble, when Philip declared he would cut them off from many things unless the state surrendered to him, asked, "He won't cut us off from dying in defense of our country, will he?" Leonidas the Spartan, in reply to the statement that the Persians would create clouds by the multitude of their arrows, is reported to have said, "We shall fight all the better in the shade." When Gaius Ilius, a city praetor, was holding court on one occasion, a woodpecker lighted upon his head. The soothsayers were consulted and made answer that if the bird should be allowed to go, the victory would fall to the enemy, but that if it were killed, the Roman people would prevail, though Gaius and all his house should perish. Ilius, however, did not hesitate to kill the woodpecker. Our army won the day, but Ilius himself, with 14 others of the same family, was slain in battle. Certain authorities do not believe that the man referred to was Gaius Caelius, but a certain Lelius, and that they were Lelii, not Caelii, who perished. 2 Romans bearing the name Publius Decius, first the father, later the son, sacrificed their lives to save the state during their tenure of office. By spurring their horses against the foe, they won victory for their country. When waging war against Aristonicus in Asia, somewhere between Alia and Marina, Publius Crassus fell into the hands of the enemy and was being led away alive. Scorning the thought of captivity for a Roman consul, he used the stick with which he had urged on his horse to gouge out the eye of the Thracian by whom he was held captive. The Thracian, infuriated with the pain, stabbed him to death. Thus, as he desired, Crassus escaped the disgrace of servitude. Marcus, son of Cato the censor, in a certain battle fell off his horse, which had stumbled. Cato picked himself up, but noticing that his sword had slipped out of its scabbard, and fearing disgrace, went back among the enemy, and though he received a number of wounds, finally recovered his sword and made his way back to his comrades. The inhabitants of Petelia, when they were blockaded by the Carthaginians, sent away the children and the aged on account of the shortage of food. They themselves, supporting life on hides, moistened and then dried by the fire, on leaves of trees, and on all sorts of animals, sustained the siege for 11 months. The Spaniards, when blockaded at Consabra, endured all these same hardships, nor did they surrender the town to Hirtulius. The story goes that the inhabitants of Casilinum, when blockaded by Hannibal, suffered such shortage of food that a mouse was sold for 200 denarii, and that the man who sold it died of starvation while the purchaser lived. Yet the inhabitants persisted in maintaining their loyalty to the Romans. When Mithridates was besieging Cyzicus, he paraded the captives from that city and exhibited them to the besieged, thinking thus to force the people of the town to surrender through compassion for their fellows. But the townspeople urged the prisoners to meet death with heroism, and persisted in maintaining their loyalty to the Romans. The inhabitants of Segovia, when Viriatus proposed to send them back their wives and children, preferred to witness the execution of their loved ones rather than to fail the Romans. The inhabitants of Numantia preferred to lock the doors of their houses and die of hunger rather than surrender. 6. On goodwill and moderation. Quintus Fabius, upon being urged by his son to seize an advantageous position at the expense of losing a few men, asked, "Do you want to be one of those few?" When Xenophon on one occasion happened to be on horseback and had just ordered the infantry to take possession of a certain eminence, he heard one of the soldiers muttering that it was an easy matter for a mounted man to order such difficult enterprises. At this Xenophon leaped down and set the man from the ranks on his horse, while he himself hurried on foot with all speed to the eminence he had indicated. The soldier, unable to endure the shame of this performance, voluntarily dismounted amid the jeers of his comrades. It was with difficulty, however, that the united efforts of the troops induced Xenophon to mount his horse, and to restrict his energies to the duties which devolved upon a commander. When Alexander was marching at the head of his troops one winter's day, he sat down by a fire and began to review the troops as they passed by. Noticing a certain soldier who was almost dead with the cold, he bade him sit in his place, adding, "If you had been born among the Persians, it would be a capital crime for you to sit on the king's seat. But since you were born in Macedonia, that privilege is yours." When the deified Vespasianus Augustus learned that a certain youth of good birth but ill adapted to military service had received a high appointment because of his straitened circumstances, Vespasian settled a sum of money on him and gave him an honorable discharge. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark DeSanzo. The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome by Frontinus. Translated by Charles Bennett. The Stratagems. Book 4, Part 3. 7. On Sundry Maxims and Devices. Gaius Caesar used to say that he followed the same policy towards the enemy as did many doctors when dealing with physical ailments, namely that of conquering the foe by hunger rather than by steel. Domitius Corbulo used to say that the pick was the weapon with which to beat the enemy. Lucius Paulus used to say that a general ought to be an old man in character, meaning thereby that moderate counsels should be followed. When people said of Scipio Africanus that he lacked aggressiveness, he is reported to have answered, "My mother bore me a general, not a warrior." When a Teuton challenged Gaius Marius and called upon him to come forth, Marius answered that if the man was desirous of death, he could end his life with a halter. Then, when the fellow persisted, Marius confronted him with a gladiator of despicable size, whose life was almost spent, and told the Teuton that if he would first defeat this gladiator, he himself would then fight with him. After Quintus Sertorius had learned by experience that he was by no means a match for the whole Roman army, and wished to prove this to the barbarians also, who were rashly demanding battle, he brought into their presence 2 horses, one very strong, the other very feeble. Then he brought up 2 youths of corresponding physique, one robust, the other slight. The stronger youth was commanded to pull out the entire tail of the feeble horse, while the slender youth was ordered to pull out the hairs of the strong horse, one by one. Then, when the slight youth had succeeded in his task while the strong one was still struggling vainly with the tail of the feeble horse, Sertorius observed, "By this illustration I have exhibited to you, my men, the nature of the Roman cohorts. They are invincible to him who attacks them in a body, yet he who assails them by groups will tear and rend them." The consul Valerius Levinus, having caught a spy within his camp, and having entire confidence in his own forces, ordered the man to be led around, observing that, for the sake of terrifying the enemy, his army was open to inspection by the spies of the enemy, as often as they wished. Caedicius, a centurion of the first rank, who acted as leader in Germany when, after the Varian disaster, our men were beleaguered, was afraid that the barbarians would bring up to the fortifications the wood which they had gathered, and would set fire to his camp. He therefore pretended to be in need of fuel, and sent out men in every direction to steal it. In this way he caused the Germans to remove the whole supply of felled trees. Gnaeus Scipio, in a naval combat, hurled jars filled with pitch and rosin among the vessels of the enemy, in order that the damage might result both from the weight of the missiles and from the scattering of their contents, which would serve as fuel for a conflagration. Hannibal suggested to King Antiochus that he hurl jars filled with vipers among the ships of the enemy, in order that the crews, through fear of these, might be kept from fighting and from performing their nautical duties. Prusias did the same when his fleet was by now giving way. Marcus Porcius Cato, having boarded the ships of the enemy, drove from them the Carthaginians. Then, having distributed their weapons and insignia among his own men, he sank many ships of the enemy, deceiving them by their own equipment. Inasmuch as the Athenians had been subject to repeated attacks by the Spartans, on one occasion, in the course of a festival which they were celebrating outside the city in honor of Minerva, they studiously affected the role of worshippers, yet with weapons concealed beneath their clothing. When the ceremonial was over, they did not immediately return to Athens, but at once marched swiftly upon Sparta at a time when they were least feared, and themselves devastated the lands of an enemy whose victims they had often been. Cassius set fire to some transports which were of no great use for anything else, and sent them with a fair wind against the fleet of the enemy, thereby destroying it by fire. When Marcus Livius had routed Hasdrubal, and certain persons urged him to pursue the enemy to annihilation, he answered, "Let some survive to carry to the enemy the tidings of our victory." Scipio Africanus used to say that a road not only ought to be afforded the enemy for flight, but that it ought even to be paved. Pacus the Athenian on one occasion declared that the enemy would be spared if they put aside the steel. When they had all complied with these terms, he ordered the entire number to be executed, since they had steel brooches on their cloaks. When Hasdrubal had invaded the territory of the Numidians for the purpose of subduing them, and they were preparing to resist, he declared that he had come to capture elephants, an animal in which Numidia abounds. For this privilege they demanded money, and Hasdrubal promised to pay it. Having by these representations thrown them off the scent, he attacked them and brought them under his power. Alcetus, the Spartan, in order the more easily to make a surprise attack on a supply convoy of the Thebans, got ready his ships in a secret place and exercised his rowers by turns on a single galley, as though that was all he had. Then at a certain time, as the Theban vessels were sailing past, he sent all his ships against them and captured their supplies. When Ptolemy with a weak force was contending against Perdiccas' powerful army, he arranged for a few horsemen to drive along animals of all sorts, with brush fastened to their backs for them to trail behind them. He himself went ahead with the forces which he had. As a consequence, the dust raised by the animals produced the appearance of a mighty army following, and the enemy, terrified by this impression, were defeated. Myronides, the Athenian, when about to fight on an open plain against the Thebans, who were very strong in cavalry, warned his troops that if they stood their ground there was some hope of safety, but that if they gave way destruction was absolutely certain. In this way he encouraged his men and won the victory. When Gaius Pinarius was in charge of the garrison of Henna in Sicily, the magistrates of the city demanded the keys of the gates which he had in his keeping. Suspecting that they were preparing to go over to the Carthaginians, he asked for the space of a single night to consider the matter, and revealing to his soldiers the treachery of the Greeks, he instructed them to get ready and wait for his signal on the morrow. At daybreak, in the presence of his troops, he announced to the people of Henna that he would surrender the keys, if all the inhabitants of the town should be agreed in their view. When the entire populace assembled in the theatre to settle this matter, and, with the obvious purpose of revolting, made the same demand, Pinarius gave the signal to his soldiers and murdered all the people of Henna. Epicrates, the Athenian general, once rigged up his own fleet after the style of the enemy, and sailed away to a certain city whose people he viewed with suspicion. Being welcomed with unrestrained enthusiasm, he thus discovered their treachery and sacked their town. When Tiberius Gracchus had proclaimed that he would confer freedom on such of the volunteer slaves as showed courage, but would crucify the cowards, some 4,000 men who had fought rather listlessly gathered on a fortified hill in fear of punishment. Thereupon Gracchus sent men to tell them that in his opinion the whole force of volunteer slaves had shared in the victory, since they had routed the enemy. By this expression of confidence he freed them from their apprehensions and took them back again. After the battle of Lake Trasimenus, where the Romans suffered great disaster, Hannibal, having brought 6,000 of the enemy under his power by virtue of a covenant he had made, generously allowed the allies of the Latin name to return to their cities, declaring that he was waging war for the purpose of freeing Italy. As a result, by means of their assistance, he received in surrender a number of tribes. When Locri was blockaded by Crispinus, admiral of our fleet, Mago spread the rumor in the Roman camp that Hannibal had slain Marcellus and was coming to relieve Locri from blockade. Then, secretly sending out cavalry, he commanded them to show themselves on the mountains which were in view. By doing this, he caused Crispinus, in the belief that Hannibal was at hand, to board his vessels and make off. Scipio Aemilianus, in the operations before Numantia, distributed archers and slingers not only among all his cohorts, but even among all his centuries. When Cleopatus the Theban had been put to flight by the Thessalians, and had crossed the river over which he had constructed an emergency bridge, he ordered his rearguard to burn the bridge, in order that it might not serve also as a means of passage to the enemy who were following him. When the Romans in certain operations were no match for the Campanian cavalry, Quintus Naevius, a centurion in the army of Fulvius Flaccus, the proconsul, conceived the plan of picking from the whole army the men who seemed swiftest of foot and of medium stature, arming them with small shields, helmets, and swords, and giving to each man 7 spears, about 4 feet in length. These men he attached to the cavalry, and commanded them to advance to the very walls, and then, taking their position at that point, to fight amid the cavalry of the enemy when our cavalry retreated. By this means the Campanians suffered severely, and especially their horses. When these were thrown into confusion, victory became easy for our troops. When Publius Scipio was in Lydia and observed that the army of Antiochus was demoralized by the rain, which fell day and night without cessation, and when he further noted that not only were men and horses exhausted, but that even the bows were rendered useless from the effect of the dampness on their strings, he urged his brother to engage in battle on the following day, although it was consecrated to religious observance. The adoption of this plan was followed by victory. When Cato was ravaging Spain, the envoys of the Ilergetes, a tribe allied with the Romans, came to him and begged for assistance. Cato, unwilling either to alienate his allies by refusing aid or to diminish his own strength by dividing his forces, ordered a third part of his soldiers to prepare rations and embark on their ships, directing them to return and to allege headwinds as the reason for this action. Meanwhile, the report of approaching aid went on before them, raising the hopes of the Ilergetes and shattering the plans of the enemy. Since in the army of Pompey there was a large force of Roman cavalry, by which its skill in arms wrought havoc among the soldiers of Gaius Caesar, the latter ordered his troops to aim with their swords at the faces and eyes of the enemy. He thus forced the enemy to avert their faces and retire. When the Vocii were hard-pressed by Sempronius Gracchus in a pitched battle, they surrounded their entire force with a ring of carts, which they had filled with their bravest warriors dressed in women's clothes. Sempronius rose up with greater daring to assault the enemy, because he imagined himself proceeding against women, whereupon those in the carts attacked him and put him to flight. When Eumenes of Cardia, one of the successors of Alexander, was besieged in a certain stronghold, and was unable to exercise his horses, he had them suspended during certain hours each day in such a position that, resting on their hind legs and with their 4 feet in the air, they moved their legs till the sweat ran in their efforts to regain their natural posture. When certain barbarians promised Marcus Cato guides for the march and also reinforcements, provided that a large sum of money should be assured them, he did not hesitate to make the promise, since if they won he could reward them from the spoils of the enemy, while if they were slain he would be released from his pledge. When a certain Statilius, a knight of distinguished record, evinced an inclination to desert to the enemy, Quintus Maximus ordered him to be summoned to his presence, and apologized for not having known until then the real merits of Statilius, owing to the jealousy of his fellow soldiers. Then, giving Statilius a horse and bestowing a large gift of money besides, he succeeded in sending away rejoicing a man who, when summoned, was conscience-stricken. He succeeded also in securing for the future a loyal and brave knight in place of one whose fealty was in doubt. Philip, having heard that a certain Pythias, an excellent warrior, had become estranged from him because he was too poor to support his 3 daughters and was not assisted by the king, and having been warned by certain persons to be on his guard against the man, replied, "What, if part of my body were diseased, should I cut it off rather than give it treatment?" Then, quietly drawing Pythias aside for a confidential talk, and learning the seriousness of his domestic embarrassments, he supplied him with funds, and found him a better and more devoted adherent than before the estrangement. After an unsuccessful battle with the Carthaginians, in which he had lost his colleague Marcellus, Titius Quinctius Crispinus, learning that Hannibal had obtained possession of the ring of the slain hero, sent letters among all the municipal towns of Italy, warning the inhabitants to give credit to no letters which should be brought sealed with the ring of Marcellus. As a result of this advice, Salapia and other cities were assailed in vain by Hannibal's insidious efforts. After the disaster at Cannae, when the Romans were so terror-stricken that a large part of survivors thought of abandoning Italy, and that too with the endorsement of nobles of the highest standing, Publius Scipio, then extremely young in the very assembly where such a course was being discussed, proclaimed with great vehemence that he would slay with his own hand whoever refused to declare on oath that he cherished no purpose of abandoning the state. Having first bound himself with such an oath, he drew his sword and threatened death to one of those standing near unless he too should take the oath. This man was constrained by fear to swear allegiance. The rest were compelled by the example of the first. When the camp of the Volscians had been pitched near bushes and woods, Camillus set fire to everything which could carry the flames, once started, up to the very fortifications. In this way he deprived the enemy of their camp. In the social war, Publius Crassus was cut off in almost the same way with all his troops. When Quintus Metellus was about to break camp in Spain and wished to keep his soldiers in line, he proclaimed that he had discovered that an ambush had been laid by the enemy. Therefore the soldiers should not quit the standards nor break ranks. Though he had done this merely for purposes of discipline, yet happening to meet with an actual ambuscade, he found his soldiers unafraid, since he had given them warning. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome by Frontinius. Translated by Charles Bennett. The Aqueducts of Rome, Book 1, Part 1. Sextus Julius Frontinus, 2 books on the Aqueducts of Rome. Inasmuch as every task assigned by the Emperor demands a special attention, and insomuch as I am incited, not merely to diligence, but also to devotion, when any matter is entrusted to me, be it as a consequence of my natural sense of responsibility or of my fidelity, and inasmuch as Nerva Augustus, an emperor of whom I am at loss to say whether he devotes more industry or love to the state, has lain upon me the duties of water commissioner, an office which concerns not merely the convenience, but also the health and even the safety of the city, and which has always been administered by the most eminent men of our state. Now, therefore, I deem it of the first and greatest importance to familiarize myself with the business I have undertaken, a policy which I have always made a principle in other affairs. For I believe that there is no surer foundation for any business than this, and that it would be otherwise impossible to determine what ought to be done, what ought to be avoided. Likewise, that there is nothing so disgraceful for a decent man as to conduct an office delegated to him according to the instructions of assistants. Yet precisely this is inevitable whenever a person inexperienced in the matter at hand has to have recourse to the practical knowledge of subordinates. For although the latter play a necessary role in the way of rendering assistance, yet they are, as it were, but the hands and tools of the directing head. Observing, therefore, the practice which I have followed in many offices, I have gathered in this sketch, into one systematic body, so to speak, such facts, hitherto scattered, as I have been able to get together, which bear on the general subject, and which might serve to guide me in my administration. Now, in the case of other books which I have written after practical experience, I consulted the interests of my successors. The present treatise may also be found useful by my successor, but it will serve especially for my own instruction and guidance, being prepared, as it is, at the beginning of my administration. And lest I seem to have omitted anything requisite to a familiarity with the entire subject, I will first set down the names of the waters which entered the city of Rome. Then I will tell by whom, under what councils, and in what year after the founding of the city each one was brought in. Then at what point and at what milestone each water was taken, how far each is carried in a subterranean channel, how far on substructures, how far on arches. Then I will give the elevation of each, the plan of the taps, and the distributions that are made from them, how much each aqueduct brings to points outside the city, what proportion to each quarter within the city, how many public reservoirs there are, and from these how much is delivered to public works, how much to ornamental fountains, munera, as the more polite call them, how much to the water basins, how much is granted in the name of Caesar, how much for private uses by favor of the emperor, what is the law with regard to the construction and maintenance of the aqueducts, what penalties enforce it, whether established by resolutions of the Senate or by edicts of the emperors. Book 1. For 441 years from the foundation of the city, the Romans were satisfied with the use of such waters as they drew from the Tiber, from wells, or from springs. Esteem for springs still continues, and is observed with veneration. They are believed to bring healing to the sick, as, for example, the springs of the Camene, of Apollo, and of Juturna. But there now run into the city the Appian Aqueduct, Old Anio, Marcia, Tumpula, Julia, Virgo, Alcetina, which is also called Augusta, Claudia, New Anio. In the consulship of Marcus Valerius Maximus and Publius Decius Mus, in the 30th year after the beginning of the Samnite War, the Appian Aqueduct was brought into the city by Appius Claudius Crassus, the censor, who afterwards received the surname of the Blind, the same man who had charge of paving the Appian Way from the Porta Capena as far as the city of Capua. As colleague in the censorship, Appius had Gaius Plautius, to whom was given the name of the Hunter, for having discovered the springs of this water. But since Plautius resigned the censorship within a year and 6 months, under the mistaken impression that his colleague would do the same, the honor of giving his name to the aqueduct fell to Appius alone, who, by various subterfuges, is reported to have extended the term of his censorship until he should complete both the way and this aqueduct. The intake of Appia is on the Lucullan estate, between the 7th and 8th milestones, on the Praenestine Way, on a crossroad, 780 paces to the left. From its intake to the Saline at the Porta Trigemenia, its channel has a length of 11,190 paces, of which 11,130 paces run underground, while above ground 60 paces are carried on substructures, and near the Porta Capena on arches. Near Space Vetus, on the edge of the Torquenian and Epaphroditian gardens, there joins it a branch of Augusta, added by Augustus as a supplementary supply. This branch has its intake at the 6th milestone, on the Praenestine Way, on a crossroad 980 paces to the left, near the Collatian Way. Its course, by underground channel, extends to 6,380 paces before reaching the Twins. The distribution of Appia begins at the foot of the publican ascent, near the Porta Trigemia, at the place designated as the Saline. 40 years after Appia was brought in the 481st year from the founding of the city, Manius Curtius Dentatus, who held the censorship with Lucius Papirius Cursor, contracted to have the waters of what is now called Old Anio brought into the city, with the proceeds of the booty captured from Pyrrhus. This was in the second consulship of Spurius Carvilius and Lucius Papirius. Then 2 years later, the question of completing the aqueduct was discussed in the Senate on the motion of the praetor. At the close of the discussion, Curius, who had let the original contract, and Fulvius Flacius were appointed by decree of the Senate as a board of 2 to bring in the water. Within 5 days of the time he had been appointed, one of the 2 commissioners, Curius, died. Thus the credit of achieving the work rested with Flaccus. The intake of Old Anio is above Tiber, at the 20th milestone outside the gate. where it gives a part of its water to supply the turbines. Owing to the exigency of elevation, its conduit has a length of 43,000 paces. Of this, the channel runs underground for 42,779 paces, while there are above-ground structures for 221 paces. 127 years later, that is, in the 608th year from the founding of the city, in the consulship of Servius Sulpicius Galba and Lucius Aurelius Cotta, when the conduits of Appia and Old Anio had become leaky by reason of age, and water was also being diverted from them unlawfully by individuals, the Senate commissioned Marcius, who at that time administered the law as praetor between citizens, to reclaim and repair these conduits, and since the growth of the city was seen to demand a more bountiful supply of water, the same man was charged by the Senate to bring into the city other waters so far as he could. He restored the old channels and brought in a third supply, more wholesome than these, which is called Marcia after the man who introduced it. We read in Fenestella that 180 million sesterces were granted to Marcius for these works, and since the term of his praetorship was not sufficient for the completion of the enterprise, it was extended for a second year. At that time the decemvirs, on consulting the Sibylline books for another purpose, are said to have discovered that it was not right for the Marcian water, or rather the Anio, for tradition more regularly mentions this, to be brought to the capital. This matter is said to have been debated in the Senate, in the consulship of Appius Claudius and Quintus Caecilius, Marcus Lepidus acting as spokesman for the board of decemvirs, and 3 years later the matter is said to have been brought up again by Lucius Lentulus in the consulship of Gaius Laelius and Quintus Servilis. But on both occasions the influence of Martius Rex carried the day, and thus the water was brought to the capital. The intake of Marcia is at the 36th milestone of the Valerian Way, on a crossroads, 3 miles to the right as you come from Rome, but on the Sublacentian Way, which was first paved under the Emperor Nero, at the 38th milestone, within 200 paces to the left. Its waters stand like a tranquil pool, of deep green hue. Its conduit has a length, from the intake to the city, of 61,710.5 paces, 51,217.5 paces of underground conduit, 7,463 paces of structure above ground, of which, at some distance from the city, in several places where it crosses valleys, there are 463 paces on arches. Nearer the city, beginning at the 7th milestone, 528 paces on substructures, and the remaining 6,472 paces on arches. The censors, Gnaeus Servilius Capito and Lucius Cassius Longinus, called Ravilla, in the year 627 after the founding of the city, in the consulate of Marcius Platinus Habasius and Marcus Fulvius Flaccus, had the water called Tepula brought to Rome and to the capital from the estate of Lucullus, which some persons hold to belong to Tusculan territory. The intake of Tepula is at the 10th milestone on the Latin Way, near a crossroad, 2 miles to the right as you proceed from Rome. From that point it was conducted in its own channel to the city. Later, in the second consulate of the Emperor Caesar Augustus, while Lucius Volatus was his colleague in the year 719 after the founding of the city, Marcus Agrippa, when aedile, after his first consulship took another independent source of supply, at the 12th milestone from the city on the Latin Way, on a crossroad 2 miles to the right as you proceed from Rome, and also tapped Tepula. The name Julia was given to the new aqueduct by its builder, but since the waters were again divided for distribution, the name Tepula remained. The conduit of Julia has a length of 15,426.5 paces, 7,000 paces on masonry above ground, of which 528 paces next to the city, beginning at the 7th milestone, are on substructures, the other 6,472 paces being on arches. Past the intake of Julia flows a brook which is called Crabra. Agrippa refrained from taking in this brook either because he had condemned it, or because he thought it ought to be left to the proprietors at Tusculum. For this is the water which all the estates of that district receive in turn, dealt out to them on regular days and in regular quantities. But our watermen, failing to practice the same restraint, have always claimed a part of it to supplement Julia, not, however, thus increasing the actual flow of Julia, since they habitually exhausted it by diverting its waters for their own profit. I therefore shut off the Crabra brook, and at the Emperor's command restored it entirely to those Tusculan proprietors, who now, possibly not without surprise, take its waters without knowing to what cause to ascribe the unusual abundance. The Julian aqueduct, on the other hand, by reason of the destruction of the branch pipes through which it was secretly plundered, has maintained its normal quantity even in times of most extraordinary drought. In the same year, Agrippa repaired the conduits of Appia, Old Anio, and Marcia, which had almost worn out, and with unique forethought provided the city with a large number of fountains. The same man, after his own third consulship, in the consulship of Gaius Sentius and Quintus Lucretius, 12 years after he had constructed the Julian aqueduct, also brought Virgo to Rome, taking it from the estate of Lucullus. We learn that July 9th was the day when it first began to flow in the city. It was called Virgo because a young girl pointed out certain springs to some soldiers hunting for water, and when they followed these up and dug, they found a copious supply. A small temple, situated near the spring, contains a painting which illustrates this origin of the aqueduct. The intake of Virgo is on the Collation Way at the 8th milestone, in a marshy spot, surrounded by a concrete enclosure for the purpose of confining the gushing waters. Its volume is augmented by several tributaries. Its length is 14,105 paces. For 12,865 paces of this distance, it is carried in an underground channel, for 1,240 paces above ground. Of these 1,240 paces, it is carried for 540 paces on substructures at various points, and for 700 paces on arches. The underground conduits of the tributaries measure 1,405 paces. I fail to see what motive induced Augustus, a most sagacious sovereign, to bring in the Absoltinian water, also called Augusta, for this has nothing to commend it, is in fact positively unwholesome, and for that reason is nowhere delivered for consumption by the people. It may have been that, when Augustus began the construction of his Naumachia, he brought this water in a special conduit in order not to encroach on the existing supply of wholesome water, and then granted the surplus of the Naumachia to the adjacent gardens and to private users for irrigation. It is customary, however, in the district across the Tiber, in an emergency, whenever the bridges are undergoing repairs and the water supply is cut off from this side of the river, to draw from Alsatinia to maintain the flow of the public fountains. Its source is in the Alsatinian Lake, at the 14th milestone on the Claudian Way, on a crossroad 6½ miles to the right. Its conduit has a length of 22,172 paces, with 358 paces on arches. To supplement Marcia, whenever dry seasons required an additional supply, Augustus also, by an underground channel, brought to the conduit of Marcia another water of the same excellent quality, called Augusta from the name of its donor. Its source is beyond the springs of Marcia. Its conduit, up to its junction with Marcia, measures 800 paces. After these aqueducts, Gaius Caesar, the successor of Tiberius, in the second year of his reign, in the consulate of Marcus Aquila Julianus, and Publicus Nonius Aspranus, in the year 791, after the founding of the city, began 2 others, inasmuch as the 7 then existing seemed insufficient to meet both the public needs and the luxurious private demands of the day. These works Claudius completed on the most magnificent scale, and dedicated in the consulship of Sulla and Titanius, on the 1st of August in the year 803 after the founding of the city. To the one water, which had its sources in the Carulian and Curtin springs, was given the name Claudia. This is next to Marcia in excellence. The second began to be designated as New Anio, in order the more readily to distinguish by title the 2 Anios which had now begun to flow to the city. To the former Anio the name of Old was added. The intake of Claudia is at the 38th milestone on the Sublacinian Way, on a crossroad, less than 300 paces to the left. The water comes from 2 very large and beautiful springs, the Carulian, so designated from its appearance, and the Curtin. Claudia also receives a spring which is called Albudinius, which is of such excellence that, when Marcia too needs supplementing, this water answers the purpose so admirably that by its addition there is no change in Marcia's quality. The spring of Augusta was turned into Claudia, because it was plainly evident that Marcia was of sufficient volume by itself. But Augusta remained, nevertheless, a reserve supply to Marcia, the understanding being that Augusta should run into Claudia only when the conduit of Marcia would not carry it. Claudia's conduit has a length of 46,406 paces, of which 36,230 are in a subterranean channel, 10,176 on structures above ground. Of these last, there are at various points in the upper reaches 3,076 paces on arches, and near the city, beginning at the 7th milestone, 609 paces on substructures, and 6,491 on arches. The intake of New Anio is at the 42nd milestone on the Sublacinian Way in the district of Sembruvian. The water is taken from the river, which, even without the effect of rainstorms, is muddy and discolored because it has rich and cultivated fields adjoining it, and in consequence loose banks. For this reason, a settling reservoir was put in beyond the inlet of the aqueduct, in order that the water might settle there and clarify itself between the river and the conduit. But even despite this precaution, the water reaches the city in a discolored condition whenever there are rains. It is joined by the Herculean Brook, which has its source on the same way, at the 38th milestone opposite the springs of Claudia, beyond the river and the highway. This is naturally very clear, but loses the charm of its purity by admixture with New Anio. The conduit of New Anio measures 58,700 paces, of which 49,300 are in an underground channel, 9,400 paces above ground on masonry. Of these, at various points in the upper reaches, are 2,300 paces on substructures or arches, while nearer the city, beginning at the 7th milestone, are 609 paces on the substructures, 6,491 paces on arches. These are the highest arches, rising at certain points to 109 feet. With such an array of indispensable structures carrying so many waters, compare, if you will, the idle pyramids, or the useless, though famous, works of the Greeks. It has seemed to me not inappropriate to include also a statement of the lengths of the channels of the several aqueducts according to the kinds of construction. For since the chief function of this office of water commissioner lies in their upkeep, the man in charge of them ought to know which of them demand the heavier outlay. My zeal was not satisfied with submitting details to examination. I also had plans made of the aqueducts, on which it is shown where there are valleys and how great these are, where rivers are crossed, and where conduits laid on hillsides demand more particular constant care for their maintenance and repair. By this provision, one reaps the advantage of being able to have the works before one's eyes, so to speak, at a moment's notice, and to consider them as though standing by their side. End of section 17. Recording by Todd. For 12,865 paces of this distance, it is carried.
Section 18 of the Stratagems and Aqueducts of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick McAfee, Merritt Island. The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome by Frontinus. Translated by Charles Bennett. The Aqueducts of Rome, Book 1, Part 2. The several aqueducts reach the city at different elevations. In consequence, certain ones deliver water on higher ground, while others cannot rise to the loftier points, for the hills have gradually grown higher with rubbish in consequence of frequent conflagrations. There are 5 whose head rises to every point in the city, but of these some are forced up with greater, others with lesser pressure. The highest is New Anio. Next comes Claudia. The 3rd place is taken by Julia, the 4th by Tepula, the last by Marcia, although at its intake this mounts even to the level of Claudia. But the ancients laid the lines of their aqueducts at a lower elevation, either because they had not yet nicely worked out the art of leveling, or because they purposely sunk their aqueducts in the ground, in order that they might not easily be cut by the enemy, since frequent wars were still waged with the Italians. But now, whenever a conduit has succumbed to old age, it is the practice to carry it in certain parts on substructures or on arches, in order to save length, abandoning the subterranean loops in the valleys. The 6th rank in height is held by Old Anio, which would likewise be capable of supplying even the higher portions of the city, if it were raised up on substructures or arches, wherever the nature of the valleys and low places demands. Its elevation is followed by that of Virgo, then by that of Appia. These, since they were brought from points near the city, could not rise to such high elevations. Lowest of all is Alsietina, which supplies the ward across the Tiber and the very lowest districts. Of these waters, 6 are received in covered catch basins, this side the 7th milestone on the Latin way. Here, taking fresh breath, so to speak, after the run, they deposit their sediment. Their volume also is determined by gauges set up at the same point. 3 of these, Julia, Marcia, and Tepula, are carried by the same arches from the catch basins onward. Tepula, which, as we have above explained, was tapped and added to the conduit of Julia, now leaves the basin of this same Julia, receives its own quota of water, and runs in its own conduit under its own name. The topmost of these 3 is Julia. Next below is Tepula, then Marcia. These flowing underground reach the level of the Viminal Hill, and in fact even of the Viminal Gate. There they again emerge. Yet a part of Julia is first diverted at Spes Vetus and distributed to the reservoirs of Mount Caelius. But Marcia delivers a part of its waters into the so-called Herculanean brook behind the gardens of Pallas. This brook, carried along the Caelian, affords no service to the occupants of the hill on account of its low level. It ends beyond the Porta Capena. New Anio and Claudia are carried together from their catch basins on lofty arches, Anio being above. Their arches end behind the gardens of Pallas, and from that point their waters are distributed in pipes to serve the city. Yet Claudia first transfers a part of its waters near Spes Vetus to the so-called Neronian arches. These arches pass along the Caelian hill and end near the temple of the deified Claudius. Both aqueducts deliver the volume which they receive, partly about the Caelian, partly on the Palatine and Aventine, and to the ward beyond the Tiber. Old Anio, this side the 4th milestone, passes under New Anio, which here shifts from the Latin to the Labian way. It has its own catch basin. Then this side, the 2nd milestone, it gives a part of its waters to the so-called Octavian conduit, and reaches the Asinian gardens in the neighborhood of the New Way, whence it is distributed throughout that district. But the main conduit, which passes Spes Vetus, comes inside the Esquiline Gate, and is distributed to high-lying mains throughout the city. Neither Virgo, nor Appia, nor Alsietina has a receiving reservoir or catch basin. The arches of Virgo begin under the Lucullan gardens and end on the Campus Martius in front of the voting porticos. The conduit of Appia, running along the base of the Caelian and Aventine, emerges, as we have said above, at the foot of the Publician ascent. The conduit of Alsietina terminates behind the Naumachia, for which it seems to have been constructed. Since I have given in detail the builders of the several aqueducts, their dates, and in addition their sources, the lengths of their channels, and their elevations in sequence, it seems to me not out of keeping to add also some separate details, and to show how great is the supply which suffices not only for public and private uses and purposes, but also for the satisfaction of luxury, by how many reservoirs it is distributed, and in what wards, how much water is delivered outside the city, how much in the city itself, how much of this latter amount is used for water basins, how much for fountains, how much for public buildings, how much in the name of Caesar, how much for private consumption. But before I mention the names quinaria, centenaria, and those of the other ajoutages by which water is gauged, I deem it appropriate to state what is their origin, what their capacities, and what each name means, and, after setting forth the rule according to which their proportions and capacities are computed, to show in what way I discovered their discrepancies and what course I pursued in correcting them. The ajoutages to measure water are arranged according to the standard either of digits or of inches. Digits are the standard in Campania and in most parts of Italy. Inches are the standard in. Now the digit, by common understanding, is 1/16th part of a foot, the inch 1/12th part. But precisely as there is a difference between the inch and the digit, just so the standard of the digit itself is not uniform. One is called square, another round. The square digit is larger than the round digit by 3/14 of its own size, while the round is smaller than the square by 3/11 of its size, obviously because the corners are cut off. Later on, an ajoutage called a quinaria came into use in the city to the exclusion of the former measures. This was based neither on the inch nor either of the digits, but was introduced, as some think, by Agrippa, or, as others believe, by plumbers at the instance of Vitruvius, the architect. Those who represent Agrippa as its inventor declare it was so designated because 5 small ajoutages, or punctures, so to speak, of the old sort, through which water used to be distributed when the supply was scanty, were now united in one pipe. Those who refer it to Vitruvius and the plumbers declare that it was so named from the fact that a flat sheet of lead, 5 digits wide, made up into a round pipe, forms this ajoutage. But this is indefinite, because the plate, when made up into a round pipe, will be extended on the exterior surface and contracted on the interior surface. The most probable explanation is that the quinaria received its name from having a diameter of 5/4 of a digit. A standard which holds in the following ajoutages also up to the 20 pipe, the diameter of each pipe increasing by the addition of 1/4 of a digit. For example, the 6 pipe is 6/4 in diameter, a 7 pipe 7/4, and so on by a uniform increase up to a 20 pipe. Every ajoutage now is gauged either by its diameter or circumference, or by its area of clear cross-section, from any of which factors its capacity becomes evident. That we may distinguish the more readily between the inch ajoutage, the square digit, the circular digit, and the quinaria itself, use must be made of the value of the quinaria, the ajutage which is most accurately determined and best known. Now, the inch ajutage has a diameter of 1 1/3 digits. Its capacity is slightly more than 1 1/8 quinariae. In other words, 1 1/2 twelfths of a quinaria plus 3 288ths plus 2/3 of 1 288th more. The square digit reduced to the circle is one digit plus 1 1/2 twelfths of a digit plus 1/72 in diameter. Its capacity is 10 twelfths of a quinaria. The circular digit is one digit in diameter. Its capacity is 7 twelfths plus 1/2 twelfth plus 1/72 of a quinaria. Now, the ajutages which are derived from the quinaria increase on two principles. One principle is that the quinaria itself is taken a given number of times. In other words, in one orifice, the equivalent of several quinariae is included, in which case the size of the orifice increases according to the increase in the number of quinariae. This principle is regularly employed whenever several quinariae are delivered by one pipe and received in a reservoir, from which consumers receive their individual supply, this being done in order that the conduit may not be tapped too often. The second principle is followed whenever the pipe does not increase according to some necessary multiple of quinariae, but according to the size of diameters, in conformity with which principle they enlarge their capacity and receive their names, as, for example, when a quarter of a digit is added to the diameter of a quinaria, we get as a result the cenaria, but its capacity is not increased by a whole quinaria, for it contains a quinaria plus 5 twelfths plus 1 48th, so on by adding successive quarters of a digit to the diameter, as was said above, we get by gradual increases a 7-pipe, septenaria, an 8-pipe, octonaria, and up to the 20-pipe, vicenaria. After that, we have the method of gauging, which is based on the number of square digits contained in the cross-section, that is, the orifice of each ajutage, from which number of square digits the pipes also get their names. Thus, those which in cross-section, that is, in circular orifice, have 25 square digits are called 25 pipes. Similarly, we have the 30-pipe, tricenaria, and so on, by a regular increase of 5 square digits up to the 120 pipe. In the case of the 20 pipe, which is on the border line between the two methods of gauging, the two methods almost coincide. For, according to the reckoning to be used in the first named set of ajutages, it is 20 quarter digits in diameter, inasmuch as its diameter is 5 digits, while according to the computation to be applied to the higher ajutages, it has an area of 20 square digits, less a fraction. The gauging of the entire series of ajutages from the 5-pipe, quinaria, up to the 120-pipe is determined in the way I have explained, and in each class the principle adopted is adhered to for that class. It conforms also to the ajoutages set down and verified in the records of our most puissant and patriotic emperor. Whether, therefore, computation or authority is to be followed on either ground, the ajoutages of the records are of greater weight, but the watermen, while they conform to the obvious reckoning in most ajoutages, have made deviation in the case of 4 of them, namely the 12, 20, 100, and 120 pipe. In the case of the 12 pipe, the error is not great, nor is its use frequent. They have added 1/24 plus 1/18 to its diameter, and to its capacity 1/4 of a quinaria. A greater discrepancy is detected in case of the 3 remaining ajoutages. These watermen diminish the 20 pipe in its diameter by 1/2 plus 1/24 of a digit, its capacity by 3 quinaria plus 1/4 plus 1/24, and common use is made of this ajoutage for delivery. But in case of the 100 pipe and 120 pipe, through which they regularly receive water, the pipes are not diminished but enlarged. For to the diameter of the 100 pipe they add 2/3 plus 1/24 of a digit, and to the capacity 10 quinariae plus 1/2 plus 1/24. To the diameter of the 120 pipe they add 3 digits plus 7/12 plus 1/24 plus 1/18 to its capacity, 66 quinariae plus 1/6. Thus, by diminishing the size of the 20 pipe, by which they constantly deliver, and enlarging the 100 and 120 pipes, by which they always receive, they steal, in case of the 100 pipe, 27 quinariae, and in case of the 120 pipe, 86 quinariae. While this is proved by computation, it is also obvious from the facts. For from the 20 pipe, which Caesar rates at 16 quinariae, they do not deliver more than 13, and it is equally certain that from the 100 pipe and the 120 pipe, which they have expanded, they deliver only up to a limited amount, since Caesar, as his records show, has made delivery according to his grant, when out of each 100 pipe he furnishes 81 1/2 quinariae, and similarly out of a 120 pipe, 98. In all there are 25 ajoutages. They all conform to their computed and recorded capacities, barring these 4 which the watermen have altered. But everything embraced under the head of mensuration ought to be fixed, unchanged, and constant. For only so will any special computation accord with general principles, just as a sextarius, for example, has a regular ratio to a ciathus, and similarly a modius to both a ciathus and sextarius, so also the multiplication of the quinariae in case of the larger ajoutages must follow a regular progression. However, when less is found in the delivery ajoutages and more in the receiving ajoutages, it is obvious that there is not error but fraud. Let us remember that every stream of water, whenever it comes from a higher point and flows into a reservoir, after a short run not only comes up to its measure, but actually yields a surplus. But whenever it comes from a lower point, that is, under less pressure, and is conducted a longer distance, it shrinks in volume, owing to the resistance of its conduit, and that, therefore, on this principle, it needs either a check or a help in its discharge. But the position of the calyx is also a factor. Placed at right angles and level, it maintains the normal quantity. Set against the current of the water and sloping downward, it will take in more. If it slopes to one side so that the water flows by, and if it is inclined with the current, that is less favorably placed for taking in water, it will receive the water slowly and in scant quantity. The calyx now is a bronze ajoutage inserted into a conduit or reservoir, and to it the service pipes are attached. Its length ought not to be less than 12 digits, while its orifice ought to have such capacity as is specified. Bronze seems to have been selected, since, being hard, it is more difficult to bend, and is not easily expanded or contracted. I have described below all the 25 ajoutages that there are, although only 15 of them are in use, gauging them according to the method of computation spoken of, and correcting the 4 which the watermen have altered. To these specifications all ajoutages in use ought to conform, or if those 4 remain in use, they ought to be gauged by the number of quinariae which they contain. The ajoutages that are not in use are so referred to. The inch ajoutage is 1 digit plus 1/3 of a digit in diameter. It contains more than a quinaria by 1 1/2 of a quinaria, plus 3 288ths plus 2/3 of 1 288th. The square digit has the same height as breadth. The square digit converted into its equivalent circle is 1 digit plus 1 1/2 of a digit plus 1/72 in diameter. It measures 10/12 of a quinaria. The circular digit is 1 digit in diameter and measures 7/12 plus a 1/2 plus 1/72 of a quinaria in area. The quinaria, 1 digit plus 3/12 in diameter, 3 digits plus 1/2 plus 5/12 plus 3 288ths in circumference. It has a capacity of 1 quinaria. The 6 pipe, 1 1/2 digits in diameter, 4 digits plus 1/2 plus 2/12 plus 1/24 plus 2 288ths in circumference. It has a capacity of 1 quinaria plus 5/12 plus 7 288ths. The 7 pipe, 1 digit plus 1/2 plus 3/12 in diameter, 5 digits plus 1/2 in circumference. It has a capacity of 1 quinaria plus 1/2 plus 5/12 plus 1/24 is not in use. The 8 pipe, 2 digits in diameter, 6 digits plus 3/12 plus 10 288ths in circumference. It has a capacity of 2 quinaria plus 1/2 plus 1/24 plus 5 288ths. The 10 pipe, 2 1/2 digits in diameter, 7 digits plus 1/2 plus 1/12 plus 7 288ths in circumference. It has a capacity of 4 quinariae. The 12 pipe, 3 digits in diameter, 9 digits plus 5/12ths plus 8 288ths in circumference. It has a capacity of 5 quinariae plus 1/2 plus 3/12ths plus 3 288ths is not in use. But with the watermen, it measured 3 digits plus 1/24th plus 6 288ths in diameter, containing 6 quinariae. The 15 pipe, 3 digits plus 1/2 plus 3/12ths in diameter, 11 digits plus 1/2 plus 3/12ths plus 10 288ths in circumference. It has a capacity of 9 quinariae. The 20 pipe, 5 digits plus 1/24th plus 1 288th in diameter, 15 digits plus 1/2 plus 4/12ths plus 6 288ths in circumference. It has a capacity of 16 quinariae plus 3/12ths plus 1/24th. With the watermen, it measured 4 digits plus 1/2 in diameter, holding 13 quinariae. The 25 pipe, 5 digits plus 1/2 plus 1/12th plus 1/24th plus 5 288ths in diameter, 17 digits plus 1/2 plus 2/12ths plus 1/24th plus 7 288ths in circumference. It has a capacity of 20 quinariae plus 4/12ths plus 9 288ths is not in use. The 30 pipe, 6 digits plus 2/12ths plus 3 288ths in diameter, 19 digits plus 5/12ths in circumference. It has a capacity of 24 quinariae plus 5/12ths plus 5 288ths. The 35 pipe, 6 digits plus 1/2 plus 2/12ths plus 2 288ths in diameter, 20 digits plus 1/2 plus 5/12ths plus 1/24th plus 4 288ths in circumference. It has a capacity of 28 quinariae plus 1/2 plus 3 288ths is not in use. The 40 pipe, 7 digits plus 1/12th plus 1/24th plus 3 288ths in diameter, 22 digits plus 5/12ths in circumference. It has a capacity of 32 quinariae plus 1/2 plus 1/12th. The 45 pipe, 7 digits plus 1/2 plus 1/24ths plus 8 288ths in diameter, 23 digits plus 1/2 plus 3/12ths plus 1/24th in circumference. It has a capacity of 36 quinariae plus 1/2 plus 1/12th plus 1/24th plus 8 288ths is not in use. The 50 pipe, 7 digits plus 1/2 plus 5/12ths plus 1/24th plus 5 288ths in diameter, 25 digits plus 1/24th plus 7 288ths in circumference. It has a capacity of 40 quinariae plus 1/2 plus 2/12ths plus 1/24th plus 5 288ths. The 55 pipe, 8 digits plus 4/12 plus 10 288ths in diameter, 26 digits plus 3/12 plus 1/24 in circumference. It has a capacity of 44 kinariae plus 1/2 plus 3/12 plus 1/24 plus 2 288ths is not in use. The 60 pipe, 8 digits plus 1/2 plus 2/12 plus 1/24 plus 8 288ths in diameter, 27 digits plus 5/12 plus 1/24 in circumference. It has a capacity of 48 kinariae plus 1/2 plus 4/12 plus 11 288ths. The 65 pipe, 9 digits plus 1/12 plus 3 288ths in diameter, 28 digits plus 1/2 plus 1/12 in circumference. It has a capacity of 52 kinariae plus 1/2 plus 3/12 plus 1/24 plus 8 288ths is not in use. The 70 pipe, 9 digits plus 5/12 plus 6 288ths in diameter, 29 digits plus 1/2 plus 2/12 in circumference. It has a capacity of 57 kinariae plus 5 288ths. The 75 pipe, 9 digits plus 1/2 plus 3/12 plus 6 288ths in diameter, 30 digits plus 1/2 plus 2/12 plus 8 288ths in circumference. It has a capacity of 61 kinariae plus 1/12 plus 2 288ths is not in use. The 80 pipe, 10 digits plus 1/12 plus 2 288ths in diameter, 31 digits plus 1/12 plus 1/2 plus 2/12 plus 1/24 in circumference. It has a capacity of 65 kinariae plus 2/12. The 85 pipe, 10 digits plus 4/12 plus 1/24 plus 1 288th in diameter, 32 digits plus 1/2 plus 2/12 plus 4 288ths in circumference. It has a capacity of 69 kinariae plus 3/12 is not in use. The 90 pipe, 10 digits plus 1/2 plus 2/12 plus 10 288ths in diameter, 33 digits plus 1/2 plus 1/12 plus 1/24 plus 2 288ths in circumference. It has a capacity of 73 kinariae plus 3/12 plus 1/24 plus 5 288ths. The 95 pipe, 10 digits plus 1/2 plus 5/12 plus 1/24 plus 9 288ths in diameter, 34 digits plus 1/2 plus 1/24 in circumference. It has a capacity of 77 kinariae plus 4/12 plus 1/24 plus 2 288ths is not in use. The 100 pipe, 11 digits plus 3/12 plus 9 288ths in diameter, 35 digits plus 5/12 plus 1/24 in circumference. It has a capacity of 81 kinariae plus 5/12 plus 10 288ths. With the watermen, it had a diameter of 12 digits, having a capacity of 92 kinariae. The 120 pipe, 12 digits plus 1/12 plus 6 288ths in diameter, 38 digits plus 1/2 plus 4/12 in circumference, it has a capacity of 97 quinariae plus 1/2 plus 3/12. With the Watermen, it had a diameter of 16 digits, having a capacity of 163 quinariae plus 1/2 plus 5/12, which is the measure of 2 100 pipes. End of section 18. Recording by Patrick McAfee, Merritt Island.
Section 19 of The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avayi in April 2020. The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome by Frontinus. Translated by Charles Bennett. The Aqueducts of Rome. Book 2, Part 1. Having detailed those facts which it was necessary to state with reference to the Audiotages, I will now set down what discharge each aqueduct, according to the imperial records, was thought to have up to the time of my administration, and also how much it actually did deliver. Then the true measure, which I reached by careful investigation, acting on the suggestion of that best and most industrious emperor, Nerva. Now there were, in the aggregate, 12,755 quinariae set down in the records, but 14,018 quinariae actually delivered. That is, 1,263 more quinariae were reported as delivered than were reckoned as received. Since I considered it the most important function of my office to determine the facts concerning the water supply, my astonishment at this stage of affairs stirred me profoundly, and led me to investigate how it happened that more was being delivered than belonged to the property, so to speak. Accordingly, I first of all undertook measurements of the intakes of the conduits, and discovered a total supply far greater, that is, by about 10,000 quinariae, than I found in the records, as I shall explain in connection with each aqueduct. In the records, Appia is credited with 8,041 quinariae. A gauging of this aqueduct could not be taken at the intake, since there it consists of 2 channels. But at the Twins, which is below Spes Vetus, where it joins with a branch of Augusta, I found a depth of water of 5 feet, and a width of 1 3/4 feet, making an area of 8 3/4 square feet, 22 100 pipes plus a 40 pipe, which makes 1,825 quinariae, more than the records have it by 984 quinariae. It was delivering 704 quinariae, 137 quinariae less than credited in the records, and furthermore 1,121 quinariae less than given by the gauging at the Twins. A considerable amount of this, however, is lost by leaks in the conduit, which, being deeply buried, does not clearly exhibit them. And yet, their presence is plainly indicated by the fact that in very many parts of the city excellent water is met with, which leaks from that aqueduct. But we also detected some illicit pipes within the city. Outside the city, however, on account of the depth of the level, which at the intake is 50 feet underground, the conduit suffers no depredations. Old Annio is credited in the records with the amount of 1,541 quinariae. At the intake I found 4,398 quinariae, exclusive of the quantity which is diverted into the special conduit of the Tiburtines, 2,857 quinariae more than is recorded. There were distributed 262 quinariae before the aqueduct reaches its settling reservoir. The quantity at the reservoir, determined from the gauges placed there, was 2,362 quinariae, so that 1,774 quinadiae was lost between the intake and the reservoir. Downstream from the settling reservoir, 1,348 quinadiae were delivered, more than we have stated to be the capacity, according to the records, by 69 quinadiae, but less than we have shown was received into the conduit from the settling reservoir by 1,014 quinadiae. The total which was lost between the intake and the settling reservoir and below the settling reservoir amounted to 2,788 quinadiae, which I should have suspected resulted from an error of measurement, had I not discovered where it was diverted. In the records, Marcia is credited with the quantity of 2,162 quinadiae. Gauging it at the intake, I found 4,690 quinadiae, 2,528 quinadiae more than appear in the records. They were delivered before it reaches the settling reservoir 95 quinadiae, and 92 quinadiae were given to supplement Tepula, likewise 164 to Anio. The total delivered before the settling reservoir is reached was 351 quinadiae. The quantity which is computed at the reservoir from the gauges set up there, along with what is carried around the reservoir and received in the same channel on arches, is 2,944 quinadiae. The aggregate of what is delivered above the reservoir, or is received on arches, is 3,295 quinadiae, more than is set down in the scheduled capacity by 1,132 quinadiae, and less than given by the gauges made at the intake by 1,395 quinadiae. After passing the reservoir, it delivered 1,840 quinadiae, 227 quinadiae less than we said was set down in the scheduled capacity, and 1,104 quinadiae less than is taken from the reservoir upon the arches. The aggregate of what was lost either between the intake and the reservoir or downstream from the reservoir was 2,499 quinadiae, the diversion of which, as in case of the other aqueducts, was discovered at several places. For that there is no lack of water is manifest also from the fact that at the intake, besides the volume which we noted that we found from the capacity of the conduit, over 300 quinadiae was wasted. Tepula is credited in the records with 400 quinadiae. This aqueduct has no springs. It consists only of some veins of water taken from Julia. Its intake is therefore to be set down as beginning with the Julian reservoir, for from this it first receives 190 quinadiae, then immediately thereafter 92 quinadiae from Marcia, and further from Nu Anio at the Epaphrodisian Gardens 163 quinadiae. This makes in all 445 quinadiae, more than the records show by 45 quinadiae, which appear in the delivery. Julia is credited in the records with a measure of 649 quinadiae. At the intake the gaugings could not be made, because the intake is composed of several tributaries. But at the 6th milestone from the city, Julia is wholly taken into the settling reservoir, at which place its volume, according to the plainly visible gauges, amounts to 1,206 quinadiae, more than set down in the records by 557 quinadiae. Besides this, near the city, behind the gardens of Pallas, it receives from Claudia 162 quinadiae, making the whole number of quinadiae received by Julia 1,368. Of this amount, it discharges 190 into Tepula, and delivers on its own account 803 quinadiae. From this we get a total of 993 quinadiae which it delivers, more than the records credit by 344 quinadiae, less than we set it down as having at the reservoir by 213, which is precisely the amount we found diverted by those who were taking water without grant from the sovereign. Virgo is credited in the records with a measure of 652 quinadiae. I could not take a gauging at this at the intake, because Virgo is made up of several tributaries, and enters its channels with too slow a current. Near the city, however, at the 7th milestone, on the land which now belongs to Cejonius Commodus, where Virgo has a greater velocity, I made a gauging, and it amounted to 2,504 quinadiae, 1,852 quinadiae more than was set down in the records. The correctness of our gauging is very easily proved, for Virgo discharges all the quinadio which we found by gauging, that is, 2,504. The measure of the capacity of Alsietina is not set down in the records, nor could it be accurately arrived at under present conditions, because it receives from Lake Alsietinus and afterwards in the vicinity of Careye from Sabatinus as much water as the watermen arrange for. Alsietina delivers 392 quinadiae. Claudia, flowing more abundantly than the others, is especially exposed to depredation. In the records it is credited with only 2,855 quinadiae, although I found at the intake 4,607 quinadiae, 1,750 quinadiae more than are recorded. Our gauging, however, is confirmed by the fact that at the 7th milestone from the city, at the settling reservoir, where the gauging is without question, we find 3,312 quinadiae, 457 more than are recorded, although, before reaching the reservoir, not only are deliveries made to satisfy private grants, but also, as we detected, a great deal is taken secretly, and therefore 1,295 quinadiae less are found than there really ought to be. Moreover, in the delivery of the water also is manifest that there is fraud, since the amount actually delivered does not agree either with the statements of the records or with the gaugings made by us at the intake, or even with those made at the settling basins, after so many depredations. For there are only 1,750 quinadiae delivered, less than the computation given in the records by 1,105 quinadiae, also less than is shown by the gauging made at the intake by 2,857 quinadiae, and less also than is found at the reservoir by 1,562 quinadiae. For this reason, although it arrived in the city perfectly clear in its own conduit, it was mixed within the city with the new Anio, so that by creating confusion, the quantity as well as the distribution of the two might be obscured. But should anyone think that I exaggerate the measure of the water received, such a person must be reminded that the Cerulean and Curtian sources of the Claudian aqueduct are so ample for supplying to their conduit the 4,607 quinadiae which I have indicated, that 1,600 besides go to waste. But at the same time I do not deny that this superabundance does not really belong to these springs, for it comes from Augusta. This was devised to supplement Marcia, but is turned into the sources of Claudia when Marcia does not need it, though not even the conduit of Claudia itself can carry all this water. New Anio was put down in the records as having 3,263 quinadiae. Gauging at the intake, I found 4,738 quinadiae, more than the scheduled capacity by 1,475 quinadiae. In what other way could I more clearly show that I do not exaggerate the number of quinadiae at the intake than by the fact that in the records of delivery most of this water is actually accounted for? For it is stated that 4,200 quinadiae are delivered, although elsewhere in the same records the amount taken in is put down as only 3,263. Besides this, I have discovered that not only 538 quinadiae, the difference between our gauging and the recorded delivery, are stolen, but a far greater quantity. Whence it appears that the total found by me is none too large. The explanation of this is that the swifter current of water, coming as it does from a large and rapidly flowing river, increases the volume by its very velocity. I do not doubt that many will be surprised that according to our gaugings the quantity of water was found to be much greater than that given in the imperial records. The reason for this is to be found in the blunders of those who carelessly computed each of these waters at the outset. Moreover, I am prevented from believing that it was from fear of droughts in the summer that they deviated so far from the truth, for the reason that I myself made my gaugings in the month of July, and found the above recorded supply of each one remaining constant throughout the entire remainder of the summer. But whatever the reason may be, it has at any rate been discovered that 10,000 quinariae were intercepted, while the amounts granted by the sovereign are limited to the quantities set down in the records. Another variance consists in this, that one measure is used at the intake, another, considerably smaller, at the settling reservoir, and the smallest at the point of distribution. The cause of this is the dishonesty of the watermen, whom we are detected diverting water from the public conduits for private use. But a large number of landed proprietors also, past whose fields the aqueducts run, tap the conduits, whence it comes that the public watercourses are actually brought to a standstill by private citizens, just to water their gardens. Concerning misdemeanors of this sort, nothing more nor better needs to be said than was said by Caelius Rufus in his speech, which is entitled Concerning Waters. And would that we were not having daily experience by actual infringement of the law, that all these misdemeanors are committed just as flagrantly now as then. We have found irrigated fields, shops, garrets even, and lastly all disorderly houses fitted up with fixtures through which a constant supply of flowing water might be assured. For that some waters should be delivered under a forged name in place of other waters belongs to the lesser misdemeanors. But among the frauds that seemed to demand correction, it is to be mentioned what took place in the vicinity of the Caelian and Aventine hills. These hills, before the construction of Claudia, utilized the waters of Marcia and Julia, but after the Emperor Nero led Claudia over the arches at Spes Vetus up to the temple of the deified Claudius, in order to distribute it from there, the first named waters, instead of being augmented by this new supply, were themselves allowed to go unused, for he did not build new reservoirs for Claudia, but used those that already existed, and the old name of these remained, though the water had become a new one. With this, enough has been said about the volume of each aqueduct, and, if I may so express it, about a new way of acquiring water, about frauds and about offences committed in connection with all this. It remains to account in detail for the supply delivered, which we found given collectively and in a lump sum, so to speak, and even set down under false entries, and to do this according to the several aqueducts and to the several wards of the city. I know very well that such an enumeration will appear not only dry but also complicated. Nevertheless, I will make it, but as short as possible, that nothing may be lacking to the data of this office. Those who are satisfied with knowing the totals may skip the details. Now the distribution of the 14,018 quinariae is so recorded that the 771 quinariae, which are transferred from certain aqueducts to supplement others, and are set down twice in showing the distribution, figure only once in reckoning. Of this quantity there are delivered outside the city 4,063 quinariae, 1,718 quinariae in the name of Caesar, to private parties 2,345. The remaining 9,955 were distributed within the city to 247 reservoirs. Of these there were delivered in the name of Caesar 1,707.5 quinariae, to private parties 3,847 quinariae, for public uses 4,401 quinariae, namely to camps 279 quinariae, to 75 public structures 2,301 quinariae, to 39 ornamental fountains 386 quinariae, to 591 water basins 1,335 quinariae. But a schedule must be made to apply also to the several aqueducts and to the several wards of the city. Of the 14,018 quinariae, then, which were set down as the total discharge of all the aqueducts, only 5 quinariae are given from Appia outside the city, because its source is so low. The remaining 699 quinariae were distributed within the city throughout the 2nd, 8th, 9th, 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th wards, among 20 reservoirs. Of these, there were furnished in the name of Caesar 151 quinariae, to private parties 194 quinariae, for public uses 354 quinariae, namely, to one camp 4 quinariae, to 14 public structures 123 quinariae, to one ornamental fountain 2 quinariae, to 92 water basins 226 quinariae. Out of Old Agno were delivered outside the city in the name of Caesar 169 quinariae, to private parties 404 quinariae. The remaining 1,508.5 quinariae were distributed inside the city through the 1st, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 12th, and 14th wards among 35 reservoirs. Of these, there were furnished in the name of Caesar 66.5 quinariae, for the use of private parties 490 quinariae, for public uses 503 quinariae, namely, to one camp 50 quinariae, to 19 public structures 196 quinariae, to 9 ornamental fountains 88 quinariae, to 94 water basins 218 quinariae. Out of Marcia were delivered outside the city in the name of Caesar 261.5 quinariae. The remaining 1,472 quinariae were distributed inside the city through the 1st, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 14th wards, among 51 reservoirs. Of these, there were furnished in the name of Caesar 116 quinariae, to private parties 543 quinariae, for public use 439 quinariae, namely, to 4 camps 42.5 quinariae, to 15 public structures 41 quinariae, to 12 ornamental fountains 104 quinariae, to 113 water basins 256 quinariae. Out of Tepula there were delivered outside the city in the name of Caesar 58 quinariae, to private parties 56 quinariae. The remaining 331 quinariae were distributed within the city through the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th wards among 14 reservoirs. Of these, there were furnished in the name of Caesar 34 quinariae, to private parties 237 quinariae, for public uses 50 quinariae, namely, to one camp 12 quinariae, to 3 public structures 7 quinariae, to 13 basins 32 quinariae. Out of Julia there flowed outside the city in the name of Caesar 85 quinariae, to private parties 121 quinariae. The remaining 548 quinariae were distributed within the city to the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 6th, 8th, 10th, and 12th wards, among 17 reservoirs. Of these there were furnished in the name of Caesar 18 quinariae, to private parties 196 quinariae, for public uses 383 quinariae, namely, to camps 69 quinariae, to public structures 181 quinariae, to 3 ornamental fountains 67 quinariae, to 28 basins 65 quinariae. Virgo delivered outside the city 200 quinariae. The remaining 2,304 quinariae were distributed within the city to the 7th, 9th, and 14th wards, among 18 reservoirs. Of these there were furnished in the name of Caesar 509 quinariae, to private parties 338 quinariae, for public uses 1,167 quinariae, namely, to 2 ornamental fountains 26 quinariae, to 25 basins 51 quinariae, to 16 public structures 1,380 quinariae. In the amount delivered to public structures are included 460 quinariae for the Euripus alone, to which Virgo itself gave its name. Alsietina has 392 quinariae. These are all used outside the city, 354 quinariae being furnished in the name of Caesar, and to private parties 138 quinariae. Outside the city, Claudia and New Anio delivered each from its own channel. Inside the city they were mixed together. Claudia discharged outside the city in the name of Caesar 217 quinariae, to private parties 439 quinariae. New Anio delivered in the name of Caesar 728 quinariae. The remaining 3,498 quinariae belonging to these two were distributed inside the city through all the 14 wards, among 92 reservoirs. Of these, there were furnished in the name of Caesar 820 quinariae, to private parties 1,067 quinariae, for public uses 1,014 quinariae, namely, to 9 camps 149 quinariae, to 18 public structures 374 quinariae, to 12 ornamental fountains 107 quinariae, to 1,226 basins 482 quinariae. This is the schedule of the amount of water as reckoned up to the time of the Emperor Nerva, and this is the way in which it was distributed. But now, by the foresight of the most painstaking of sovereigns, whatever was unlawfully drawn by the watermen, or was wasted as the result of negligence, has been added to our supply, and just as though new sources had been discovered. And in fact, the supply has been almost doubled, and has been distributed with such careful allotment that wards which were previously supplied by only one aqueduct now receive the water of several. Take, for example, the Caelian and the Aventine hills, to which Claudia alone used to run on the arches of Nero. The result was that whenever any repairs caused interruptions, these densely inhabited hills suffered a drought. They are now supplied by several aqueducts, above all by Marcia, which has been rebuilt on a substantial structure, and carried from Spes-Vetus to the Aventine. In all parts of the city also, the basins, new and old alike, have for the most part been connected with the different aqueducts by 2 pipes each, so that if accident should put either of the 2 out of commission, the other may serve, and the service may not be interrupted. The effect of this care displayed by the Emperor Nerva, most patriotic of rulers, is felt from day to day by the present Queen and Empress of the world, and will be felt still more in the improved health of the city, as a result of the increase in the number of the works, reservoirs, fountains, and water basins. No less advantage accrues also to private consumers from the increase in number of the Emperor's private grants. Those also who with fear drew water unlawfully, now free from care draw their supply by grant from the sovereign. Not even the waste water is lost. The appearance of the city is clean and altered. The air is purer, and the causes of the unwholesome atmosphere, which gave the air of the city so bad a name with the ancients, are now removed. I am well aware that I ought to indicate in detail the manner of the new distribution, but this I will add when the additions are made. It ought to be understood that no account should be given until they are completed. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in June 2020. The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome by Frontinus. Translated by Charles Bennett. The Aqueducts of Rome, Book 2, Part 2. What shall we say of the fact that the painstaking interest which our emperor evinces for his subjects does not rest satisfied with what I have already described, but that he deems that he has contributed too little to our needs and gratification merely by such increase in the water's supply, unless he should also increase its purity and its palatableness? It is worthwhile to examine in detail how, by correcting the defects of certain waters, he has enhanced the usefulness of all of them. For when has our city not had muddy and turbid water, whenever there have been only moderate rainstorms? And is this not because all the waters are thus affected at their sources, or because those which are taken from springs ought to be subject to such pollution? This is especially true of Marcia and Claudia, and the rest, whose purity is perfect at their sources, and which would be not at all, or but very slightly, made turbid by rains, if well basins should be built and covered over. The two Anyos are less limpid, for they are drawn from a river, and are often muddy even in good weather, because the Anyo, although flowing from a lake whose waters are very pure, is nevertheless made turbid by carrying away portions of its loose crumbling banks before it enters the conduits, a pollution to which it is subject not only in the rainstorms of winter and spring, but also in the showers of summer, at which time of the year a more refreshing purity of the water is demanded. One of the Anyos, namely Old Anyo, running at a lower level than most of the others, keeps this pollution to itself. But New Anyo contaminated all the others, because, coming from a higher altitude and flowing very abundantly, it helps to make up the shortage of the others, but by the unskilfulness of the watermen, who diverted it into the other conduits oftener than there was any need of an augmented supply, it spoiled also the waters of those aqueducts that had a plentiful supply, especially Claudia, which, after flowing in its own conduit for many miles, finally at Rome, as a result of its mixture with Anyo, lost till recently its own qualities. And so far was New Anyo from being an advantage to the waters it supplemented, that many of these were then called upon improperly through the heedlessness of those who allotted the waters. We have found even Marcia, so charming in its brilliancy and coldness, serving baths, fullers, and even purposes too vile to mention. It was therefore determined to separate them all, and then to allot their separate functions, so that first of all Marcia should serve wholly for drinking purposes, and then that the others should each be assigned to suitable purposes according to their special qualities, as for example that Old Anyo, for several reasons, because the farther from its source it is drawn, the less wholesome a water is, should be used for watering the gardens, and for the meaner uses of the city itself. But it was not sufficient for our ruler to have restored the volume and pleasant qualities of the other waters. He also recognized the possibility of remedying the defects of New Anyo, for he gave orders to stop drawing directly from the river, and to take from the lake lying above the Sableansian villa of Nero, at the point where the Anyo is the clearest. For inasmuch as the source of Anyo is above Treba Augusta, it reaches this lake in a very cold and clear condition, be it because it runs between rocky hills, and because there is but little cultivated land even around that hamlet, or because it drops its sediment in the deep lakes into which it is taken, being shaded also by the dense woods that surround it. These so excellent qualities of the water, which bids fair to equal Marcia in all points, and in quantity even to exceed it, are now to supersede its former unsightliness and impurity, and the inscription will proclaim as its new founder, Imperator Caesar Nerva Trajanus Augustus. We have further to indicate what is the law with regard to conducting and safeguarding the waters. the first of which treats of the limitation of private parties to the measure of their grants, and the second has reference to the upkeep of the conduits themselves. In this connection, in going back to ancient laws enacted with regard to individual aqueducts, I found certain points wherein the practice of our forefathers differed from ours. With them, all water was delivered for the public use, and the law was as follows: No private person shall conduct other water than that which flows from the basins to the ground, for these are the words of the law, that is, water which overflows from the troughs. We call it lapsed water, and even this was not granted for any other use than for baths or fulling establishments, and it was subject to a tax, for a fee was fixed, to be paid into the public treasury. Some water also was conceded to the houses of the principal citizens, with the consent of the others. To which authorities belonged the right to grant water or to sell it is variously given even in the laws, for at times I find that the grant was made by the aediles, at other times by the censors, but it is apparent that as often as there were censors in the government, these grants were sought chiefly from them. If there were none, then the aediles had the power referred to. It is plain from this how much more our forefathers cared for the general good than for private luxury, inasmuch as even the water which private parties conducted was made to subserve the public interest. The care of the several aqueducts, I find, was regularly let out to contractors, and the obligation was imposed upon these of having a fixed number of slave workmen on the aqueducts outside the city, and another fixed number within the city, and of entering in the public records the names also of those whom they intended to employ in the service for each ward of the city. I find also that the duty of inspecting their work devolved at times on the aediles and censors, and at times on the quaestors, as may be seen from the resolution of the Senate which was passed in the consulate of Gaius Licinius and Quintus Fabius. How much care was taken that no one should venture to injure the conduits, or draw water that had not been granted, may be seen not only from many other things, but especially from the fact that the Circus Maximus could not be watered even on the days of the Circensian games, except with permission of the aediles or censors, a regulation which, as we read in the writings of Aetas Capito, was still in force even after the care of the waters had passed, under Augustus, to commissioners. Indeed, lands which had been irrigated unlawfully from the public supply were confiscated. Whenever a slave infringed the law, even without the knowledge of his master, a fine was imposed. By the same laws it is also enacted as follows: No one shall with malice pollute the waters where they issue publicly. Should any one pollute them, his fine shall be 10,000 sestertii. Therefore, the order was given to the curule aediles to appoint 2 men in each district, from the number of those who lived in it, or owned property in it, in whose care the public fountains should be placed. Marcus Agrippa, after his aedileship, which he held after his consulship, was the first man to become the permanent incumbent of this office, so to speak, a commissioner charged with the supervision of works which he himself had created. Inasmuch as the amount of water now available warranted it, he determined how much should be allotted to the public structures, how much to the basins, and how much to private parties. He also kept his own private gang of slaves for the maintenance of the aqueducts and reservoirs and basins. This gang was given to the state as its property by Augustus, who had received it in inheritance from Agrippa. Following him, under the consulate of Quintus Aelius Tubero and Paulus Fabius Maximus, resolutions of the Senate were passed, and a law was promulgated in these matters, which until that time had been managed at the option of officials, and had lacked definite control. Augustus also determined by an edict what rights those should possess who were enjoying the use of water according to Agrippa's records, thus making the entire supply dependent upon his own grants. The Audiobook also, of which I have spoken above, were established by him, and for the maintenance and operation of the whole system he named Messalla Corvinus commissioner, and gave him as assistants Postumius Sulpicius, ex-praetor, and Lucius Cominius, a junior senator. They were allowed to wear regalia as though magistrates, and concerning their duties a resolution of the Senate was passed, which is here given. The consuls, Quintus Aelius Tubero and Paulus Fabius Maximus, having made a report relating to the duties and privileges of the water commissioners appointed with the approval of the Senate by Caesar Augustus, and inquiring of the Senate what it would please to order upon the subject, it has been resolved that it is the sense of this body, that those who have the care of the administration of the public waters, when they go outside the city in the discharge of their duties, shall have 2 lictors, 3 public servants, and an architect for each of them, and the same number of secretaries, clerks, assistants, and criers as those have who distribute wheat among the people, and when they have business inside the city on the same duties, they shall make use of all the same attendants, omitting the lictors. And further, that the list of attendants granted to the water commissioner by this resolution of the Senate shall be by them presented to the public treasurer within 10 days from its promulgation, and to those whose names shall be thus reported, the praetors of the treasury shall grant and give, as compensation, food by the year, as much as the food commissioners are wont to give and allot, and they shall be authorized to take money for that purpose without prejudice to themselves. Further, there shall be furnished to the commissioners tablets, paper, and everything else necessary for the exercise of their functions. To this effect, the consuls Quintus Aelius and Paulus Fabius are ordered, both or either one, as may seem best to them, to consult with the praetors of the treasury in contracting for these supplies. Furthermore, inasmuch as the superintendents of streets, and those in charge of the distribution of grain, occupy a 4th part of the year in fulfilling their state duties, the water commissioners likewise shall adjudicate, for a like period, in private and state causes. Although the treasury has continued down to the present to pay for these attendants and servants, they have, as far as appearance goes, ceased to belong to the commissioners, who through laziness and indolence neglect their duties. Moreover, when the commissioners went out of the city, provided it was on official business, the Senate had commanded the lictors to accompany them. For myself, when I go about to examine the aqueducts, my self-reliance and the authority given me by the sovereign will stand in place of the lictors. As I have followed the matter down to the introduction of the commissioners, it will not be out of place now to subjoin the names of those who followed Messalla in this office up to my incumbency. To Messalla succeeded, under the consulate of Silius and Plancus, Ateius Capito. To Capito, under the consulate of Gaius Asinius Pollio and Gaius Antistius Vetus, Tarius Rufus. To Tarius, under the consulate of Servius Cornelius Cethegus and Lucius Vicelius Varro, Mareus Coeseus Nerva, the grandfather of the deified Nerva, who was also noted as learned in the science of law. To him succeeded, under the consulate of Fabius Persicus and Lucius Vitellius, Gaius Octavius Laenas. To Laenas, under the consulate of Aquila Julianus and Nonius Asprenas, Marcus Porcius Cato. To him succeeded, after a month, under the consulate of Servius Asinius Celer and Aulus Nonius Quintilianus, Aulus Didius Gallus. To Gallus, under the consulate of Quintus Verianus and Pompeius Longus, Gnaeus Domitius Afer. To Afer, under the 4th consulate of Nero Claudius Caesar and that of Cossus, the son of Cossus, Lucius Piso, to Piso, under the consulate of Verginius Rufus and Memmius Regulus, Petronius Turpilianus, to Turpilianus, under the consulate of Crassus Frugi and Lessianus Bassus, Publius Marius, to Marius, under the consulate of Lucius Telesinus and Suetonus Paulinus, Fonteius Agrippa, to Agrippa, under the consulate of Silius and Galerius Trachallus, Albius Crispus, to Crispus, under the third consulate of Vespasian and that of Cocius Nerva, Pompeius Silvanus, to Silvanus, under the second consulate of Domitian and that of Valerius Messallinus, Tampius Flavianus, to Flavianus, under the fifth consulate of Vespasian and the third of Titus, Acilius Aviola. After Aviola, under the third consulate of the Emperor Nerva and the third of Verginius Rufus, the office was transferred to me. I will now set down what the Water Commissioner must observe, being the laws and Senate enactments which serve to determine his procedure. As concerns the draught of water by private consumers, it is to be noted, no one shall draw water without an authorization from Caesar. That is, no one shall draw water from the public supply without a license, and no one shall draw more than has been granted. By this means we shall make it possible that the quantity of water which has been regained, as we have said, may be distributed to new fountains and may be used for new grants from the sovereign. But in both cases it will be necessary to exert great resistance to manifold forms of fraud. Frequent rounds must be made of channels of the aqueducts outside the city, and with great care to check up the granted quantities. The same must be done in case of the reservoirs and public fountains, that the water may flow without interruption day and night. For this the Commissioner has been directed to provide, by a resolution of the Senate, the language of which is as follows. The consuls, Quintus Aelius Tubero and Paulus Fabius Maximus, having made a report upon the number of public fountains established by Marcus Agrippa in the city and within structures adjacent to the city, and having inquired of the Senate what it would please to order upon the subject, it has been resolved that it is the sense of this body that the number of public fountains which exist at present, according to the report of those who were ordered by the Senate to examine the public aqueducts and to inventory the number of public fountains, shall be neither increased nor diminished. Further, that the water commissioners, who have been appointed by Caesar Augustus, with the endorsement of the Senate, shall take pains that the public fountains may deliver water as continuously as possible for the use of the people day and night. In this resolution of the Senate, I think it should be noted that the Senate forbade any increase as well as any decrease in the number of public fountains. I think this was done because the quantity of water which at that time came into the city before Claudia and New Anio had been brought in, did not seem to permit of a greater distribution. Whoever wishes to draw water for private use must seek for a grant and bring to the Commissioner a writing from the sovereign. The Commissioner must then immediately expedite the grant of Caesar and appoint one of Caesar's freedmen as his deputy for this service. Tiberius Claudius appears to have been the first man to appoint such a deputy after he introduced Claudia and New Anio. The overseers must also be made acquainted with the contents of the writing, that they may not excuse their negligence or fraud on the plea of ignorance. The deputy must call in the levellers and provide that the calyx is stamped as conforming to the deeded quantity, and must study the size of the adjutages we have enumerated above, as well as have knowledge of their location, lest it rest with the caprice of the levellers to approve a calyx of sometimes greater or sometimes smaller interior area, according as they interest themselves in the parties. Neither must the deputy permit the free option of connecting directly to the adjutages any sort of lead pipe, but there must rather be attached for a length of 50 feet one of the same interior area as that which the adjutage has been certified to have, as has been ordained by a vote of the Senate, which follows. The consuls, Quintus Aelius Tubero and Paulus Fabius Maximus, having made a report that some private parties take water directly from the public conduits, and having inquired of the Senate what it would please to order upon the subject, it has been resolved that it is the sense of this body, that it shall not be permitted to any private party to draw water from the public conduits, and all those to whom the right to draw water has been granted shall draw it from the reservoirs, the water commissioners to direct at what points within the city private parties may suitably erect reservoirs for the purpose of drawing from them the water which they had received at the hands of the water commissioner from some public reservoir. And no one of those to whom a right to draw water from the public conduits has been granted shall have the right to use a larger pipe than a quinaria for a space of 50 feet from the reservoir out of which he is to draw the water. In this resolution of the Senate, it is worthy of note that the resolution does not permit water to be drawn except from reservoirs, in order that the conduits or the public pipes may not be frequently cut into. The right to granted water does not pass either to the heirs or to the buyer, nor to any new proprietor of the land. The public bathing establishments had from old times the privilege that water once granted to them should remain theirs forever. We know this from old resolutions of the Senate, of which I give one below. Nowadays every grant of water is renewed to the new owner. The consuls, Quintus Aelius Tubero and Paulus Fabius Maximus, having made a report upon the necessity of determining in accordance with what law those persons to whom water had been granted should draw water inside and outside the city, and having inquired of the Senate what it would please to order upon the subject, it has been resolved that it is the sense of this body that a grant of water, with the exception of those supplies which have been granted for the use of bathing establishments, or in the name of Augustus, shall remain in force as long as the same proprietors continue to hold the ground for which they received the grant of the water. As soon as any water rights are vacated, this is announced and entered in the records, which are consulted, in order that vacant water rights may be given to applicants. These waters they formerly used to cut off immediately, in order that between times they might sell them either to the occupants of the land or to outsiders even. It seemed less harsh to our ruler, in order not to deprive estates of water suddenly, to give 30 days' grace, within which those whose interests were involved might make suitable arrangements. I did not find anything set down about the water granted to an estate belonging to a syndicate. Nevertheless, the following practice is observed, just as though prescribed per law, that as long as one of those who have received a common grant of water survives, the full amount of granted water shall flow upon the land, and the grant shall be renewed only when every one of those who received it has ceased to remain in possession of the property. That granted water must not be carried elsewhere than upon the premises to which it has been made appurtenant, or taken from another reservoir than the one designated in the writing of the sovereign, is self-evident, but is forbidden also by ordinance. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avayi in June 2020. The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome by Frontinus. Translated by Charles Bennett. The Aqueducts of Rome, Book 2, Part 3. Those waters also that are called lapsed, namely, those that come from the overflow of the reservoirs or from leakage of the pipes, are subject to grants, which are wont to be given very sparingly, however, by the sovereign. But this offers opportunity for thefts by the watermen, and how much care should be devoted to preventing these may be seen from a paragraph of an ordinance which I append. I desire that no one shall draw lapsed water except those who have permission to do so by grants from me or preceding sovereigns, for there must necessarily be some overflow from the reservoirs, this being proper not only for the health of our city, but also for use in the flushing of the sewers. Having now explained those things that relate to the administration of water for the use of private parties, it will not be foreign to the subject to touch upon certain practices, by way of illustration, whereby we have caught these most wholesome ordinances in the very act of being defeated. In a great number of reservoirs I found certain adjutages of a larger size than had been granted, and among them some that had not even been stamped. Now, whenever a stamped adjutage is larger than its legitimate measure, it reveals designing dishonesty on the part of the deputy who stamped it, but when it is not even stamped, it clearly reveals the fault of all, especially of the grantee, also of the overseer. In some of the reservoirs, though their adjutages were stamped in conformity with their lawful admeasurements, pipes of a greater diameter than the adjutages were at once attached to them. As a consequence, the water not being held together for the lawful distance, and being on the contrary forced through the short restricted distance, easily filled the adjoining larger pipes. Care should therefore be taken, as often as an adjutage is stamped, to stamp also the adjoining pipe over the length which we stated was prescribed by the resolution of the Senate. For then and then only can the overseer be held to his full responsibility, when he understands that none but stamped pipes must be set in place. In setting adjutages also, care must be taken to set them on the level, and not place the one higher and the other lower down. The lower one will take in more, the higher one will suck in less, because the current of water is drawn in by the lower one. To some pipes no adjutages were even attached. Such pipes are called uncontrolled, and are enlarged or diminished as pleases the watermen. There is, besides, this intolerable method of cheating practised by the watermen. When a water right is transferred to a new owner, they will insert a new adjutage in the reservoir, the old one they leave in the tank and draw from it water, which they sell. This practice especially, therefore, as I believe, should be corrected by the commissioner, for this concerns not only the protection of the water itself, but also the maintenance of the reservoirs, which get to be leaky when they are often and unnecessarily tapped into. The following mode of gaining money, practised by the watermen, is also to be abolished, the one called puncturing. There are extensive areas in various places where secret pipes run under the pavements all over the city. I discovered that these pipes were furnishing water by special branches to all those engaged in business in those localities through which the pipes ran, being bored for that purpose here and there by the so-called puncturers, whence it came to pass that only a small quantity of water reached the places of public supply. How large an amount of water has been stolen in this manner, I estimate by means of the fact that a considerable quantity of lead has been brought in by the removal of that kind of branch pipes. It remains to speak of the maintenance of the conduits. But before I say anything about this, a little explanation should be given about the gangs of slaves established for this purpose. There are two of those gangs, one belonging to the state, the other to Caesar. The one belonging to the state is the older, which, as we have said, was left by Agrippa to Augustus, and was by him made over to the state. It numbers about 240 men. The number in Caesar's gang is 460. It was organized by Claudius at the time he brought his aqueduct into the city. Both gangs are divided into several classes of workmen. overseers, reservoir keepers, inspectors, pavers, plasterers, and other workmen. Of these, some must be outside the city for purposes which do not seem to require any great amount of work, but yet demand prompt attention. The men inside the city at their stations at the reservoirs and fountains will devote their energies to the several works, especially in case of sudden emergencies, in order that a plentiful reserve supply of water may be turned from several wards of the city to the one afflicted by an emergency. Both of these large gangs, which regularly were diverted by exercise of favoritism or by negligence of their foremen to employment on private work, I resolved to bring back to some discipline and to the service of the state by writing down the day before what each gang was to do, and by putting in the records what it had done each day. The wages of the state gang are paid from the state treasury, an expense which is lightened by the receipt of rentals from water rights, which are received from places or buildings situated near the conduits, reservoirs, public fountains, or water basins. This income of nearly 250,000 sestertii, formerly lost through loose management, was turned in recent times into the coffers of Domitian, but with a due sense of right the deified Nerva restored it to the people. I took pains to bring it under fixed rules, in order that it might be clear what were the places which fell under this tax. The gang of Caesar gets its wages from the emperor's privy purse, from which are also drawn all expenses for lead and for conduits, reservoirs, and basins. As I have now explained all, I think, that has to do with slave gangs, I will now, as I promised, come back to the maintenance of the conduits, a thing which is worthy of more special care, as it gives the best testimony to the greatness of the Roman Empire. The numerous and extensive works are continually falling into decay, and they must be attended to before they begin to demand extensive repair. Very often, however, it is best to exercise a wise restraint in attending to their upkeep, since those who urge the construction or extension of the works cannot always be trusted. The water commissioner, therefore, not only ought to be provided with competent advisers, but ought also to be equipped with practical experience of his own. He must consult not only the architects of his own office, but must also seek aid from the trustworthy and thorough knowledge of numerous other persons, in order to judge what must be taken in hand forthwith, and what postponed, and again what is to be carried out by public contractors, and what by his own regular workmen. The necessity of repairs arises from the following reasons. Damage is done either by the lawlessness of abutting proprietors, by age, by violent storms, or by defects in the original construction, which has happened quite frequently in the case of recent works. As a rule, those parts of the aqueducts which are carried on arches or are placed on side hills, and of those on arches, the parts that cross rivers, suffer most from the effects of age or of violent storms. These, therefore, must be put in order with care and dispatch. The underground portions, not being subjected to either heat or frost, are less liable to injury. Defects are either of the sort that can be remedied without stopping the flow of the water, or such as cannot be made without diverting the flow, as, for example, those which have to be made in the channel itself. These latter become necessary from two causes: either the accumulation of deposit, which sometimes hardens into a crust, contracts the channel of the water, or else the concrete lining is damaged, causing leaks, whereby the sides of the conduits and the substructures are necessarily injured. Sometimes even the piers, which are built of tufa, give way under the great load. Repairs to the channel itself should not be made in the summer time, in order not to stop the flow of water at a time when the demand for it is the greatest, but should be made in the spring or autumn, and with the greatest speed possible, and of course with all preparations made in advance, in order that the conduits may be out of commission as few days as possible. As is obvious to everyone, a single aqueduct must be taken at a time, for if several were cut off at once, the supply would prove inadequate for the city's needs. Repairs that should be executed without cutting off the water consist principally of masonry work, which should be constructed at the right time and conscientiously. The suitable time for masonry work is from April the 1st to November the 1st, but with this restriction that the work would best be interrupted during the hottest part of the summer, because moderate weather is necessary for the masonry properly to absorb the mortar and to solidify into one compact mass, for excessive heat of the sun is no less destructive than frost to masonry. Nor is greater care required upon any works than upon such as are to withstand the action of water. For this reason, in accordance with principles which all know but few observe, honesty in all details of the work must be insisted upon. I think no one will doubt that the greatest care should be taken with the aqueducts nearest to the city. I mean those inside the 7th milestone, which consist of block stone masonry, both because they are structures of the greatest magnitude, and because each one carries several conduits, for should it once be necessary to interrupt these, the city would be deprived of the greater part of its water supply. But there are methods for meeting even these difficulties. Provisional works are built up to the level of the conduit which is being put out of use, and a channel, formed of leaden troughs, running along the course of the portion that has been cut off, again provides a continuous passage. Furthermore, since almost all the aqueducts run through the fields of private parties, and it seemed difficult to provide for future outlays without the help of some constituted law, in order also that contractors should not be prevented by proprietors from access to the conduits for the purpose of making repairs, a resolution of the Senate was passed, which I give below. The consuls, Quintus Aelius Tubero and Paulus Fabius Maximus, having made a report relating to the restoration of the channels, conduits, and arches of Julia, Marcia, Appia, Tepula, and Anio, and having inquired of the Senate what it would please to order upon the subject, it has been resolved that, when those canals, conduits, and arches, which Augustus Caesar promised the Senate to repair at his own cost, shall be repaired, the earth, clay, stone, potsherds, sand, wood, etc., which are necessary for the work in hand, shall be granted, removed, taken, and brought from the lands of private parties, their value to be appraised by some honest man, and each of these to be taken from whatever source it may most conveniently, and without injury to private parties, be removed, taken, and brought, and that thoroughfares and roads through the lands of private parties shall, without injury to them, remain open, and their use be permitted, as often as it is necessary for the transportation of all these things for the purposes of repairing these works. But very often damages occur by reason of the lawlessness of private owners, who injure the conduits in numerous ways. In the first place, they occupy with buildings or with trees the space around the aqueducts, which according to a resolution of the Senate should remain open. The trees do the most damage, because their roots burst asunder the top coverings as well as the sides. They also lay out village and country roads over the aqueducts themselves. Finally, they shut off access to those coming to make repairs. All these offences have been provided against in the resolution of the Senate, which I append. The consuls, Quintus Aelius Tubero and Paulus Fabius Maximus, having made a report that the routes of the aqueducts coming to the city are being encumbered with tombs and edifices and planted with trees, and having inquired of the Senate what it would please to order upon the subject, it has been resolved, that since, for the purpose of repairing the channels and conduits, obstructions must be removed, by which public structures are damaged, It is decreed that there shall be kept clear a space of 15 feet on each side of the springs, arches, and walls, and that about the subterranean conduits and channels, inside the city, and inside buildings adjoining the city, there shall be left a vacant space of 5 feet on each side, and it shall not be permitted to erect a tomb at these places after this time, nor any structures, nor to plant trees. If there be any trees within this space at the present time, they shall be taken out by the roots, except when they are connected with country seats or enclosed in buildings. Whoever shall contravene these provisions shall pay as penalty for each contravention 10,000 sestertii, of which 1/2 shall be given as a reward to the accuser, whose efforts have been chiefly responsible for the conviction of the violator of this vote of the Senate. The other half shall be paid into the public treasury. About these matters the water commissioners shall judge and take cognizance. This resolution of the Senate would appear perfectly just, even if this ground were claimed solely in view of the public advantage. But with much more admirable justice, our forefathers did not seize from private parties even those lands which were necessary for public purposes, but, in the construction of waterworks, whenever a proprietor made any difficulty in the sale of a portion, they paid for the whole field, and after marking off the needed part, again sold the land with the understanding that the public as well as private parties should, each one within his boundaries, have his own full rights. But many have not been content to confine themselves to their limits, but have laid hands on the aqueducts themselves by puncturing here and there the side walls of the channels, not merely those who have secured a right to draw water, but also those who misuse the occasion of the least favor for attacking the walls of the conduits. What more would not be done, were all those things not prevented by a carefully drawn law, and were not the transgressors threatened with a serious penalty? Accordingly, I append the words of the law. The consul Titus Quinctius Crispinus duly put the question to the people, and the people duly passed a vote in the forum, before the rostra of the temple of the deified Julius on the 30th day of June. The surgeon tribe was to vote first. On their behalf, Sextus Varro, the son of Lucius, cast the first vote for the following measure. Whoever, after the passage of this law, shall maliciously and intentionally pierce, break, or countenance the attempt to pierce or break the channels, conduits, arches, pipes, tubes, reservoirs, or basins of the public waters which are brought into the city, or who shall do damage with intent to prevent watercourses or any portions of them from going, falling, flowing, reaching, or being conducted into the city of Rome, or so as to prevent the issue, distribution, allotment, or discharge into reservoirs or basins of any water at Rome, or in those places or buildings which are now or shall hereafter be adjacent to the city, or in the gardens, properties, or estates of those owners or proprietors to whom the water is now or in future shall be given or granted, he shall be condemned to pay a fine of 100,000 sestertii to the Roman people. And in addition, whoever shall maliciously do any of these things shall be condemned to repair, restore, re-establish, reconstruct, replace what he has damaged, and quickly demolish what he has built, all in good faith and in such manner as the commissioners may determine. Further, whoever is or shall be water commissioner, or in default of such officer, that praetor who is charged with judging between the citizens and strangers, is authorized to fine, bind over by bail, or restrain the offender. For that purpose, the right and power to compel, restrain, fine, and bind over shall belong to every water commissioner, or, if there be none, to the praetor. If a slave shall do any such damage, his master shall be condemned to pay 100,000 sestertii to the Roman people. If any enclosure has been made or shall be made near the channels, conduits, arches, pipes, tubes, reservoirs, or basins of the public waters, which now are, or in future shall be conducted into the city of Rome, no one shall, after the passage of this law, put in the way, construct, enclose, plant, establish, set up, place, plough, sow anything, or admit anything in that space, unless for the purpose of doing those things and making those repairs which shall be lawful and obligatory under this law. If any one contravenes these provisions, against him shall apply the same statute, the same law, and the same procedure in every particular as could apply and ought to apply against him, who in contravention of this statute has broken into or pierced the channel or conduit of an aqueduct. Nothing of this law shall revoke the privilege of pasturing cattle, cutting grass or hay, or gathering brambles in this place. The water commissioners, present or future, in any place which is now enclosed about any springs, arches, walls, channels, or conduits, are authorized to have removed, pulled out, dug up, or uprooted any trees, vines, briars, brambles, banks, fences, willow thickets, or beds of reeds, so far as they are ready to proceed with justice, and to that end they shall possess the right to bind over, to impose fines, or to restrain the offender, and it shall be their privilege, right, and power to do the same without prejudice. As for the vines and trees inside the enclosures of country houses, structures, or fences, as to the fences which the commissioners after due process have exempted their owners from tearing down, and on which have been inscribed or carved the names of the commissioners who gave the permission, as to all these, nothing in this enactment prevents their remaining. Nor shall anything in this law revoke the permits that have been given by the water commissioners to any one to take or draw water from springs, channels, conduits, or arches, and besides that to use wheel, calyx, or machine, provided that no well be dug, and that no new tap be made. I should call the transgressor of so beneficent a law worthy of the threatened punishment. But those who had been lulled into confidence by long-standing neglect had to be brought back by gentle means to right conduct. I therefore endeavored with diligence to have the erring ones remain unknown as far as possible. Those who sought the emperor's pardon, after due warning received, may thank me for the favor granted. But for the future, I hope that the execution of the law may not be necessary, since it will be advisable for me to maintain the honor of my office even at the risk of giving offense. End of section 21. End of The Stratagems and the Aqueducts of Rome by Frontinus. Translated by Charles Bennett.